agency called NASA, and now you're telling me that Earth is definitely beyond a shadow of a doubt measured flat, and it's never been a sphere. So what the hell they've been doing
Well, they declare that in their
since they
document.
started?
When they're actually dealing with aeronautics of any actual endeavour that's consequential to the surface of Earth, then they outright declare that it's flat, don't they, Neil?
Yeah, well, they have to.
Yeah, exactly. They have to, because it's being measured that way regardless.
Yeah, but those rockets have to go a long way, distance, long way.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth horizontal measurement, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying they have to go a long way.
Isn't that the point of the whole thing that makes us like rely on the scientists in the first place? You can't measure it, you can't see it, you can't do this. You have to rely on us, and then they control the fear, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also Coffee, Patreon, Crypto, and Thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And also check out my book, Measured Flat. Info box is where you'll find a link to the book, together with a link to become an affiliate if you'd like to make 30% selling the book below your video. Now we are joined by Eli, Neil, Len, Surf Daddy, Refracted Curvature, Click OK, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
How are you?
Good morning.
Hey, I'm feeling a little light.
Hold on.
I'm like 10 pounds, 15 pounds lighter. What's the deal?
Okay, so for those of you who aren't in the know, in about an hour and 45 minutes or something around that sort of idea of a figure, there's an alleged halting of Earth's rotation or something to that effect, where gravity, a force that's not a force that you can think as of a force, will stop. And therefore, you'll suddenly feel the effects that we don't feel when it's alleged that we should feel them, but don't feel them because they're not really a force. So there's a convoluted gaggle screw of an out-of-date 111-year-old rhetoric about a force that's been superseded by a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry that is alleged to be stopping so that you'll experience it in a narcissistic, future-faking, bullshittery way that's been fed to the public through TikTok. So don't be afraid. Be very, very, very afraid you might start levitating for a period of time in under a couple of hours' time. So there you go. What a load of old nonsense.
But you know all the ballers are sitting there waiting for this to happen.
Well, gravity insurance is available for the gullible. In fact, I said it in jest, thinking about it. If this was actually a possibility, there would be people selling insurance, wouldn't there? People would be exploiting it for financial gain if it was real. Right? Somebody would be exploiting it. Yeah, it's there as a way of scaring people. If you're worried, don't be. Complete nonsense. Meanwhile, objects that are moving through a gas that are more dense than the air that they traverse will move in a downward orientation with respect to a plane. That is to say, the assertion of a downward vector, if you want to call gravity that, when describing specifically objects more dense than air travelling in a downward vector, then you are measuring a flat Earth to describe that. If you weigh things, again, that are more dense than the air surrounding them, on a scale, you are also measuring Earth flat, perpendicular to a plane of reference. That's what down is. Down is perpendicular to a plane. Now, not all things move to the ground. We've got clouds. Glance up. Today is actually blue skies here. It's beautiful. Very, very hot. I'll undoubtedly be very sweaty by the end of today's show. But things don't all go down. Release a gas. It will dissipate. Right? If it has an odour, you'll smell it in multiple places as it expands in all directions through the gaps in the air that exist around you already. So the second law of thermodynamics violates this notion that's 111 years out of date of a Newtonian downward vector. Meanwhile, even if you take the downward vector that's inferred in this out-of-date rhetoric from 1915, that's the date it was superseded by bent spacetime at least, and you've still got a flat Earth prerequisite downward vector to cope with. Earth's being measured flat even in their nonsense gravity. Furthermore, any measurement ever made of Earth's surface with any respect to Earth will always be a flat Earth measurement. All measurements are flat in that regard. There aren't any exceptions. There's no non-flat, non-Cartesian measurements of Earth's surface. If you're going to suggest that there's a deviation from the horizontal flat Earth measured distance, then that'll be a drop in the vertical. With respect to the horizontal, it's measuring hills. We've definitely measured hills to the millimetre accuracy. So any curve, if you will, is surveyed and documented with respect to sea level. An overall master reference that we've also measured from a flat plane. Because that's what Earth is, a flat plane. If you're unaware that Earth is flat, don't let it worry you. It's not that big a deal. In order to create a sphere belief like the one depicted above me, you still need to measure Earth flat to come up with conventions like equatorial planes and latitude and longitude and time. All of these systems will still require Earth be measured flat for them, and that is indeed how Earth is measured flat to develop those systems that you can, after the fact, reify into existence and believe that you are on rather than in, as diagrammatically exampled here. It doesn't mean you are in a ball to describe this out-of-the-box mathematics of moving around the sun called heliocentrism. That is just a religious belief. Earth will be, and can only be, measured flat to create those systems. And that won't change if you find out that Earth's actually flat, as opposed to the bull you were taught in your school education system. It'll still be flat regardless. It'll still be measured, built on, surveyed, and then moved around on. That's negotiated and navigated flat in all circumstances.
Well, then what are the measurements then, tough guy?
I just went through them, like literally 10. Why male models? I just literally detailed them. Surface level, sea level, eye level, altitude,
No,
altitude
no, no,
angles,
no.
azimuth, directions, heights,
Give me the size.
size. Well, the territories.
The
I cover
size.
this. I cover this in the book, right? So there's a chapter called the offing, and in the offing, I explain that in a very recent time, we've expanded the known territories. Now, in terms of the territories themselves, they are useful tools of propaganda. And when utilizing the land masses for the purposes of propaganda, it may be that there's a benefit to the individual to distort those land masses. But in terms of the tools available, the conventions used to measure them, they are only ever flat references, flat distances, perpendicular altitudes with respect to sea level, square miles, square kilometers. Everything about any measurement of any known territory is flat. You say, give me the overall distance. Well, number one, that's not my burden. I'm not a cartographer. I don't know. I have no idea what the overall size is. Have I even looked on the current available materials that suggest they have an overall area or an overall size? No. Do I care? No, not in the slightest. But what I will absolutely assure you is if you were to, in metaphorical or literal terms, drag a tape measure across the entirety of Earth's surface, you'd be getting a horizontal linear distance measurement in kilometers or miles. That's the only way of measuring it. So having a capability to ascribe the limits of Earth with an actual value would still be measured in the same way everything else has always been measured, which is flat. So regardless of what that value may be, it'll be a flat distance measurement.
They think that giving something an object, right? You take measurements of an aspect, you're not giving shape account. So they're trying to straw man it into a shape so that they can debunk the shape.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a misconception about what's being described if you put it into this category area of flat versus globe. Like, that's not like saying triangle versus square. You're describing a shape, sphericity, versus an aspect, flatness. Like, these two things are incompatible with one another. The description of a spherical surface would still be afforded you through descriptions in a Cartesian system. You still need length, breadth, and depth. When it comes to measuring Earth's surface specifically, it's a lot of S's, you've got a Cartesian system with horizontal distances. Now, it might be that you've got them in 2 dimensions, therefore you can give square miles or square kilometers to a particular landmass. It might be that you've got it in a 3rd dimension, so you're describing the perpendicular altitude with respect to the horizontal distance. That's called rise over run. Describing slopes, like hills, those have all been measured, surveyed, the millimeter accuracy. And the millimeter accuracy of the topographical deviations is a vertical measurement with respect to horizontal distance. So we still need to measure Earth with horizontal distance. What about a shape when you're describing horizontal distance to Earth's surface? That's not a shape, that's an aspect. It's flat.
Yeah, the correct dichotomy, I guess you would say, would be flat versus curved. But
Hopefully one of my mods can stick a link to the politics server, so we are in 24/7 flat Earth section of the politics Discord server, which is a very diverse server. I was perusing it a couple of days ago, looking through all the different rooms, listening to some of the discussions, and it is a very interesting and diverse server, probably the most diverse server I'm associated with in any capacity. So check it out, Politics Discord server. Someone will put a link to it in the live stream YouTube chat, so you can pop along and hopefully join in and participate in some of the other discussions, if not 24/7 Flat Earth. That's where we are today. So if you did happen to join via the link, that's where you'd end up in politics. Nice to be here, by the way. Good to have you, Nathan. Oh, well, I'm very pleased and flattered to be here.
Where's all the ballers?
they're protesting or on strike. They're not
No, I think they chained down. They think this is going to happen.
They're thinking about their eclipse today. They're contemplating how
Oh,
they.
the eclipse rather than floating away? Wow.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to be going and watching it with my kids. They've both made themselves little eclipse viewers out of shoe boxes with a bit of tin foil and some tape.
So where is that going to be seen?
Over there.
It's like a part, mostly Spain, but like it's such a wide area too. Like northern Spain is going to cut through and hit southern France, but it's going to be seen from other places too. That's going to be the biggest path, or the most like percentage of the sun.
You're saying it's going to be seen in Spain and other areas. That can never happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that Is that the baseless assertion? There was no substance to that statement, Neil.
No, that's what the globalists have been saying. Like all week, they come in here, and it's been like just a parade of them. How are you guys going to explain the solar eclipse on Wednesday? And I'm like, well, same way you are. Exactly what you see is what you get. And then they don't know what they're talking about. They're completely clueless about what a solar eclipse is. Sometimes they'll get it wrong completely. They'll say like, "Oh, that's the Earth in between the sun and the moon," and you're like, "That would be apocalypse."
Well, the eclipse is only descriptible from a plane of reference.
To describe mathematically the movements, you're describing them with respect to a plane, right? If you derive the orbital mechanics to suggest occultation, which is what was just done, that's also describing it with respect to a plane. The mathematization or descriptions that we log of these events are planar, right? That doesn't explain what it is. So you were phrasing it such that these people don't know what it is. Neither do I. You know what the sun is? Do you know what the moon is? Do you know what an eclipse is? The answer, if you're honest, is no. Now, you might have an explanation that's been derived from flat Earth measurements and put into this out-of-the-box thinking an equatorial plane that you're inside, with a protractor wrapped around you based on the flat Earth measurements of Polaris for a North Pole-centric system that can move around the sun on a plane with respect to that sun as the reference. That's heliocentric. But that's still planar. Describe it. That's to describe what it does in the sky. You'll describe it with angles from a plane, with movements with azimuth. That's all you can. It's just another measurement if you describe it from a surface. Therefore, it can only be planar, in spite of the inference of a derived convention called heliocentrism, which is also planar in this particular example when you describe occultation.
So basically, it should be that you can only see this from a flat plane.
It's not that we can only see it from a flat plane. It's that we will only ever describe it, detail it, log it, calculate from it with respect to its measurements. And the measurements are from a plane, like any light in the sky. This is no different. Now, the fact that, like I say, you can extrapolate out movement in an orbital mechanical motion with respect to a plane also doesn't mean that that is an explanation for what is occurring. Quite the contrary, that system violates the base measurements of flatness when you suggest that you're on the surface to watch this occur, because the mathematics doesn't allow you to be on the surface. You're in a ball at a center point when you're moving along in an elliptical orbital motion in the maths. No, you're not on the surface deriving that. Far from it. It doesn't function to view it if you want to reify that heliocentric version of the maths. That version of the maths still requires planar measurements of angles with respect to these lights to describe the occultation that is being suggested. That doesn't mean it's real. You can't be inside a ball. If you were, we're not. You wouldn't see anything. You'd be surrounded by rock. But that's how orbital motion's described. If you want to use that to explain it, it doesn't. Does that mean I know what it is? No, it doesn't. I wouldn't be so bold. I know what the sun is, know what the moon is, know what an eclipse is. It's a phenomena.
Yeah, but it casts a spherical shadow that can only happen on a globe.
Again, you're working outside of the convention of heliocentrism, which would describe the sphericity of the occultation when describing it on a motion from within a ball, not on a ball, Neil. Second time. Your inference is an orbital mechanical occultation claim.
No. We derive everything from in a ball, but in reality, we're on the surface, Nathan. Come on.
No, that's a reification fallacy. You're working outside the convention. The convention might work in terms of being able to better predict these things, which is all heliocentrism's for. That's its only purpose, to predicting the movements of the lights. And at the moment, it's the pinnacle of what humanity has to explain those movements. But it's very much out-of-the-box thinking, or you could rather more accurately say inside the globe thinking, with a protractor wrapped around you at a centre point. Being inside the globe to describe these motions. Moreover, that applies to epicycles / retrograde motion. But for this to be heliocentric, it's more accurately, John called me on this a couple of weeks ago, to describe this motion with respect to the inside of the sun on a plane. Because it's derived sun-centric from the centre of the sun. That's the central position to describe these motions to account for the retrograde motion, right, with ellipses and orbits sun-centric. So, yeah, it's an extraordinary claim in mathematics, but from a purpose of trying to just explain and predict where these things will be, that's satisfactory, I would say, in terms of its ability to achieve that ends. And it's still used, right? They still plan when Easter's going to be based on heliocentric motion. The church is still using it in the way it was originally intended. It was one of the first things I asked my uncle, he's now retired, but he used to be a pastor. And that's what he explained to me. He's like, that's where we get these times from. And then later I read another book on it in more detail about the derivations from the Roman Catholic Church. That book was called The Sun in the Church. Yeah, these systems are still being practically applied by Christians for their original intended purpose. Doesn't mean we're in a ball. We can't be in a ball. We're not in a ball, right? We're not in a Polaris-centered system in a ball, describing the motion not even from that ball, from a different ball that we say we're in the sun. This is just, what's the word? Bollocks.
I can't believe there's nobody here to defend this. Oh my goodness.
What's to defend? I'm leaning into it. I'm saying it's a good system. It's the pinnacle of... I just said it was the pinnacle of what we've got to explain these movements. What's to brace against? I'm leaning right into it. Which I like. About 5 years ago, I used to say, I quite admire the heliocentric system for its complexity. I'm not a Satanist, and anybody in the comment section is going to be so bold as to suddenly infer that I'm a heliocentrist. I'm not. Be a heliocentrist is to reify this mathematical system the church came up with into what Neil just did. On a ball, not in a ball. No. You can't be on the protractor that you've measured the angle with respect to. You're violating the baseline of the protractor. That's the Polaris measurement on the outside edge of a globe. If you think you're on it, then you're violating the baseline that creates those latitude lines. So, no, you've got to be in it. Ball, that is. With it having the protractor wrapped around you to describe these motions. It's called the equatorial plane. And what do you know? Right on cue.
Go inside the Earth.
Yeah, in a ball. Exactly. Like this says, equator. Right? Well, north is not above you. That's a bastardization. It's got a fallacy named after it. Wrong direction fallacy. That's north. That's not north. Right? See on this diagram where it's got north pointing up? Not north. You can derive north from two different systems. One is with Polaris and one is with magnetic field lines. You're deriving horizontal azimuth directionality. The fact that you can derive it from the North Star as you use it for angles, gives you a different system, the glorified protractor. That's latitude. Trimmed up the video from the 2 chicks that we covered over the last couple of days. One turned into a 15-minute long video, and the other turned into like a 2-minute video with Eli mostly talking. At one point, Eli saying, "Isn't it sad that videographers cover people who are covering people? Isn't that sad?" It's like literally when he's saying it, I've got somebody above me that we're covering who's covering someone else.
I did see that video. That was funny at the end when you said that. Meanwhile, you're doing the same thing. Yeah, that was cool.
Then the other girl was the one who was talking about the eclipse and rising and setting suns, etc. And I actually trimmed out the section from the Jaffa Cakes ad. You know, full moon with a Jaffa Cake, half moon, total eclipse.
That reminds me, sunrise and sunset only exist on a globe.
Sunrise and sunset actually debunk a flat Earth. No, rising and setting.
Increase of elevation angle through the day and its setting is the decrease of elevation angle proves that it's not flat.
Yeah, decrease in elevation angle with respect to a flat baseline proves it's not got a flat baseline. We had some adenoidal dude that was saying this in case the audience are worrying about what our in-jokes are. Very poor form on our part. But I've explained the in-joke now, so it's not an in-joke.
You were having a conversation the other day with Vaxwax.
Well, it's been a pleasure being here. I don't associate with thieves. This man is a thief, so I don't want to associate myself with him. So either this man's
kind of a mad allegation, isn't it?
I'm going to hang around with this thief. You are a thief.
Unsubstantiated allegation, Nathan.
Mute him or I've got to disappear. I don't want to hang around with the thief.
You did say that the AE map.
Being in politics, thank you very much for having me.
The AE map is 100% correct. Is that your position?
Hang around with the thief, so I'll now be disappearing from politics, so I don't have to be in the company of thieves. Thank you, politics, for having me. Enjoy your time with this thief.
Welcome back.
That was a bit dramatic, wasn't it? I was only pointing out the other day you had a conversation with Vaxwax, and Neil was saying, "Oh, Vaxy, you're an AE map guy."
Muted him. So, I don't want to be in this company. Muted him. I'm going to go somewhere else. I don't want to be in.
Said, well, that's like 50% of the map that Vaxwax was saying. 50% of the map is correct. He thinks is quite spot. Nathan was saying that the AE map from the North Pole to the equator is 100% correct. Wonder if is your position, Nathan. How's he gone? Oh dear. That was all I wanted to ask him. He did say the AE map from the North Pole to the equator was 100% correct on the AE map.
Yeah, Globers are afraid of verifying their claims about Antarctica. You know, they're going to say, we don't have to go. I don't have to do anything. Yeah, because, you know, if you actually went and tried to head due south to Antarctica, it's probably not going to show a globe or like whatever your map shows. So you're just avoiding the fact. Globers have a map. right? They said, this is what the cool people that explored the world found out. But I'm not going to go explore the world. I'm not going to, like, check this map at the bottom of the ball that nobody checks. Just go believe the ball.
Just pointing out that Nathan does have a map because he says that the AE map from the North Pole to the equator is 100% correct. So based on that, I guess, you could then ask further questions, but seemingly he doesn't want to do that. The wrong direction fallacy is worth looking into as well. Interesting fallacy.
Can you explain the wrong direction fallacy and maybe give an example?
You'd have to buy the book, really, wouldn't you?
I'm asking you just to explain the fallacy, dude.
Well, if from the book?
No, just the fallacy.
Oh, the fallacy.
Yeah,
you want
the
something
wrong
specific.
direction fallacy.
Well, what's your understanding of it? Do you have an understanding of it already?
No, I have no understanding of it. It's the
Okay,
first time I've heard
calm
about
down.
it. I'm literally asking you to explain what it is. Why
Okay.
are conversations so fucking hard with you, dude?
It's not hard. You just got a bit aggressive with me.
No, I just asked you a
Actually, if you
question.
knew
We're
what
here
it was,
3
now I
times
understand.
later, and you still don't
Hang on.
understand what I'm asking. Can you please just find the fallacy? God's
Well,
sake.
now I understand that you don't know.
Yes, that's right. For the third time. I've never heard of this fallacy before. Would you mind explaining it
Don't get
possibly
upset,
with an
Jedi.
example?
Jedi, stop it. You've been hung around here too long. You just attack everybody from the
No,
get-go.
I'm asking you for the 4th time now to explain it.
You're getting upset
you're
about
correct.
it.
I don't know what it is.
Okay,
Well done.
well, if you be
Now,
quiet,
can you
I'll
tell
tell
me
you.
what it is with an example?
Don't be so aggressive. The wrong direction fallacy.
Not being aggressive, you can't. Now I'm going to be aggressive.
Now you're being aggressive. The wrong direction
Yes,
fallacy.
now I'm being aggressive. Now you're going to be muted. For fuck's sake, Elder Bear.
Are you listening?
I'm
explain
asking
it to
you really clearly just to explain what the fallacy is, and possibly could you do so with a fucking example?
I'm just giving you one, but you keep talking. The wrong direction fallacy occurs when the cause and the effect of a situation are reversed, such as believing, say, cancer causes smoking instead of the other way round. It assumes that an effect is the cause, leading to incorrect conclusions. That's the wrong direction fallacy.
Awesome stuff. I think I've come across a few of those before. I can now understand what you mean by the term that you're using.
Okay.
Thank
well,
you for that.
the point is a fucking idiot. Yeah. If your point is, if you compare that with Nathan Oakley's idea of the wrong direction fallacy, you might call somebody else a fucking idiot.
I probably would, dude, but I might have a lot easier time having a conversation with them. You're just hard to talk to, mate.
I was having a conversation, but you're always aggressive with me. Always. You can't help it.
No, I'm not always aggressive, dude. I'm just always aggressive.
You just demonstrated it today. You just demonstrated it.
With you. Now you can fuck off. Fucking hell, dude. It's so hard talking to you.
Well, when is this no gravity shit supposed to start again? Time wise, 10:45 or something like that.
Yo. How we doing? Yo. Yo, anyone in here? Yo, if no one talks, we're closing down the room. Let me go ahead and shut down the room.
Well, what happened? Did Elder Bear or the Bevites ran them off, or what?
Looks like it's dead. completely dead. Jesus was a Jew, remember? I joined the Flat Earth chat when I want to feel intelligent. Yo, what up? Bro, you guys are bullies, bro. Honestly. You guys are trying to make me look crazy by like not speaking with me. That's bullying. It's like the kid at lunch. You guys like force him to sit by himself. This chat is dead. This whole Flat Earth cult is dead.
A cult is when people worship something, like the sun. They have to make it the center of their paradigm. That's a cult.
Hello.
Hello? Skibidi toilet? Skibidi toilet Radra Shah? Okay.
Where is everybody, chat? What's anyone have access to the bot?
Didn't they have to restrict access yesterday because people were messing with it?
I was just seeing if we could play some Indio stuff.
I was listening to Indio a few days ago. I think whatever episode he was on, he was talking about how the footage from the moon landing that got broadcast back here from that, satellite out in Australia could not have been actually the real footage. So the moon landing footage had to have been fake based on the cameras that they took to the moon. Now using the line scan technology, and it's only like 5 frames per second. It's the NTSC broadcast at 30 frames per second. It would have looked like a slideshow because each frame would have been put together and it would have been like 6 seconds long. So it would have looked like that instead of this, 30 frames per second per standard. The people's TVs wouldn't even actually accept anything less or more than 30 frames per second. So they could not have used those cameras to do that broadcast. Stuff like that. I never knew that. Pretty cool.
I was born in the wash, on the salt-crusted reach where the tide breaks its teeth, under a moon that acts like a dead weight. I've been licking the rust from a life I outlived. 40 years grinding down the stone, my mind in a shuttered room behind a hinge that screams when it turns. I hear the signal in the gale. It's not a ghost in a dried out well. I thought about running. I always thought about running. And then the collision. The night stopped spinning. The map caught fire. The night stopped spinning. I am not raging against the dark. I am not begging for a spark. Cut the cable, drop the stone. I am building a kingdom of bone. I resign from the hurricane. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. The past 4 years, a cold, slow hunt. Watching the rogue inside me try to bargain for air. They waited for the crack. They weighed the worth of my blood. But the last leaf, it didn't fall. It just gave up the branch. It traded the struggle for the draft. And I'm still here. I shut, heart full of salt. I know I'm not crazy, I'm just finally solid. I am done with the why. I am done with the way. I'm on the ledge, I'm in the rain. I am staying. across the
What's the score?
Midnight lens and trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and float. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of nation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly the answers lie in what we see, not what we're told. Reality shine back. Should be. I built a kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hand. I walked the path the paper showed, but found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone.
Hello, anybody talking up in here?
What do you want to talk about?
The lack of evidence for the flat or the globe Earth model. Excuse. Do you have any evidence? Go ahead.
It's measured to be a sphere. We have pictures from space.
Step one, you got it. Give me those measurements. Post them in the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Here comes the Earth card measurements. Everybody ready? DJ, you ready? D-Town? Anybody else on here? He's posting measurements of Earth's curvature.
I'm excited.
Can't wait, man. 10 years. Going on 11.
I doubt you'd look that hard then.
Oh, you presume inaccurately, but go ahead and give us your consistent, repeatable Earth curvature measurements. If you post them, you
posted them in the side chat just now.
All right, let's check them out. And I'm driving, but can somebody else look at that? It's a bunch of numbers and shit, or do you want to explain it?
Yeah, so I used my surveying technology and I located points, and then I used those measurements to determine the distances between degree of latitude and the degree of longitude.
Okay, that's the problem with latitude and longitude. That's based off a celestial coordinate system out of the sky. That's an assumption. You know what I mean?
What's the assumption?
You're assuming that the latitude and the longitude directly relate to something here on the surface. That stuff in the sky. I'm probably not saying it right. Somebody else want to address this? Anybody else around that can look at his document and respond to it? I'm positive it's not measurements of Earth curve like we need, but we'll talk about it if somebody wants to. I'm driving. I'm not that well versed on a bunch of math and crap. All I need to see is the drop over distance. Like you and a buddy go out to a beach, like a 10-mile island off of a beach or something, and you clearly show the 66-foot drop in elevation. Why is that so hard?
Oh yeah, like we see that like all the time where you can't see the bottoms of buildings from far away. But since you're driving or whatever, let me see if I can break it down this way. Do latitude and
Just to let you
longitude?
know, man, I've heard that 10,000 times. I can't see the bottom of something because it must be a ball because I can't see the bottom of something. I want to say actual measurements. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
I posted actual measurements, but since you can't like look at them or review them or anything, like let me just try to break it down. Do latitude and longitude positions give you specific ground coordinates? That was a question.
They can be a specific ground coordinates if you start with observations of the sky, as far as I know. Hopefully, Master
Yeah.
Yoda or somebody would listen.
Yeah, short answer is yes. You got the coordinates.
Okay, so wait, they can be ground positions or they are ground positions?
I don't know what the difference is.
Well, one first that they can be something else.
Well, they're not just ground positions.
What else are they?
Sky coordinate positions.
What to what sky coordinate is a latitude and longitude? I'm confused. That's weird.
Yeah, those are celestial latitude, celestial longitude. Yep. They're the same as right ascension and declination. Declination is the astronomical latitude. Right ascension is astronomical longitude.
Couple hours.
And then I think they told you that we needed flagged.
Yeah, but sorry, I was dealing with the client.
There's no way you think the Earth is flat. Are you fucking mad?
No pictures.
Are you mad? You must be on another planet.
I'm sorry, what?
So, how are they? How is latitude and longitude sky coordinates? Explain that.
We're about to have a
Because your latitude is determined by a couple ways. One, and the most common way, is your elevation angle to Polaris. You know this. The elevation angle in the sky to Polaris is to 90 degrees north, right? So if you're at 45 degrees north, you take a 45-degree angle to Polaris in the sky. That means your declination, which is above your head, is 45 degrees north.
Yeah, but if Earth was flat, that would mean that your distance between latitude degrees would differ.
Yeah, correct. So what I need is not a map calculated distance between coordinates, but a measurement between them. And to determine to what degree of error we have from our measurement.
Like the precision or the accuracy?
Well, it'd be helpful to have both, right? I guess so.
Sticking a rebar in another one back there by any chance?
Uh,
So where we at? I had to step away. Did we verify the Earth curve measurements yet? Flat earthers are funny. Are you still there? Is my mic work?
Yep, you're good.
I just gotta finish
I'm gonna
talking
put,
to these clients. I gotta finish talking to these clients, and then I can hop back on.
all right, do your business, man. Come back. We'll wait. Can't wait for those Earth curve measurements, man. Been looking for it for a long time.
Well, you're in luck because he's in here every day presenting the same thing.
I know, isn't that ironic, Master Yoder? He
Yeah.
always,
Yep.
I've seen him post that at least 3 times. Always has to be a bunch of math and based on stuff in the sky, right? Nothing. Can't go to the surface and show the 66-foot drop over 10 miles with a laser or something. Nah. Why would you want to do that?
So I didn't use the stars to get my latitude and longitude for those
No,
measurements.
that's all been done for you already. So that's all been done for you.
Yeah, somebody did that a long time ago when they measured out the celestial sphere. Go ahead, Master Yoda.
The celestial sphere? What does that even mean? Again, this just goes back to the very beginning. Latitude and longitude give you ground position coordinates. I don't understand how it gives you a sky position coordinate. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, where do you think you get your ground position from? Not a sky coordinate?
No.
Yeah. So how do you get a ground position of Polaris without the sky?
How do I get a ground position of Polaris without the sky? I'm not getting ground positions of Polaris. I'm getting
Yeah. How
ground.
would you know where 90 degrees north is without using the sky? Ever. Not even in today's case, but in the first instance.
With satellites and reference space stations?
Oh, is that how they did it back in the age of sail?
I'm talking about how I got mine. I don't know why you're talking about that.
Yeah. Well, listen, your knowledge of how this came only goes so far back. We've done the homework to figure out how all of this came to be, how your software, how your maps, how your coordinate reference systems were formulated, and what decisions had to go into the formulation in order to produce them. And this is not a conspiracy theory. This is just how it is, man. Like I'm surprised you didn't know this as a surveyor.
Know that we still use Polaris to get our latitude and longitude? We don't.
Your equipment does, your maps do. They're all derived from that. That is how
not
90
from Polaris.
degrees north latitude is derived in the very first instance. You don't have 90 degrees north without a Polaris to show for it. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure. Of course we do.
How did they get 90 degrees north in antiquity?
I'm not talking about in antiquity. I'm talking about now with modern technology.
It's the same 90 degrees north, dude. The same one.
No, it's not. But
yeah, it is. That it sure was. Yep. So in surveying, this is according to NASA. I can post the site in a minute. In surveying, the celestial sphere is an imaginary giant round shell of infinite size centered on the Earth. Surveyors use it as a geometric reference model to project the stars, sun, and other bodies by measuring angles between the ground and these celestial targets. Surveyors find true north, latitude, longitude, and precise site orientation. Would you like more? Would you like some NASA YouTube videos on how your coordinates were derived from the stars?
Again, I'm talking about modern surveying. I'm not talking about antique surveying. I don't know why you're going to antique surveying. It seems very weird.
Modern surveying is derived from all this. This is how they got it. This is the foundation.
No. We
You've got
stopped
building
using
steps.
no, we stopped using
Yeah,
Polaris
yeah.
and we started using the sun like in I think it was like 1890.
Uh-huh. I'm sure they did in 1890. They stopped using Polaris. I'm sure they completely stopped.
You can just look it up. It's in the survey manual.
Yeah, the survey manual. The one and only survey manual, folks.
No,
This
not
guy
the
knows what he's
one and
talking about.
only. The one
The
that
survey
America
manual.
No, the one that America used. The PLSS system.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm sure 90 degrees north had absolutely nothing to do with its establishment as Polaris and the ground position underneath from antiquity. I'm sure this is just a giant coincidence.
I mean, you can complain all you want, but
I'm
we
not
stopped
complaining, I'm
using.
educating. Dude,
You're
I am
not
100%
educating.
sure in all of this. And the fact that you don't know any of this is quite surprising.
What do you mean? I'm the one that like told you that like we don't use Polaris since 1890. I'm the one that
Yeah,
told you that.
you're full of crap.
I
Because
mean,
you
do you
still
want me to?
have the artifact of what Polaris represented in 1890. Do you not understand this?
Uh-huh. I understand that you're confused.
No, I'm definitely not confused.
So then you do agree that we don't use Polaris anymore to get our latitude?
No, I that's definitely not the case. You had to establish it with Polaris in the first place.
No, we
So that you
didn't
can render it
establish
down
it with
into your
Polaris.
maps, right? Into your maps and then later your computer software. Where do you think GPS gets your coordinates from?
From satellites and base reference stations.
Cried out loud. The coordinates. Where do you think the
Using
coordinates are derived from?
from
Celestial sphere,
satellite.
like latitude and longitude?
So the coordinates are.
I think he's dying.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Seems like he might just be a robot and give him a second. If you're talking, man, we can't hear you. Playlists are funny. Try to reconnect, maybe.
For the audience, I'm going to post sky coordinates. If you ever play with Stellarium, apparently this surveyor guy, flat earthers are fun. He's never heard of astronomy or, star charts or Stellarium or anything like this. So guess what? That's latitude and longitude. Plus 90, plus 80, plus 70, plus 60, plus 50 going to the left. That's latitude right there. Those are degrees of declination. Starting at 0 at the equator, going to 90 to Polaris. You know you're at Polaris when it's 90 degrees overhead. Then going around like a clock are hours. That's right ascension. And each hour is 15 degrees of longitude, of meridional longitude, connecting the 2 points of origin in the north and the south together. And because it's spherical, those are arcs. Those are semicircles. All right, so what you have is a system
So
where
you're
if you're
saying the
underneath a
stars.
particular
You're saying
star
this.
in the
You're
sky.
saying
Go ahead. Yep.
You're saying that the stars move as you move.
Well, yeah. That's how celestial
They
navigation.
physically like so if you were standing on like at the star, like if you had someone there, just because you move, they change position, like they're not actually in the same location anymore.
No, the stars change position. They do.
Like they actually change their physical location.
Well, they change their apparent location, like stars rotate, right? When you move. I mean, you couldn't come up with a coordinate system from the stars if they didn't move as you moved, right? Maybe not an effective one.
I don't.
So see in that diagram I posted, okay? In the diagram I posted, you see NCP, that's the North Celestial Pole, Polaris, 90 degrees. I know that if I walk along this meridian, okay, it's around 18 hours.
Because
Okay, so 18. So if that's 18 hours, it's 18 times 15. That's what, like 270 degrees or something? Longitude. If I walked along that and Polaris rotates in my field of view, eventually I will get to the North Pole, which
both of them in different directions if it's the star moving.
sorry, you cut out there. And looking at my chart again, guys, like, do you see the 0 hour? That's 0 degrees longitude. That's the Greenwich meridian. You see it going from Polaris off to the left, 0H. So that means I know, like, if I know that the Great Britain is, if I go in this direction, I'll head there. I look at 0 hours, okay, and I'm going to see, this is frozen in time, okay? I see 0 hours, and then I see somewhere around like plus 40 something, which is degrees of declination. If I head at that intersection, I'm gonna get somewhere south of. I'm probably gonna end up in like France or something. And if I target like 50, I'm probably gonna hit Scotland along that 0 hour line. And how I know I'm there is when that coordinate is directly above overhead. Now, how much distance did I have to travel to get there? That's a big question. Nobody really truly knows. Nobody's actually measured these great lengths. But we know that because these coordinates are based off of arc lengths, and when we measure the surface flat with lasers and can see too far, we know that their arc length calculated distances are not necessarily going to match, and more than likely do not, by geometric law, match the flat topology that we actually have before us. So the distances are going to be off, and so are orientations. But to what degree, nobody really knows. All people know is that when I travel in that direction, that general direction, I'm going to get there. And I have a general idea of how much distance I covered and how much time it took.
So, are you done?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking.
Okay, so
Yeah, this is why I'm monologuing, dude. Like, you're roboting and you're not even coming in at all right now. It's not that I'm cutting you off. It's just nobody knows you're trying to talk.
standing at the same location. They
You're roboting so hard. We got like 2 syllables, man.
I can't see that in, but somebody's hot miking.
Sorry for the coughing. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how it goes for him, unfortunately. Like, he has absolutely full trust and calculations of computer software that he sees on a screen because he trusts the engineering and scientific establishment that gave it to him, even though they didn't make any specific claims about all this themselves, and the nature of Earth, that is. You know, even though he's actually working with equipment that delivers all this arbitrarily. Like the coordinate reference systems he's using are all, you can swap them out, man. You can swap out the entire reference ellipsoid for a non-ellipsoid reference. And these very expensive telescopes with a computer attached to them called a total station. Like,
You hear me now?
hey, welcome back. Yeah. So what you're saying?
So you had two people starting off the same position. They measure an angle to Polaris, because I don't know why you're upset with Polaris, but we'll use it. You with me so far?
Sure.
Now you're saying because you move, the star actually moves. So if you have two people starting off in the same
I said apparently moves. Come on, like I had to correct you several times.
So it doesn't actually move.
I don't know what the star actually does, man.
Okay,
We
well,
watch
if the
it move
star,
with as we move.
so if the star doesn't actually move, then you wouldn't get the same distance per degree of latitude.
Well, whatever that distance is, I mean, you wouldn't get a difference in coordinates. Put it that way.
No, I'm saying like
More precise way to put it.
you wouldn't get the same distance for every degree.
Well, you haven't established. Hold on. You don't know it's the same distance yet. You know it's a distance. You assume it's the same distance every degree, but you don't actually have that proven. Nobody's actually done the legwork.
So I posted in the side chat
Actually,
measurement of two different distances. I mean, well, a distance between two different points, and it tells you exactly down to the second to the eighth decimal place what latitude you're at. And
Yeah.
then
So
when
what was the
you do
measured
the
distance?
math, and then when you do the math, I got 69.3 miles per degree.
Yeah. So you're doing the math on two coordinates and assuming a fixed distance between them.
Well, of course, there's a fixed distance between two coordinates. Why else? What else are you going to have?
Yeah, but it may not be a fixed distance between coordinates in reality. Do you not understand this?
You're saying that in reality, the points are moving away from each other? That's weird. So you
I
don't
kind of
believe in
feel
a
like
station. So you don't believe in a stationary Earth. You believe that the Earth is non-stationary because the distance
what?
between the points changes.
No, I'm saying that the way the sky moves in the sky may not be completely uniform and symmetrical, like your models seem to want them to be, except for the geoid. We can get to that later.
I'm confused. Are you saying that if the star doesn't change actual position, why do we get roughly the same distance per degree and change?
You get the same distance. I want that validated. Can you provide an actual measurement that's not a calculation?
Didn't you say that's how we navigate the world?
Yeah, and I also said during my monologue, which you seem to have tuned out, that nobody really knows the true distance they're traveling. You may know your time, but when you're traveling New York to Paris over the wide ocean in a sailboat, what's your degree of accuracy here? Your degree of accuracy is so bad that you can have a flatter globe topology stuffed into it. That's the whole point of this. We
Again,
need
like,
exclusive
wouldn't
globe
you?
proof.
So you would see like that, like you don't think we could like keep track of like how many miles we travel on the water now?
I don't think that they've been able to establish a degree of accuracy for that by measurement, apart from calculation, to be specific.
How do they get the calculations without the measurements first?
Well, you do.
What do you mean I do?
You trust that these calculations between coordinates, points of interest, exactly match the Earth itself. And that's not apparent in all the surveying literature that I've posted on our home server. Just sorry. No, it's not. The whole reason for the geoid's existence is because at some scale, the distance and angular change relationship in the sky, the 69 miles per degree, is variable, was known to be inconsistent. That's why the geoid exists, to take some of those inconsistencies into account.
Well, the ellipsoid was also created using noticing the difference between degrees of latitude and the distance.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's not just the geoid.
Right.
The geoid was determined by tidal stations. At least like one of the first ones, the NADVD 29.
No, the geoid was created well before there was this technology out. They used pendulums and they used plumb bobs. They measured what they claimed was a deflection of the vertical of gravity from the horizontal, which means that you were to establish a plumb line in reality and it doesn't match the horizontal that should be established on your reference ellipsoid. You need to tilt the vertical such that it does match. And that degree of tilt is called vertical deflection and gets recorded to the geoid for that location.
Okay, but the differences in the distances between the latitude points doesn't just solely have to do with the geoid. It's also with the ellipsoid.
Well, the geoid shows that the reference ellipsoid distances between coordinates are also not entirely consistent either, because they're going to have to travel different lengths if your horizontal plane is tilted.
Yeah, and we've reserved that.
All right, got any more questions?
So, if the star's not actually moving,
I don't know
Can
that
you
it
ex-
is. Listen, you keep trying to think because I say I don't know something that it means that I flat out reject something. Or if I ask for evidence, it means I reject it. When I'm asking for evidence, like these measurements, it doesn't
yeah,
mean that I'm rejecting
I
all the work you've
posted
done.
measurements. I posted measurements.
And you proceeded to talk about them. Okay, so how did they do measurement as opposed to a calculation?
So the measurements were done with Viking,
Right now.
Carlson Viking, and it was done using base reference stations and tracking multiple satellites.
You can just
So they're baking in a globe.
If you
Okay,
don't understand the
so
question, that's fine.
but you're baking in a globe. So why should I accept baking in a globe?
So you do accept that, like, it uses globe, like the globe models, and it still leads to accurate measurements.
I didn't claim that they were accurate
Yeah.
measurements.
The
That's what
moon-
I'm
the
asking
moon is
for. I'm
eclipsing
asking
the
for the
sun right
measurement
now.
accuracy. I've been asking for the measurement accuracy from you for like the past 2 years.
The moon is eclipsing the sun.
It depends on the type of survey you're doing. There's different type classes of survey. So there's like type 1, type 2.
That's really
And basically it's, what are the degrees? I don't remember. I know I freaking had this test question too. Like, I think it's like a foot for every mile is like a type 3 class, and then it gets more accurate from there.
hello, is anyone else here from England right now?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. Can you guys see the eclipse? Because it's a bit interesting, isn't it? You know, I was a flat earther too for a while.
Is it happening right
I saw
now?
the eclipse. Yeah, it's literally happening right now here. It's different times on the Earth, though, to be fair. It's literally peaking right now. It's at its peak.
That's sick. I didn't even know it was happening, honestly.
No, I literally found out a couple days ago. It's like a sunset. It's a fucking moonset. It's crazy.
Another thing flat Earth can't explain.
You're right. Oh, that is why I can't even check my fucking emails because let me see if I can put my. Can you pass me the glasses, love? No, I didn't like glasses. I'm gonna try and help them unlock their third eye. Oh, glasses. Hold on. Yeah. You have to really put it through the lens. There we go. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's not working.
Alright. Just turn the camera. Come here, John.
Alright, give it a go.
Don't worry, John's coming on. I've got...
God bless the flat earth, am I right?
God bless the flat earthers. God bless you all.
God, can I see miracles like that on flat earth?
Alright. One time. Okay, it's moving back over to the side. Moving right. Yeah. That is so cool. Alright. It's so much cooler as well. It's got, you know, it's going to get hot again straight after.
Are there any
Just
flat earthers in here that think the sun is a hologram?
They're a bit scared
Sorry,
to
not this
talk.
group, man. You're gonna have to go find the crazy ones on TikTok. Go with that
I don't know,
discussion.
actually Batman said some pretty sketch
We're in a
things.
big fucking air fryer. Have you heard of?
I mean, if you're having like a private one-on-one conversation with somebody from here, right? And there's like nobody else around, you might get their personal views on things, but you know, our community as a whole does not represent speculation. We just don't.
So
that's
Well,
a bit ironic.
I said they think it's a hologram. I didn't say they know it's a hologram.
Yeah, I don't know.
You
I don't
don't
know
get
who
it, like
specifically does.
Are you one of those glowbusters? Jesus.
Shocking.
I want to hear some. How do you guys think an eclipse works? Asking for a friend.
I'm the friend.
That's the friend, yeah.
Yeah, when you study eclipses for a while, you begin to ask that very question, whether you're a glober or not, right? Because chances are there are certain types of eclipses we can talk about right now with you that you've never heard about before in your life.
Okay, the solar eclipse.
Are you talking about the type of eclipse where we can still see the moon and the sun at the same time because of refraction?
Yeah, it's a naked eye observation that I've got right now. I'm sacrificing my retina.
Yeah, like guys, don't speculate. Come on, like we don't speculate here.
There's no speculation.
Like all I can do is the naked eye observation.
I think we should do a laser test next.
No. Lasers are made by the government.
Oh, you're right.
Careful.
Snowden was right.
It's a bit Snowden. Bit Snowden nowadays, and
Snowden. That's a pretty good movie. You should make that. Snowden in Russia. It's just Snowden, but he's Snowden.
New buddy cop
That was a
movie,
good one.
Snowden.
Snowden. Mandela.
No, Snowden and Bush. Nah, come on, Snowden and Bush. Buddy cop movie, Snowden and Bush. Come on, you know that would slap.
Bush.
W got that southern charm charisma. He's just got that aw shucks, guys. I don't know how I got here.
It's just Nathan Oakley.
Oh, that guy.
Nathan Oakley makes his own movies. He's good. You couldn't afford Nathan Oakley, to be honest. How is your Bugatti?
No, I think he's pretty desperate right now. He's going from server to server, just trying to get free money from people.
You Glober?
You one of those Globers? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm one of those persons that actually measures the Earth too.
So wait, are you a Glober? Or
Which side are you on?
Are you one of us?
Yeah, I'm a surveyor. Of course, I'm a glober.
Oh my god. So wait, so oh my god, I'm a pilot and I'm a flat earther. Yeah. Sorry, my friend's a pilot. You laughed. That broke it.
That's one.
Oh Christ. his neck.
How many Lego pieces can you fit up your bum?
Look at all those
189.
satellites I'm tracking. I got my position. Notice how this isn't giving me a sky position, it's giving me a
How many
ground position.
Hold on, wait. Could you get a ruler out? I need to make a naked observation quickly. My eyes. Sorry, my friend actually now has retina issues. He has a bit of a blind spot, a bit of a floater going on. Yeah, it's all going wrong. This eclipse is, it's bringing out the Taurus in me. No, that's the frog. No, those are furries. Hey, yo, very nice man, by the way.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
You could be a fur. Do you know how much fursuits cost? That's why they're all developers. Bro, I'm trying to cover for you here. You can't just jump in that quickly. You got to slow it down a little bit. That line ends all. You what? That line ends all. Why is it getting warm again? It's uneclipsing. It's uneclipsed.
Yeah.
Just reset so real quick. It's like a. You need to check the change log. Cosmological reboot. It's basically what they're doing is that the firmament's got a bit of a dirty spot, so they have to block out the sun for a bit while they clean it. Oh, okay. Is that how it works? Yeah. And then they turn the glass dome back on after. They got me. How can there be a glass dome if I'm wearing glasses? You can get Jim Carrey accidentally. Oh, you go out and you just bang yourself against the wall. Shit, what's happening? Fucking like, oh, I'm at the firmament with the flat Earth was right all along. No, it's an ice wall. Ice wall. Well, yeah, but
I think the best way to become a flat earther is to bang your head against the wall multiple times.
Excuse, we're trying to have an educated discourse here, please don't. Yeah, let's not make we have the finest of ideas. We're trying to cooking, okay. And sometimes an idea has to come from somewhere. It has to start to build up into a flat. Do you know how many ideas it took for Isaac Newton to find out the Earth was flat? Like 4.5 maybe, at least. And that's one smart guy. Well, I don't know. I think in a math contest I could beat Newton. He's a bit cheeks now. He's a bit cheeks now, you know. Yeah, he's the greatest mathematician of his time versus the biggest tard of the day. Like, come on, I've got this. ChatGPT has got my side. What if past the firmament there's another firmament? Firmament 2. It's just a sequence.
Well, there would have to be because there's meteors and there's different things in the sky that don't rotate at the 15 degrees per hour. So, kind of has to be a second firmament.
I think it's confirmed.
Wait, what is it? Can someone explain what a firmament is? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
No, they can't. That's just tier 3 knowledge, actually. Yeah, you have to. It's like Scientology, where if you want that knowledge, you have to pay me a lot of money. You have to pay twice a bit. So.
You just got to go to the Bible.
Why don't they want to have a little word with me?
I don't. I think the Bible's a bit rubbish. But what is the firmament?
What? Wait, when did it? Wait. When it hasn't had an update in a long time. Wait, hold on. When did we find that out? What the fuck? It's an OG one, but it hasn't had an update in a long time. Wait. Terry Pratchett used to shit out the fucking Discworld. Yeah. We had updates all the time. The Bible hasn't been updated in a long time, bro. Nah, they tried. Peter tried to put a fucking book out and it caused a fucking schism. Oh yeah, fucking Peter. Peter fucking picked a pecker of pickles, isn't it? Someone's sending me a lot of diagrams. Look, you have to understand. I'm not a physicist, okay? I'm not an astrologist. Well, you have to know that I can only do naked observation.
Why do you have to be naked to observe something? That's weird.
No, don't. Excuse me. The only way it works is when naked, you know? Feel a breeze on your schwanz and all that.
Guess that's one way.
That's the only way. What if there was a third firmament?
There has to be. There has to be the
Why is he
firmament
What
for
the
the
fuck is? Can
meteors.
someone tell me what the
There has to be
firmament
the.
is, dude? I don't even know what the
There
firmament
No,
is.
you haven't
it's
paid for it yet.
it's something that's made out of willpower from a magical being that separates the waters above from the waters below.
I've read the Middle Earth
What?
too. Actually.
So you're saying there's water like above us in the sky?
Yeah, God
Yeah.
didn't actually create the universe.
Hey, gentlemen, what do we got going on in here? Sounds like a clown
I'm very
show.
confused.
There might be a fourth firmament, is what's going on.
There
I don't
might be
even
a
know
fourth
what I don't
firmament.
even know what the first firmament is, dude.
No. Look, okay. You
What's
get
that?
2 firmaments for free. Third one, I can maybe do you a deal, but fourth one, come on now, you're taking the piss, mate.
Who brought that up? Who brought that up and why?
I don't know. You'd have to ask.
I just got here maybe 2 minutes ago. I missed the rest of
Wait,
the
can someone
conversation.
actually like explain to me, like in layman's terms, what the firmament is?
Firmament.
Where's Jedi? Jedi could explain the firmament so well.
What are you guys talking about? The firmament. What purpose does it serve in this conversation? What conversation
Well,
are you trying to
I
have?
just want to know what the fuck it is, dude. I keep hearing you
Yeah,
guys
Benny,
talk about
then go.
firmament. I don't know what the fuck a firmament
Go.
is.
I don't know. Go speak to them. Who brought it up in
Well,
here?
I'm in the fucking flat Earth chat, dude.
So, did anybody
I'm
in
trying to
here?
fucking learn, man. Someone brought up firmament, and I want to know what it is.
Okay, here's the problem, right? Not everyone thinks the same, right? You're talking to individuals. No one's
Yeah,
talking
but
about
like,
that.
I'm sure there's someone else here that knows what the fuck a firmament is.
Okay, clearly nobody does, right?
Okay, well then I guess no one here knows what the firmament is. Okay, we're settled.
Clearly nobody in here is making
No, we're
the
settled,
argument.
mate. We're settled.
Clearly nobody in
We're settled,
here
mate.
is using that to further their argument.
Why you keep
right?
going on, mate?
Because you're not
We
listening to
settled
me.
it. We don't know what the firmament is. No one here knows what the firmament is. End of convo, mate. Next
And
topic.
nobody's using it. Now, the key thing in this, and what I'm saying though, is nobody's using that in here to further their
Well,
argument.
someone was, because they just talked
Who?
about it. So,
Who?
I don't know. Someone talking about God and the Bible.
Okay, did they mention the firmament? Did they say that proves
Yes.
flat Earth? What did
They
they say?
said the firmament's in the
It
Bible. or
was,
some shit.
dude, that was just a globe earther saying some bullshit that no flat earthers in here were claiming that.
Hey, come on, dude.
Okay.
Hey,
Thank
you guys do claim that there is a container holding in the atmosphere, do you not? They won't answer, but they do claim that there's a container holding in the air on the Earth.
Not
I'm
what,
real.
like, is there like a diagram of this container? Because obviously, when I think container, I think of a literal container.
Like
Some
Tupperware.
physical barrier.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. A Tupperware container.
Do you have any other means by which gas can be pressurized?
My butt.
Why are you
Sorry,
here?
that was a good one. No, I did. I'm honestly, usually I'm just here to listen, but that was like a good opportunity for a little joke there.
Well, I mean, that proves our point, though. Right?
What?
Your colon, when your sphincter is constricted, serves as a container for all the shit, gas in your asshole. Right?
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Without making a joke, being completely serious. So, what would that make the arsehole of the Earth then?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Good question.
So, based on that analogy, what would the arsehole of the Earth be then? Without making a silly joke, please.
The asshole? I don't know. I don't even know
Yeah,
what you're
like
talking
where the gas
about. That would imply that there's an opening of sorts. Is anyone making that claim?
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you said. Apologies, that was a misunderstanding by me.
No, I was just furthering his. I was furthering his terrible joke by pointing out that
that was a good fucking joke, dude. Come on.
You have to give credit.
Dude, more to our point, right? Gas is being contained somehow. Some sort of physical barrier.
How do they So how do you think the gas is
Well, I was
contained?
asking, well, that's the whole point, right? To my knowledge, the only way to do that is to contain it with something physical. Now, if we occupy space that contains pressurized gas, right? What does that tell you? Unless, of course, there's another means by which it can be pressurized, I would ask for a demonstration of said means.
Wasn't that what gravity is? Doesn't gravity contain? It's sort of
That's
like
the
its own
theory.
sort of.
That's the
Okay, sure.
theory. Right? I'm asking for a demonstration of said theory.
But like, since it's a theory, but we observe the effects of this theory, which we call gravity.
Yeah, my friend killed themselves when I was 12. They jumped off a building. So it's actually quite offensive to
Yeah,
say
don't
it's
say that. You don't say that. Don't talk about
It's
that.
true. It's true.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, but
okay,
keep it on point.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, good job, dude. Friendly fire. Well done.
It'll come back to me in a minute, probably.
No one's disputing that we observe said effects allegedly caused by this thing that you're calling gravity. We want to know what it is and how it relates to these effects. What's actually causing it in the first place, right? Unless you can provide that, you can't really manipulate it to demonstrate it causing the effect that you suppose it is causing.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's what I assume that's what the firmament would be then.
I mean, some people use that term. Other people would dispute it. Other people would, get up, get all their knickers in a bunch because someone's invoking something from a religious text, right?
Yeah, I think that using the Bible as like a source of evidence is, to me,
We use
ignorant
lots of
personally.
words in different ways, right? Like for example, I don't have one off my head. Let's say like decimation, for example. So you decimate a player chips, but you've not actually killed 1 in 10 chips.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's something I'm curious about. Because there's many, I guess, phenomena that people, scientists and non-scientists, observe that professionals, people who spend a large portion of their life studying these things, are able to say, okay, this is likely what that is. Like, what do you think? And I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but like, what do you think makes like your claims like more valid than theirs? Like what stuff like the cosmic microwave background, or like stuff that we actually physically see, or like if you got a telescope strong enough, you can see other planets and you can see their shape and whatnot. So like,
But we literally can't survive in a microwave. What are you talking about?
Hang on. Let's address something, right? So people who are studying all these things that you're talking about, let's start with one, okay? Let's just start with one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go something simple, like observing other planets through telescopes.
Perfect. What are they observing?
Don't worry.
What are they
They
observing?
observe it here on Earth.
Okay. So the process is they look into some optic, right, that amplifies whatever you're looking at. And they see a thing. They see a light in the sky that looks circular. And there's some funny kind of visual effects on it. Right?
I don't think it's like that sort of juvenile, but sure, if we want to like simplify it.
No, I mean, okay. Well, how else can you simplify it that's not so quote unquote juvenile, right? That doesn't have
we
any
observe that it moves,
that does not. I'm not done. That doesn't have any baked in assumptions.
Okay, well then, yeah. If you wanted to say it simply, if we're talking about fucking years and years ago when people first discovered these planets, sure, that's probably what they thought.
What do you mean? You look up in the sky, you see certain lights in the sky follow certain patterns. Some are irregular, and you point those out and call them planets. Right? They wander with respect to the rest of the stars that seem to be fairly consistent. Great. Then you zoom in on them with a high-powered optic, and you see that it has specific features, different colors, blah blah. Great. Now what? Spend your whole life, studying this, looking at these irregular lights in the sky, and what do you conclude and how?
Well, I'm not the one that studies it, but I assume, someone that is a professional in that field would come to a more reasonable observation or conclusion.
Okay, what reasonable quote-unquote observation have you heard them say, and why do you believe them?
Well, because they're professionals, first off, But
okay.
I mean, like they observed that they are obviously mostly spherical, and they seem to, have specific orbital rotations and whatnot. And if their studies show them that it's this particular thing, it might not be 100% on the dot, but it must be pretty damn close.
Okay, great. How did they arrive at the conclusion that, number one, there's a third dimension to these things that gives them that spherical attribute in the first place? Let's start with that.
Well, if I see a ball in the distance, I can probably tell that it's a spherical ball without having to be, right up to it.
Okay, let's think about something. If you see a circle at a distance, and you see a ball at a distance, at a certain angular resolution, or even at a certain distance or whatever, never mind the angular resolution, you probably couldn't tell the difference. You've only got one vantage point, right?
Well, if the ball was like completely uniform in color and like didn't have any shadow casting on it, sure, I might be able to mistake it for just a 2D circle.
Right. Okay, so you see a circle in the distance, and you presume it's a ball. Why?
I wouldn't presume it's a ball unless I knew it was a ball, but I think it would be reasonable to assume that it's at least 3D because everything on this planet is 3D.
Thank you. Okay. So you look up, you see a light in the sky, you zoom in. It's got funny patterns on it. It's fairly circular, and you assume it's a ball because other things that are balls exist.
I feel like that would be a pretty reasonable conclusion.
That would be a good place to start your inquiry, perhaps. But that would need to be followed with validation that these things are actually balls. Right? Okay, I see a circle. Oh shit, I got a beach ball, I got a basketball. Fuck, they look similar. Let me go check out this thing that I'm not sure is actually a ball yet, but I'm fairly confident it might be, because I know balls exist, even though this is the first instance of a supposed ball flying in the fucking sky, right? Before I jump to any conclusions, let me check. I've got reason to think it might be. I'll give you that. Even though the reason is fairly juvenile, to use your term.
Mm-hmm.
Verify it's a ball first, before we know it's a ball, or say we know it's a ball. How did they do it? Apparently we know. Apparently it's a foregone, it's a given. Foregone conclusion, we know it's a ball. How did we come to that conclusion?
I would assume, I mean, this is just a super wild, arbitrary guess, but if I looked at the planet, at a certain time of day or a certain week, and it looks a certain way, let's say it might have a distinct feature on one part of the planet that you observed, and then, you check it a week later, and then, that particular part's gone, and then you check it and it comes back, you might assume that it's rotating. Does that not make sense?
Yeah, you would assume it's a ball in the first place that is rotating. Yeah, I'll grant you that. More reason to think it might be a ball.
Mm-hmm.
So far, all we've got are quote-unquote strong or weak, depending on how you want to qualify, evidences to suggest it might be a ball.
Okay. So wait,
But is
so
it
what
proven?
evidence to you outweighs the assumption of it being a ball?
That's not
Assuming that.
proven. I'm not going to assume shit. That's the point.
So you believe it's flat, or you just refrain judgment?
The shit in the sky?
Yeah.
I see lights in the sky. That's all I know. Some are irregular. Some are consistent. Some are different colors. Some people have
And some
mapped
have
out their
like
motion,
storms
and some haven't.
going on in it and whatnot. Like, I don't know. To me, it seems like a bit sort of like, I don't know, like if I were to say to someone, oh, my freaking, I don't know, my eyes are blue, and they're just like, no.
Yeah, there's a lot more going on than that. There are like 3 pillars, okay? First pillar is...
3 pillars.
3 pillars, yep, 3 pillars to this idea. First is...
Okay.
First is our own measurements. Our measurements do not reflect any curvature, and nobody can seem to produce them. That's the first one. The second one is, well, that nobody's ever proven it in the first place. So first we got positive evidence, now we've got negative. And the third pillar, which is more interesting to me, is we know how the globe was created conceptually and how it never landed into the real world.
Wait, what do you mean by that? How it was created conceptually, and this seems very
Yeah, it goes back
like
through history.
Spiritual thing?
No, it goes back through the age of navigation, the age of sail, back through antiquity. We can draw a timeline of history showing how people used to view the stars and interpret them a certain way, and then assume certain features about the world that was underneath the stars, and then constructed a gigantic mathematical model. And they've been adding to it ever since and correcting it. It's an ad hoc patchwork like grandma's quilt of all kinds of crazy ideas bolted onto it. So when you know that it was made and how it was made, and then you go look for evidence and it's not there, and then you ask for the people who claim to have evidence and they're unable to provide proof, I mean, what are you supposed to conclude? So that's what led us here. It's these 3 pillars.
Yeah, and I'd like to just follow up with to something that the guy said before. Something about if you say you have a certain color eyes, or someone says you have a certain color eyes, and someone else retorts it. How the hell does that have any relevance to what we're talking about?
It's kind of just an arbitrary example. I couldn't think of anything better at the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about this, right? If you have a certain color eye, right, someone can come up to you and observe it. They can take a picture and show you. You can look in the mirror. And also, more specifically, or more accurately speaking, someone can take a wavelength measuring device, point it at your eye, and get a reading of a certain nanometer or wavelength or whatever, right? And those correspond to certain colors. So there's anecdote, quote unquote, or social verification, and technical verification. Measurement. That's what we're asking for, basically, when it comes to the actual ground.
Is that not does the same expectation not also need to be reciprocated from people that claim? I know a lot of flat earthers don't believe the Earth's literally flat like a disc, but like I know some people believe that Earth is like, we don't even know what it is. It could be its own realm. But it's the same thing. Like, wouldn't you guys need?
You have every right to
objective
question
evidence?
that too. Absolutely, you have every right to ask that. Right? We
Because
just
personally,
started
from
off.
my experience, like from when I've talked to flat earthers, it seems a lot of it is very based in religion.
Well, a lot of them might have their foundation in that, and it might not be as strong of a foundation as others who work with empirics. Now, they might still actually be right, but the way they communicate it can be weaker, right? That's fine. Sounds like you might have an easier time communicating with them then.
Thinking back to when I was new at this topic, for a while I was like, okay, Earth has to be a globe somehow, but the way they got there was kind of sketchy. They must have gotten really lucky. And maybe there's some kind of divine guided hand of providence bringing people along, because Earth has to be a globe and the proof for its existence is quite scant. So we must have just gotten really providential, guys.
I have like a question about the solar eclipse because you guys were talking about it, right? I think if you look at the live streams, for example, right, you don't just see a ball, you know, you see something that most people would call magnetic field lines, like little things jutting out of the sun and coming back into it. If it's just like some like weird ball object in the sky, we don't have this like advanced explanation, this model of how it works, aka the sun, right? Then I don't know how you explain those. Do you have like a good explanation for those or no?
What, you mean like the interplanetary magnetic sheath that causes
No.
solar storm?
No, I mean that if you look at the live stream of the sun, you can go back to the solar eclipse live streams that are like airing right now. And like on the high quality ones, you will see that there's like something coming out of the sun and going back into it. They're called magnetic field lines. You can Google it if you want.
They're plasma arcs. They're quite cool. Yep, they're probably plasma arcs. And I think that's their
What's
best
a
understanding,
plasma
right? I
arc?
mean, the sun being a gigantic ball of magnetic field distortion. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just
Didn't
asking you.
you know that
Well,
the sun is a huge, gigantic transformer of electromagnetism?
well, you sounds like you're appealing to a lot of concepts in classical physics right now. Like
So
if you don't,
we're some of that. Listen,
well,
our
those
room,
would include
24/7
stuff
flat
like
Earth. We're like
gravity
the
and stuff
most
like that.
ardent defenders of physics.
Sure, you can say so, but I'm just asking, like, if it's not like a ball of, like, I guess, superheated plasma, right, with a
Plasma is
big magnetic
magnetic.
field. Yeah, sure. So it sounds like you're agreeing with me, right? It has gravity, attracting things, right?
I don't know about that, but shoot.
Well, I thought you were a big defender of physics.
Well, what about gravity's in the standard model of physics? Psh, nothing. There's no graviton in the entire standard model.
You didn't say the standard model, right? You said physics,
Well,
special
you
relativity,
brought up
and general
classical physics.
relativity.
You brought
I
up
didn't.
classical physics, and I said we're the biggest defenders of that. Yeah. Oh, you think relativity is actual physics? Like, is there any dynamic model demonstrating
So,
relativity effects?
so it is a big ball in the sky then of superheated plasma.
I don't know if it is. Listen, that I'm fine with the claim, but back to relativity, dude. Like, you think relativity?
We were
There's like
talking about the
dynamic
sun,
models simulating relativity's effects.
Well, but if you agree with me first that the sun is like a big ball of superheated plasma with a certain, like, I guess we can say, like, massive, like, mass, then I think I'm like very happy that you agree with me on at least that, you know, because that's an apt description, I think. Do you agree with that? With me on that or no?
I mean, yeah, like what if so far, but
great.
We're going to get tripped up over what mass is, right? Because mass has a pretty incoherent definition.
Well,
the
I don't think so.
Nobel laureate of physics, Max Born, was describing mass as having virtually no meaning because its definition is so broad you could drive a bus sideways through it.
Sure, the definition would just depend on your model, right? But like, I'm just happy because like most 9 times in this chat, like we don't even get to admitting that there's like a ball in the sky of like a big mass, right? That obeys like certain like physical phenomena, like having plasma, like having like, I guess you can call them plasma arcs. I would call them magnetic field lines, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, like it's close enough for like just a casual conversation, right? I'm happy about that.
And I think there's some evidence that the sun occasionally barbecues the Earth in a gigantic, glorious plasma barbecue fest.
Okay, great. So
it happens when the BZ, the negative BC field, is polar aligned such that it creates a magnetic tunneling effect to receive all the sun's glorious coronal mass ejecta.
Okay, well, I know quite about that, but
that's what's happening supposedly to cause Earth's periodic barbecues.
But there's no concept of mass, right?
Well, I mean, there are concepts of mass, and that's the problem. Like, it doesn't exist in reality.
For you to say that this happens, how do you conceptualize the weight or the ability for molecules to affect other molecules? To do that, you
I
have
mean,
to have
that's
a weight,
fundamentally
right?
electrical. Yeah, that's molecular interactions fundamentally electrical, not gravitational.
Sure, but something that doesn't have weight, doesn't have any mass to have an interaction with, right? So I'm just asking, like, how do you constitute your definition of mass then when you engage
Yeah,
in those
that's a hard
discussions?
one. That's a hard one, right? Because like
Not for me.
photons have spin, but they're massless.
They are
They got
massless.
the
That is correct.
qualities of mass, like spin, I think momentum, but they don't have any. But they're massless. It's weird. What's going on there?
I don't think it's weird, right? Photons are massless particles, so they travel at like the speed of light, right? That's kind of what that means. That's
But
just like I'm
they
happy
got
that you
spin.
agree with me with special and general relativity with me on this, I
Right,
guess.
but they fit neatly within our classical framework of particle physics, though, for which still there's no graviton.
Okay, so well, I'm just asking you how you're engaging with like these principles of mass if you don't have a definition for it. And like when we're trying to iron out your
The way we
definition,
engage with
to
it.
me it sounds like you're getting close to like relativity.
Well, yeah,
With
I
like
mean, we
massless
can
particles
probably
and
go
stuff.
into that too, but I at this point, I think it's healthy and important to understand that mass is really conceptual at the end of the day. You know, it's a description.
Well, everything we say is a description, right? When I talk about electromagnetism, I'm
Yeah, but
not
it's a
I'm
description,
not
but it's
exhuming the
conceptual.
yeah, like everything is. Like we are talking, we're humans, we can only do conceptual things. When I talk about a thing, the words or like the thing I talk about doesn't become the thing, right? We're just talking about the thing. So I agree. Like everything, that is a conceptual discussion for sure. Where we try to construct a model, right? Or we try to communicate a model to one another to try and describe what we are seeing in nature, right?
Yeah,
I
and
agree. Like,
mass as far as a description is more of an action, right? Because like mass is conceptualized in physics as a resistance to acceleration, a resistance to a change in a state of motion. And you quantify that with a number. That doesn't mean that it actually exists. This is more of an effect than a thing.
what's the difference between like an effect and a thing when you're talking about descriptions?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is describing the relations of things. Like if you have
When I talk about
if you
electromagnetism, I'm doing
measure a
that as
greater
well,
net
right?
force on an object, you could probably work out there being higher mass than something else at the same rate of acceleration. But in this case, mass is conceptual.
Well, I can easily agree that mass is conceptual, but when you talk about electromagnetism, like the charge of a particle is also conceptual. Like there's not
Now you're
actually
getting
like an
somewhere. Wait till
no,
you
this
find
is
out what
where
the
I'm at.
globe is.
Yeah, it's a conceptual idea, of course. I agree with you, right? But these are ideas that aim to describe real things, right? When people say the globe is a round-ish spheroid object, right, with like a certain amount of like mass that has a certain amount of gravity, I can go and measure those things. I can see those are correct. I can understand that conceptual model is a good model to describe the
Hey,
world, right?
Cont.
So that's why I uphold those models, right? Because I
Yes,
like
that's
to
where we
describe the
pump the
world.
brakes. That's where we pump
Uh-oh.
the brakes. Who's measuring gravity and how is gravity measured?
Well, you can have a gravi- gravitometer. There's like a really cool laser experiment where they try and like measure gravitational waves, right? LIGO. Have you ever heard of that? It's also really cool where you like they actually went through the pain. This is actually really cool, so I'm happy to explain that. They essentially lined up lasers over kilometers long, right, to measure the oscillations that the light would have based on the gravitational waves passing through them, and they measured those. It's like really cool.
Yeah. Well, regardless of whether or not they measured, which I might challenge in a minute, the whole LIGO survey
Yeah.
site was constructed on a horizontal plane of reference because the globe math didn't work. And
What
we
do you mean?
found their paper on their website describing this. Oh, like literally
What?
the entire 21 square kilometer LIGO facility was bolted to the plate of a horizontal reference frame, not a curving
I
globe.
mean, you do want your laser to be straight when you're trying to measure things, right? Otherwise, you have to take into account the arc, which makes the math more complicated.
Yeah, well, guess what? They didn't have to take the arc into account at all, did they?
Well, no, they literally did. That's why they specifically went out their way to construct like a perfectly or well, almost perfectly flat horizontal plane, right? If the Earth was
That
perfectly
was their
flat horizontally, you
plane
didn't
of
have to do that.
reference. Well, that was their plane of reference because they didn't have to do any geodesics.
Well, yeah, because because you make it flat, because your lasers are like a straight line, right? You're not trying to curve your lasers. That would be weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's true. Like we don't have evidence that lasers refract downward around a ball.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. Like, in what sense? Like, when you
Oh well,
shine the true light around ball,
like
you're not
LIGO,
doing that.
we do laser tests. Our community does, and we post them to the internet. And unlike LIGO, we don't do them inside vacuum chambers with with the precision of 1/10,000th of a proton accuracy.
Mhm.
But they're
Do
pretty
you know why
accurate.
they do it in a
We've done
vacuum?
41-kilometer long laser transits, and studying and accounting for
Like,
what people claim is
do you know why
refraction.
they
And
do it in a
we hit target.
vacuum?
Well, yeah, because you
You know,
don't want anything to diffract the beam to get in the way.
exactly.
So, yeah, I know.
Yeah. So you do want that in your experiments? That seems weird.
No. Well, I mean, it's inevitable, right? And so is
I
the
don't think so.
collimators. I mean, listen, the lasers we use, I think, top out around $30,000, so they're still pretty good. These aren't the kinds that
But
you
you just said
mess
it's not in
with
a
your
vacuum,
cat.
right?
No, we don't use a vac. No, I'm saying unlike them, but
Okay.
we have measured the surface of the Earth. We checked the contour over water, over frozen water, and we can't find that evidence of curvature to the globe. So, yeah,
Well, we
whatever
really don't have
LIGO's
to get into
doing,
that.
it does it on a horizontal plane of reference, and it does so on an Earth that's not measured to be a globe.
I don't know what you're talking about in really like I know what you're talking about, but like I don't really want to get into like trying to like nitpicking that
I
like
know.
all.
I know.
Well,
I'm
it's just
steering
because
the
it's a
topic.
very
You're
different
queuing in on this. I
Okay,
am derailing the topic on purpose and trying to bring it back to
you
Earth
are.
measurements.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
what
the
you were
topic
to
of the
start
room,
with?
right?
Okay.
Because yeah, we can get into all kinds of fun with theoretical physics, and this can turn into an explanation space station for sure. But I think the audience, when they come and talk and listen to us and talk with us, they want to talk flat Earth, right? They
Oh,
don't want to talk about they don't talk about outer
well, I
space
don't really agree
stories.
with flat Earth, so you know,
Now, well,
I
that is
just like
this
to talk
channel.
about things that are real or good
Oh, we're
descriptions of
real.
things that are real.
Yeah, real. Well, who's ever presented any observation of a globe?
Yeah, what, like the globe?
I don't know when myself, I guess when I like flew in an airplane. I don't know,
How
like
do you know
what
you're
else?
seeing globe
Like,
curvature from an air? How do you know you're seeing globe curvature from an airplane? Did you test it?
well, just the routes, right? Like we're not going straight like you would on a flat plane, right? You're
No, you
going
don't go
like on
straight
a
on a boat
curved
either, or in a
trajectory.
car. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
airplanes
because
fly
it's
long
all.
routes, right? They have
Well, I'm
corridors,
glad you agree
international
with
flight
me
corridors.
because we're all following the curved surface of the Earth. See, good job.
Yeah, but we went to go measure to see if it's there and can't find it. So, yeah, the
Well, it's not
airplanes
because
are
you didn't
flying
find
along
it that it
international
isn't
flight
there.
routes, that curve all over the place, but they're not curving around a ball.
Do they just like to burn more fuel? Like, is that something those like corporations that are trying to make money like to do? Or
What do you mean? How are they burning more fuel? What makes you think they're burning more fuel? You can
no,
assume
I'm
Earth
just
is a globe.
well, no. Under your model, right? So you would
Your
say
model.
that the Earth is not a globe, right? Well,
I
like
don't
right
have a
now, I'm
model.
just that Earth is flat. Oh, well, if you don't have a model, like
I just
I don't
have a
believe that.
description. No, I have
Well,
a description. A
is a proto
description.
model, right? It is a model.
All right, fine.
It's
You
just
want
a
to call
very bad
description a
model.
model? Fine. Okay. So yeah, I've got this observation that I'm describing.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
cool. So
that's what
like
it
I'm
is.
trying to explain that to you, right? So like under your like I presume that you think the Earth is at least not curved, right? So like that would lead me to think it's flat, right, under your model. Or like under your description, right, which is a proto model, which is kind of a bad model to have, right? Like you think that airplanes just randomly fall like fly in curved trajectories. I presumably think that's Because then I speculate, right? Presumably that's because these corporations that are struggling to make money but are all for profit just like to burn fuel by flying less efficient routes.
I don't think they're flying less efficient routes. They're flying the routes
Oh.
they're supposed to. I mean,
They're
listen,
supposed to.
mathematically,
Like someone
they're
tells them they
taking
have
two
to
different
fly.
routes. Listen, I get it. Mathematically, they're taking, if you're to compare both of these together, one of them is going to be flying a much further distance in different directions than the other. I get that. But right now, the one that's doing what you think it's doing is mathematical. The one that's actually happening in reality is in reality.
To me, that's a
You
bit
haven't
more
actually
solid.
compared the two.
Well, yeah, because there's no aircraft that fly on a flat plane, right? Because we're not on a flat plane.
Well,
So
there's
nothing to compare
hold on.
to. That's
Aircrafts
me
measure
just telling
themselves.
you that
No,
if you
you're
take
wrong
the
about
world.
that. Did you know that aircraft avionics equipment measures the Earth flat as the airplane flies? What do you think azimuthal angles are? They're flat.
Wait, do you
Well,
think that you can't
I don't
fly a
think they're
plane
like
on a
actually
flat
flat,
surface?
right? They're just like a model used to try and like simplify your measurements, right? That's all that is.
No, they're not simplifying anything.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, your globe is overcomplicating something with error that doesn't need to exist.
Oh, wait, so if you simplify in overcomplication, that's not a simplification?
No, your
Whether
globe
it
is
is an overcomplication or
overcomplicating
not,
your
it's
globe
a
is
simplification.
overcomplicating reality. Your globe is
So you
massively
say,
overcomplicating reality.
but then we look at aircraft that fly like a curved trajectory and everything.
How do you
That's
know
kind of
that?
weird. How do I
How do
know
you
Through
know
that?
that?
international
Well,
flight
like I
corridor?
can calculate, like I guess like here, like from
How do you
experiential,
know that
right?
a plane is
Yeah, I'm
flying in
trying
an
to
arc?
explain it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
listen,
if
you
I
can
know my
calculate a globe. I'll
approximate,
get it.
if I know my approximate airspeeds, right, and I know where I start and when I leave, sorry, I know where
Yep.
I start and where I arrive, right? Then that takes an approximate time, right? I can calculate both as like hypotheticals. I can calculate the curve trajectory, like the flight radar path would show me, and I can calculate a straight line trajectory, right? Like nothing would show you because the Earth is a spheroid object, right?
Well,
and then I can compare the two
hold
measurements
on.
and then see how long I actually took. And I can be like, oh
That's
well,
not the
the
case.
curve
Listen,
trajectory is more
What if you're
accurate because
flying?
that's
What if you're
approximately how
flying
long it
over?
actually took.
What if you're flying over water?
right. How do you
I
know
don't
your
think that changes
airspeed?
anything.
Which airspeed are you using? Did you know there are multiple airspeeds?
Yes, I know.
Right. There's one that's calculated based off of your GPS coordinates of time from one point to the next.
Yeah, and there's
And then
one
there's
that's
one that's
relative to
actually
the change of
sampled
the ground,
using a pressure
and then there's
differential
one.
pitot. There's another one using a
Yeah,
pressure differential pitot tube in the air. And
I see.
then there's going to be your ground speed, which could be related to your GPS calculated speed, but
Okay.
Yeah,
not
and
necessarily.
I'm talking
and
about the
that
ground
doesn't.
speed, right? When I'm talking
Sorry,
about traveling relative to another
that doesn't
plane, that necessarily
necessarily
would mean I
that doesn't
talked about the
necessarily
ground
mean
speed.
you're flying. That doesn't necessarily mean you're flying in an arc, right?
Right. If you take your ground speed as calculated by GPS to prove that you're on a globe, that's circular logic.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I don't
you
think that
still haven't
even would be the
shown.
case. That would not be circular logic, but that's
No,
not even what I'm saying I'm doing.
you haven't
Right?
shown that you know how you're flying in an arc.
Explain that to the room. Maybe you just woke up or something, or you just arrived, but
Yeah, I did. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, you didn't explain how you know the airplane is flying in an
okay,
arc.
yeah, I gave an explanation. Okay, we can
No, you gave
hypothetically
an
plot.
explanation, but it's not
I'm repeating
it's
it
not
for
good
you.
enough. No,
Oh
that's an
well.
explanation. It's not knowledge. Yeah.
Well, earlier, like when I asked this other person for like his conceptualization of flat Earth, right? He told me he didn't even have a model. He said he
Yeah,
only
that's
had a
fine.
description. But like
Yeah.
I'm just saying I have more for a curved Earth, right? So like then Occam's razor, well,
No,
it's
you
not
have
really even
you
Occam's
no, you
razor.
have
It's just like
explanation.
that's all that science is, right? We take the best model available to us, and then we use that to make predictable explanations.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but you got no proof in that
Oh well.
case. You've just got explanations. Don't talk over the top of me.
Oh.
Right? You've got explanations of things with no proof.
Well, the explanations would have to project into the future, right? Like that's what I just said. So your
Yeah, so
explanations
future
have to
proof,
have
right?
predictions.
Like
Well,
what?
like how long it takes an aircraft to go somewhere, how to put
It's not a
something into
prediction.
orbit, how to deorbit, how to orbit, how like we like move around
So
the
what's the
sun, how that is
prediction?
possible, all those
That's
things,
not a
right?
prediction either.
That is a
Not a
prediction.
prediction. No, it's not.
It's a post-diction. It's
Or
this.
orbital speed around the sun, or orbital momentum, or orbital
Yeah,
trajectory. Those
that's
are not
not.
predictions.
No, that's from an observation, a repeated observation.
Okay,
They
bro.
say that this rises on the horizon at this point at the same time every year, right? So 365 days, the sun rises in the same position. That's repeated every year. It's not a prediction; it's a post-diction.
Well, if you now explain why that happens and then give predictions into the future, then that's what I would call a model, right? And that's what I care about. Whether
Yeah,
you call it
like I
post-diction, a
said,
prediction, a blah blah
like I
blah, I
said,
don't
you
really
have
care.
no proof of this, right? You're just making up a story.
Does he
What
think he's
would
got a model that
proof
makes
be under your
predictions anyway?
definition? Because it sounds
Yeah,
to
he
me like
thinks
you have
he
a weird
makes
definition of proof.
predictions.
Okay.
No, you
Well,
have a
like I
weird
kind of
definition
agree
of
in
proof.
What are
in
you trying to predict,
philosophy.
mate?
You never. Well, I agree in philosophy, right? If you talk about the
We're not
actual term
talking
of
about
proof, like you would
philosophy.
use it in philosophy. Well, you are, right? You're talking about philosophy of science. Well, philosophy
No,
of
this
flat
isn't
Earth, maybe. I don't
science.
know.
This isn't science.
You don't know what philosophy of science is?
This is not science.
Okay, so it's not philosophy, it's not science. What is it? Mysticism? Because I agree with you on that.
It's a description of the surface that we live on.
Well, that falls into some category, right? Do you know what a category is?
Don't
Why are
speak
you
to me like
being
a
passive
fucking
aggressive?
retard, mate. Yeah.
I'm not being passive aggressive. I'm just entertaining.
You are.
We do know this
Something-
touches on philosophy of science and the philosophy of mathematics, particularly when it comes to the big issue at hand, which is model reification, which, like I described, has been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Model reification? I've never said that the
Yeah.
model is reality. I don't think any scientist says
Yes,
that.
you did.
Otherwise, they
That's
would
my
stop
claim.
updating their models, right?
That's my claim. The
Before
globe is a reified model into reality. That's the problem.
And before you said I like
What?
talking about real things like the globe. So you do claim it's reality.
No. Well, I do
Yeah.
claim it's an apt description of reality, but I don't claim it is reality.
Okay, so you're just changing words around. That's fine.
No, that's what I said before. You can try and misquote me all you
So
want.
is it description of reality for you? Or
It's
not?
an apt description of reality. It's not just a description of reality,
Okay.
right?
So how
And
good
a
is it?
description
Can you
of
provide some
reality
evidence?
by some classical law of logic, right? Called it as a other thing than the thing itself, so that in the conversation would imply that I don't think it's a thing itself, right? So no, I don't think reality is the same as a description of reality.
Okay, is the sphere that you're describing a reality?
No, it's a description of reality. Why do you keep asking me the same question?
Is it a reality?
No, it's a description of reality.
Okay, so you don't have a physical sphere.
There is a physical sphere, but when you use the word physical sphere, you're
Okay.
describing reality.
Okay.
Not okay. You're torturing the words that I use. And you're torturing your own words.
Is the sphere real?
It's a real description of reality.
Oh my fucking god.
Or it's an apt description of reality.
Based upon what?
Based upon our previous measurements, our model, and our predictions.
What measurements?
Okay. What measurements?
Orbital periods, the gravitometry, like the way water flows. I mean, there's like so many, right? Because gravity affects everything.
We've already jumped to orbital mechanics. That's not the Earth. That's in motion around the Earth. I'm talking specifically about the Earth. Please don't interrupt, because I don't want you to get confused. You said measurements. I'm presuming they're going to be of the Earth's diameter, radius, circumference, or rate of change of slope on the surface.
Can you tell me why they would have to be? Seems
Because
that the only evidence
we're talking about the Earth, it taking a geometric form. Right, to prove a geometric form, you're probably going to observe it and measure it, right? Especially if you're going to be talking about distances when orbital mechanics start taking place, you're going to need the Earth to be measured.
Well,
if it's a geometric form,
yeah.
Okay.
I want to apologize for stepping outside of your dialogue tree. That's probably annoying for you.
Again, he's doing it.
It's not only what you
aggressive bullshit, dude.
He's a little bitch.
Yeah, don't like the passive aggressive bullshit, mate. We can
What
be
I'm
reasonable
talking
men and have a
about,
conversation.
Well, I think I'm being reasonable. I think you're being unreasonable by trying to constrict me to some like pre-arranged talking points, right?
That's how
So I
conversations
think you're
work,
the
That's
right?
original problem.
bollocks, dude. We're talking about geometry. I'm just pointing out that to prove the shape, you observe it
not.
and measure it. Do you have a problem with this?
Well, I thought we were talking about models and like reality. I didn't
No,
think we
you
were
said a
talking about
description of reality.
geometry.
What
Yeah,
models do you want?
right?
What
I just said
predictions do you want to make?
I want to make the prediction that uh, I don't want to troll too much. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not making a prediction
No, you're
necessarily.
not
I'm just
trolling, mate.
I am
Dude,
trying
Dude,
to.
you're talking about models, and models, I presume you're going to be trying to make a prediction. At least follow the conversation. You want a model to predict what?
No, I'm not. I'm not here to expose a model and then like be like, I want to
Models and
predict this. I'm
measurements, and
here
you
to
don't want to talk about
try
either of
to.
them.
Okay, I'm here to try and compare your model to my model, right? And
Okay,
then
well,
I
let's
think we
talk
should.
about your model so we can then compare it.
Well,
I'm
we've been
asking you
talking
what you
about my
want to
model the whole
observe, what
time.
prediction
I
you
want
want
to
to
hear about
make, and then
your
we can start
model.
comparing models. Why do you people make these conversations so hard to have?
I think you make them hard to have by not
Okay,
listening to the words I'm
again,
saying.
you want to compare models? Good. What
Well, I've been
predictions you
talking
want to
about
make?
my model the whole time. I think it's
What
time for you
predictions you
guys to
want to
talk about
make?
your model. I don't even know what your model is. Some
What
people said I hold
predictions
no
you want to
model.
make?
Some said it's spiritual.
What prediction are we going to be making with this model?
I know what prediction are we going to be making with your model. Pick one, and we can talk about it.
Dude, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
You want
matter?
to
Oh,
compare models?
well.
Pick a prediction. Or do you not even know what you're talking about and you don't even know a prediction to name?
For me to give you a good one, right, I would first have to know what your model even wants to talk
No,
about.
just give me an observed
Right
phenomena
now,
that you want to
I
predict.
still don't even know.
Give me an
I don't
observed
know.
phenomena in the physical natural world that you want to
Weather.
predict. Weather.
Weather.
Oh, for
How
fuck's
does that
sake.
work on the flat Earth? Can you tell me?
No, not how does it work? How do we predict it?
Yeah, that's what I mean with that, right?
Please use your words carefully then, mate, because I'm going to get confused, aren't I? You're talking about predict and you just say work. Two different things.
To say predict, right? I don't want to just make a prediction. I want to have a prediction that is followed by an explanation, aka the working of a thing, right? Because you were talking about predicting, I'm just adding that to it, right? Because to just say this happens with no explanation to the mechanics of it is not really helping you like make
Well,
a
if we're going
model.
to be talking about weather, we're going to be talking an awful lot. Pressure differentials, density of the atmosphere and containing of moisture, heat regarding temperature, hot and cold areas.
All those things. I'm just
we'll
really
get
wondering
to
under
fucking
your
talking
model how
about
that
them,
works.
mate. Well, if you want to explain weather, that's primarily going to be the air above and the heat from the sun. Different times of years and seasons. We can talk about where the sun's going to be in the sky if you want to talk about prediction of seasons.
Well, I want to, I guess I'm really wondering, right, how you construct a model of the sun, right, that has the power of evaporation, right? I don't know how you come to it. I would say there's some form of radiation. I don't know if you believe in that, right? But
I don't think that we believe in radiation, even though we go outside and start sweating because it's hot. Why do you keep trying to? It's like, have you stopped beating your wife?
I think it's
dude.
Well, if you don't want to tell me what your model is or not give a
Let me
description,
put it like
then
this.
I cannot assume what your model is, right? I'm just being in good faith here.
Excuse me. Different phenomena have different models. That's why I'm trying to ask you to make a fucking prediction so we can use the right type of model.
I don't really agree
For
with
example, we've had a solar eclipse today. Now, would you like a model to predict that? That's going to happen in the future.
Well, I
I would like to know how the magnetic field line work under your model.
It wants to know how the magnetic field works. It's going to be measured off a horizontal plane.
That's
what the
not
fuck?
what I said. That's not what I said. I asked you how do the magnetic field lines, how do you explain that being in a phenomena on the sun? You might want to
the
Google what
magnetic
they
field
are.
lines on the sun?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know.
Well, as I just stepped into the conversation, God bless everyone, I heard actually a good point you guys were talking about. So one, for there to be
think the other person just went silent? Well, I mean, if you don't know, that's fair, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
don't know.
think yeah. So, like,
Do you
if you were
know?
to, well, yeah, but it's
Or do you have
gonna
an or do you
be
have an
related to
explanation,
mass.
right?
It's gonna be related to mass and how mass compresses and causes nuclear fusion.
Yeah, great. So you've got an explanation that's not
Okay.
verified, and then
Well, there is a sun, right?
Yep, awesome. So we can just start making up stories about the sun. I can start saying it's powered by God, and my evidence for it is, well, there's a sun.
Well, there's a sun.
There's a sun. Then we'll just start making anything up, and the evidence is, well, there's a
I
sun.
don't quite think that's what I
You
said,
guys
right?
explain why
I
there's
think
a giant
Isn't
shadow
that
over
what you
Earth
just
right now?
said, though?
Anyone?
Well, there's a
just
sun.
jump in.
Yeah, okay. Can we explain the shadow?
Just shut up for
Which
a
one?
second.
Can you please explain the shadow, guys?
Really weird.
There's too many interruptions.
Yeah, we're talking.
And Yoder already went over a lot of this with him, so I don't know why Dokebi's totally done a full reset.
Bringing it back to the original topic. You kind of want to link the conversation together. That's why I'm doing it. But the other
No, I
people
mean
can go.
Yoder already went over mass with you, and you're just acting as if that conversation never happened.
Well, it never really happened.
He already went over the
tried
sun
to
with
bring it
you as
up.
well, and you're not bringing it back. You're bringing it away from the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
Again.
I'm sorry to offend you. You can let the other
Stop
people
the
go. They
whining.
wanted to
Just
know about
deal
the
with the
shadow.
topic at hand, which
I'm
is the surface of the
apologizing.
Earth.
Okay.
The passive aggression is really really
here.
kind of cringe, dude. It's really cringe.
Okay. How do you explain that if I pull a vacuum, right, and I have a ball that's linked
Is this the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, this is about the surface of the Earth. It's about gravity.
Okay, so do we have a vacuum on the surface of the Earth we're on?
Yeah, you can.
No. Do you are you breathing air right now?
Well, right now I am, but if I go in a vacuum
Okay, so
room,
it's
I'm
irrelevant
not,
to
right?
the topic at hand. We're going to deal with reality and not your feelings or your theories.
It's not possible to pull a vacuum on Earth. Hello?
Yeah, vacuums
Okay,
being
that's not what I
man-made
said, and you're
devices.
well aware that's not what I said.
Well, that's your
so try again.
implication. Well,
No, there's no
implication.
implication. Why are you scared to talk about the surface and our measurements of such?
Why are you scared about engaging on vacuums? That's kind of crazy.
Because I'm not scared. I just don't like wasting my time on things that aren't relevant.
Exactly. Well, they are relevant, right? Because do you ever heard about trying to eliminate variables?
Yeah, you eliminating variables.
Okay, are you claiming that lasers don't shoot straight if we have a vacuum? That we don't have?
If we have a vacuum, they do shoot straight. If we don't have a vacuum, they don't shoot straight.
Okay, cool. Can you tell me more about this? Are you claiming that our laser tests are inaccurate because we don't live on a vacuum? Is that your claim?
Well, it depends on what you predict, right? If you take into account all the variables, they could be accurate.
It's not a
If you
matter of
don't take them into
prediction. I
account-
don't have to predict anything. I can take a laser, set it up, shoot it straight across a large body of water, and it hits the target on the other side. There's no prediction needed.
Well, if you want to say something about how that happens, you have to predict how that happens. So you could go
No, I
verify
don't.
it
If
into
I
the
take a
future.
measurement of your height, do I need a prediction?
I mean, ultimately, you don't need to do anything, right?
You're right.
You
I
can do
don't.
whatever,
I can just
but
shoot the
for you to
laser
do
over a large
something,
body of water and watch it hit its target on the other side. That's correct.
but for
Now,
you
if
to do
you want to make up
something
some
that has
story
any,
about why that's happening,
yeah,
you're going to have
okay.
to provide the evidence.
So now who's bullying who? If you're trying to have a
Welcome to
model,
the
right? If
internet,
you're
bro. It's
trying
fine.
to explain, if you're now trying to, well, you guys were cry bullying about it. Now I'm just returning
Oh my
it back
gosh,
to you.
you're so
right?
you're projecting so hard right now. So anyway, if your claim is that the laser is hitting the target due to some kind of atmospheric situation, then you need to provide the evidence for that.
I mean, no claim about lasers. You made a claim about lasers.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking you, when we shoot a laser over a large body of water, 10 miles or
Now
more.
you're making a claim.
Okay, why don't you try listening?
I'm trying
I
to
am
listen.
making a claim.
I think
I'm making
you're
a claim that
struggling with
when we shoot
listening
a
because you're
laser,
saying I do things that I haven't done.
okay, when I'm making a claim that when we shoot a laser over large bodies of water, 10 miles or more, the laser hits the target on the other side consistently at every distance without any Earth curvature blocking it. Okay, so you agree with us that the Earth cannot be a sphere?
No, you just told me some like two lines about some experiment you allegedly did.
It's
And
not an
then you asked me a
experiment.
random question
It's,
about
it's
it.
not an experiment. Do you know
Oh
what
my
an
god.
experiment is? It's not an experiment. It's an
Yeah, it's just about.
observation.
Okay, bro. Sure.
Sure. Do you know what an experiment is? Because I'd like to know what the
I
independent
know
variable is in a
Yeah,
measurement.
nice. Do you
What's the
think you can only
variable?
do
What's the
experiments
variable
when
we're testing
you?
for when we shoot a laser over a body
Do
of
you think
water?
you can only do like experiments when you have like a dependent and an independent variable?
I think that there's a
Yeah.
scientific method, and that's not necessary in a measurement.
I think there's a scientific method, and that's not necessary in a measurement. In an experiment, you don't also necessitate a scientific
We're
method.
talking about scientific
At least
experiments,
not
right?
the one. It's not
Yes, you
because the
do.
word isn't a thing that says
Okay, try to
anything
get on
about another
topic.
thing with a word
Call
into
it
it.
whatever you want. I really don't care. When we shoot a laser over a large body of water, it hits the target on the other side. It does not get blocked by
Yes,
any
I'm
Earth
with
curvature
you.
at the rate that we're told. Not at all, in fact.
Okay.
So how much Earth curvature should
I
be
don't know what
blocking a
rate you're
laser
being
at a
told.
10-mile distance?
It probably depends on like the temperature of all the air you're going
No,
through, the
we're talking
refractive
about geometry
index.
here. Okay, if
No,
your claim is that
we're
it
not talking about geometry, right?
so you're
Like
saying the
that's
size
literally
of the Earth changes
you
based
are
on
committing
temperature?
a reification fallacy there. When
Okay,
you
I'm
say we're
asking you a
talking about
question.
geometry, you guys like to say, "Oh, you're reifying stuff," right? But that's what you literally
I
just
didn't
did,
say anything
right?
about
You
reifying.
pretended
I
you
said
did. You
an
did.
Earth
I
of
am
the
explaining
size
to you how
claimed
I'm explaining to
requires
you
a
how you did.
Do
Am
you
I not
deny
able
that
to
the
get
Earth
an
is the
argument
size
out?
claimed? Do you
What? I
deny that the
deny
Earth
that
is
the
the size
Earth
we're
is
told?
geometry. I deny that
You're
the Earth is
denying that the
geometry.
Earth is geometry.
Yes, because that would be a
Okay.
reification fallacy,
Sorry,
right?
I'm confused.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
confused. A
Wait,
shape,
can
the
you
shape of
tell
the
me what the
Earth.
definition of a reification is?
Sorry, the shape of the Earth.
Your
That
excuse. Can
being
you
an
tell me
oblate
what the
sphere. Why is
definition
this
of a
guy
reification
talking
is?
through everybody? It's really
Well,
annoying.
because you're trying to
We're
railroad
talking
me.
about geometry because they're talking about shapes that falls into the category of the shape of the
No,
Earth.
she was talking
Yeah.
about a laser observation or experiment, as I would call it, right? And then she said, "But it's just geometry, bro." And I said, "No, it's not, right? Because you're doing an experiment in the real world, not in some like sheet of geometry, right, where you write out some equations." Because I didn't hear a single equation.
So you're
Right? To
saying that
say
there's
that it is just
Okay, I'll
geometry,
give you
that
several.
would be a
I'll
reification
give you
fallacy, which is
several.
something you guys love to
So I
talk
Give you
guess
about
you
with the
think
globe.
that
several.
So it's like
that
really
the Earth
funny that you
flattens out
commit
Okay,
that
no
all the
worries.
blocking
I'll
the
see
time
you all
in
later.
your
atmosphere.
explanations, right?
Okay. All right. So anyway, the reason that it's geometry is because we're told the Earth is a very specific size, and we can test for that. Now, if you want to claim that atmospheric effects change the way we measured the surface of the Earth, then you're going to need to defend that claim. But we know as a fact that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that at 10 miles, there must be 66 feet of curvature blocking the laser and over 266 at 20 miles. That is purely a mathematical consideration. It's not a matter of my feelings or my opinions or your sophistry. It just has to exist. Now, if you want to claim that the atmosphere is doing something that allows us to always hit our target in every measurement over large bodies of water, then you're going to need to defend that claim.
I mean, yeah, if it's impossible for me to get a word out without getting muted or make an argument, then you guys just lost.
Maybe
You
you
needed
should
to be
listen
muted for
then.
your own good because you can't shut up.
For my own
So, can
good?
you answer
Well,
what I
probably
said?
for your good, right? So
Can you
I
can you
could
answer
get
what I
something.
said?
Well,
Can you
no, because we're
address what
talking
I
about
said?
something else. I was making one argument, and then you muted me
No,
because you're too
that's not
scared
what
of
we're
hearing the
talking about in
arguments.
here. Okay, so
It
you don't
is.
want
This
to
is just
address what I
time
said.
delay. I'm going to mute him again. I'm
Okay.
getting annoyed with this. You either
Aw,
answer the
I'm so
question and
sorry.
produce.
He seems very triggered.
You either
Yeah.
answer the question and progress the conversation, or fuck off. There you go.
Problem solved. Fucking hate people like that.
And Yoder was having a really good conversation with him too, and he just completely reset as if none of that conversation had ever happened. That's how you know who you're dealing with.
Oh well, lots and lots of fun. Lots and lots of people in the chat though, which is always good to see. If anyone's got any comments on the previous conversation, don't be shy. Unmute yourself. bring forth your point. If anyone's got a new point, a new conversation that I've been dying to get in because the last guy just wouldn't shut up, then again, please feel free. Floor's open, guys. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Let's try and keep the conversation going. The Earth is flat. What do you think about that?
Thank you very much. Do planes fly in a curved trajectory like Doc? What's his name? Docker B was saying.
Yeah.
You reckon they were flying over a curved trajectory whenever he's flown in them?
Yep.
They do? They don't?
You want to talk up, right? Like, just we can all have a conversation in here, and that, by example, was not how you have a conversation. Like,
it was a question
from his side, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because he said that planes flew over a curved trajectory when they do not.
He said he liked the explanation, the calculations that had explanations. He never once said that it had to comport to reality. He just likes the ones with the best stories.
Well,
yeah, descriptions of models of reality.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. And then he couldn't answer if he believed if Earth was a sphere on reality or not. Like it's.
Oh, never mind. He's not in the VC. No.
Good. That was exhausting.
He didn't know the difference between post-diction or prediction as well. Okay, so that was another telling thing there. Hiding behind post-dictions and making out that they're predicting things when they're not. It's a well-observed pattern over years. Tomorrow is going to be, what is it? Tomorrow is going to be Thursday. There you are. It's my prediction for you.
It's already Thursday for us, Jim.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about them. Those who are listening. Yeah, I'm already there. In the future.
Yeah, if you guys want to know what's happening tomorrow, just ask. Me and Jin will tell you.
Yeah, because we're already there. We're ahead of the curve. That curve that don't bloody exist.
Be a good example of a post-diction since it happens on a cycle?
Yeah.
The sun rising and setting every day of the year is a post-diction. Because it's done the same thing all of the time. Yeah, exactly. The lunar cycles, right? The phases of the moon, post-diction, does the same thing all the time. Yeah. The lunar eclipses, Sarah cycle, done the same thing, going to do the same thing again on a repeated cycle.
The cycles of the season, the position of the sun.
Yeah, all of them. Every single thing in the sky is a post-diction because they've done the same thing throughout all recorded history. And they're going to do them again.
Probably even before recorded history, too.
Thanks for the explanation. I appreciate it.
People didn't have TVs. They just used to sit outside and watch the sky, right?
This is what I was trying to ask the last guy about, like his model. He wanted to compare models because he's obviously going to want to make a prediction or something. Said something stupid like weather. But again, all of the predictions in the sky, there's no globe model, there's no flat Earth model. They're in the sky. They're observer-centric based upon you and your location. And as soon as I said that location, then we're also going to be getting into flat Earth measurements. What your longitude and latitude coordinate, where it appears in the sky, towards the east, towards the west. Yes, all horizontal flat Earth descriptions, though, right? There's no model. It's observer-centric. The model's the sky.
Yeah, the model was created from the sky, so therefore what they see in the sky it aligns that they created from the sky. Circular reasoning. What agrees with what I see in the sky? Yeah, that's how it was created.
I have everything before Flat Earth, but now I love it even more because I'm out there in it more and looking at it more and taking more pictures. It's awesome.
New lease on life, D-Town.
First part of that, bro?
What's that, mate?
What'd you say? I missed the first part of your sentence.
I just said a new lease on life, D-Town.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, I've always loved this. I've always taken pictures of storms and sunsets and loved the beach and stuff like that. Like, I loved it before, but now I'm just in it, man. It's great.
Shall we unmute Talon? Can he control himself? Let's see. Can't. I did. What's up, Talon? No.
Hello, hello,
No.
hello. Is it me?
No.
I'm back. I can breathe. I was holding my breath the whole time for. What's Can you hear me? Am I coming in okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right. It was hard. It was hard to breathe with the mute.
Yeah, it'd be even harder to breathe if we lived on a sphere in the vacuum of outer space, right?
Well, that's what. Yeah, that is what we're doing. I know it's crazy, isn't it? Truth is stranger than fiction. That's how that goes.
All right. Who we got? It's Killer. Gannon, are you there? Hello, Earth to Gannon.
Gannon. See a Glober?
I had no idea. Doesn't. Don't know. His comment says just Jewing around. So I don't know. Lenny Cups has changed his name to Mater Tetris. Is that an homage to Matrix?
Yeah, man, I just want to confuse him even more.
Should I say homage?
That'll do it.
forgot I was speaking to a French speaker.
Wait, what?
That's a French word, right? Homage? Homage.
Homage, yeah.
Yeah.
Did someone call Matrix that?
Metatetrix? Yeah, you used to get it all the time, right?
Nice.
I think I've heard like 2 or 3 different variations at this point.
Have you guys worked out his name?
What do you mean?
Mate.
It's like a reference to the movie.
Right? No. Mate is, we use mate all the time. And
Oh, yeah, of
his
course.
name would be Rick, right?
I don't know about
Rick.
that. Maybe.
Mate Rick. Different being in here in the morning. We normally in English up this time of the morning. Well, my morning. Has it been busy? Has it?
Yeah, it was kind of a land. It was a landmine earlier in here, or a minefield, I should say.
Yeah.
So I jumped in.
Everywhere you stepped, you got a stupid comment.
Kinda. They were going off left, right, and center when I entered in here.
Yeah, it was kind of funny though. He was consistently making these like nasty comments, and then said he was being bullied because I tried to get him on topic.
That last guy, oh, he's such a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I was saying he's like
Skip
Matthew
to
Lawrence with extra steps, like the Globe has the best explanations. The Globe has the best, fairy tales. That's why it wins.
Modeling reality. Oh, is the globe reality? No, it's just a model of reality. What?
I did want to hear Yoder talk to him about surveying, though. It was, I know we all got derailed. That's always a good time.
Yeah, maybe that was my fault. Sorry. Couldn't handle his voice. Not Yoda's voice. The other guy.
Hosting time this morning because Nathan Oakley joined in the politics server and it filled up super quick. And then Older Bear joined and he's like, that guy's a liar. I'm not going to be here while he's talking. And then he just left. But ended really quick.
I always miss these Nathan Oakley extravaganzas. Right? How was it? Just telling everyone it's a flat Earth measurement. That's it.
Correct. Like he's here for a little while. They were talking back and forth about it, about flat Earth stuff, flat Earth measurements and stuff like that. Everything's measured flat. And then, like I said, Elderbear guy joined, and he's like, "This guy's a thief. I'm not talking to him." Somebody mute him, and nobody muted him immediately, so he left.
Who left, Elderbear or Nathan Oakley?
And guys left. They apologized and said, "Sorry, but we can't like be here talking to this guy's a thief."
Also, when
so we just need to change our profile name to Elderbear.
Yeah. So when Elderbear
Something.
arrived, Nathan Oakley left? Is that what you're saying?
We met and started talking, and Nathan Oakley was like, "I'm not talking to you. You're a thief. Mod, mute him, or I'm leaving." And like 15, 20 seconds later, he was just like, "You're a thief. You're a thief. You're a thief. Mute him." And when he kept talking and nobody muted him, he just left.
Interesting.
Yeah. Did he not talk about his new book? What is it? Measured Flat. All roads lead to flat Earth. No.
Between 15 and 20 times.
Oh, okay, so he did them. Right. All right.
So he's got a book, and Adam and QE have got a
Actors
book.
are retarded, dude. They're fucking retarded.
Okay. What's retarded about it?
This, you're just all retarded, man.
Yeah. Have you got a confirmation of that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just say
science,
it
you
is.
fucking idiot.
Science tells us we're retarded.
You don't believe in science, you fucking idiot.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about it then.
No, because if you were in science class, you were taught that the Earth's a globe. You don't trust your science class? Fucking idiot. I had old models in my class. They showed me the Earth's a globe. All the planets are globes. That's what I was taught in science class. It's science.
What evidence did they give you?
Oh, so science class. You don't believe in science?
What evidence did they give you that it was correct?
They taught me a bunch, a whole shit ton, years of evidence. I can't really say it all at once, dude. I mean, it's just I learned it in science class. You learn about the planets.
Just the first evidence, then what was that?
The first time I heard it in science, I don't know, maybe kindergarten. I don't know.
You know what's
a teacher
the
just saying it.
What's the scientific method?
Between all of it, like I said, there's a lot of different methods, dude. Science class is pretty broad.
No,
you learn a lot about the planets.
What did you learn about
What do you mean? They didn't teach me that the Earth's a sphere through a bunch of methods. They taught me who found out the Earth was a sphere, and that's why we know the Earth's a sphere.
Okay, who did that?
I'm not gonna just go through my whole science class with you. I'm like, what's that gonna do? Well, where's your other sources? Where's more this? Where's this? Where's this? I'm not gonna walk you down it. Like I told you, it's science. It's basic science you learn at a young age.
Okay,
we teach children this.
What is science?
It's data. It's how things work.
Kinda.
That would be mechanics.
No,
that's how things work.
A shapes science. A squares and triangles science.
That's the point of science. It tells you how things work and what things are and how they work.
Okay, I get you with the how things work. Science elucidates what causes things to happen in the physical natural world, right? But that's a cause and effect relationship that science figures out through experimentation. When we're trying to figure out a shape, we don't do science, do we? It's not scientific inquiry.
A lot of different ways to figure out a shape of something, but science would be a way.
Gotcha.
Science and math would definitely be a way.
It would fall more into the category of mathematics and less into the category of science. All right, mathematics, like angles, geometry, shapes, distances, figuring out areas and volumes. Yeah, more mathematics. It's going to deal with more measurement than anything else, right? Yeah,
No,
no?
like I said, there's a lot of different ways to do it. So yes, some person might get to their answer through measurements and mathematics. Well, another scientist doesn't even need to use math to figure out it's a globe. Like I said, there's different ways to do
Really?
it.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're going to go back to the scientific method.
There's just different ways.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm telling you the scientific way. We've gone through the mathematic way. You don't think that you think a scientist can do a different way. A scientist does science, the scientific method, right? Like a mechanic, he does his processes to fix a carburetor, for example. Processes and procedures. The scientific method is a particular process that the scientist will follow. Step 1, 2, 3, and 4. He's going to observe something, make a guess as to what caused it, and then create an experiment to recreate it to see if he can get what he thinks caused the phenomena to happen or not.
No, so okay, I'll say it right here. It says right here, look it up. What does a scientist use to prove the shapes of the planet? They use physics, direct space photos, and shadow observations.
The scientist uses a nigger.
Okay, good. Okay, excuse me. So I appreciate.
Let's not
Excuse.
Hold on. One sec. Just point of moderation. Let's not use the N word, or I'm gonna have to ban you. Thanks.
No, just ban him.
Oh, okay.
He's already used it.
It's all right. It's all right. I put the mute on him.
Okay.
Also, just another quick point of moderation before you continue. Sorry to interrupt. Let's try to be careful about discussing conspiracies. That's now against term.
Thank you. That was fun.
Was that a Discord mod?
No.
It's just someone pretending to be a mod.
Is that it? Is that all over now?
No.
Maybe not.
Did anybody watch the solar eclipse?
I think you said solar eclipse and kind of, yeah.
It's pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
No, I didn't watch the solar eclipse, bro. I was told not to do that. You know, my eyes are thankful, bro. Right? My eyes are thankful.
I watched through my camera lens, so it was pretty cool.
I like it, Timbo, when people come in and say it's like basic high school science. You get taught this in science class. I like that statement.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
Why
that's exactly what happens. That's why people know
science?
It's a globe. Do you think people would know it without science class?
They probably know it more to do with like science fiction and stuff these days, right? You turn on the TV and like Star Trek or Star Wars, for example. Cartoons when you're a kid. The only lesson Okay. The only lesson I really remember wasn't necessarily a science lesson. It was just more of a discovery about, the universe and so on, and fell into different categories. But it wasn't something that I got taught when I was in secondary education in science class.
I wasn't officially taught it back then, but teachers definitely mention it from a young age.
Of course, yeah. Teachers, everybody mentions it from a young age, right? Your parents as well.
Sorry, I'm lost. What's not mentioned? Sorry?
No, what is mentioned?
Sure.
The Earth being a sphere. In education of how we come to realise, how we know reality, the Earth being a planet.
So one of my biggest arguments would be that you probably wouldn't like, and I don't know what you defend it with, but we have direct images of Earth and planets, the other planets too.
Okay. direct images of the Earth or other planets. How I get that when we get images from like space agencies like NASA, like the Blue Marble, that show that the Earth is a sphere, I understand that, you know, that's pretty good evidence to have a photograph of something. It just then becomes how verifiable that piece of information is, or the chain of custody. First of all, we all must understand that images can be and are manipulated, especially these days, but obviously that has happened in the past as well. It's not hard to manipulate an image. So we must understand this as well. But ultimately, if the surface is curved in that image, then when I go out and measure the surface of the Earth, then the surface of the Earth should fit that image also, right? It's just an apparent conclusion from the image. The image shows a curved surface on the Earth. Okay, cool. So I'll observe it and I'll measure it then. Do we observe it and measure it? Then becomes the next question.
Yes.
Okay, where do we measure the curvature of the Earth?
Well, the average person's not observing and measuring over 9,000 miles. Like, however big the actual Earth is, I have no clue. We're not measuring around the Earth, dude. Like, we're not doing that.
No,
but
I understand we're not measuring around the Earth, but you know, entertain me. Imagine you were
scientists,
standing.
they do. People
Okay.
building stuff, developers, yes, they actually have to look into stuff.
Okay, so
No, we don't.
Yes, we do, dude.
No, we don't.
We have to look into environmental things that can happen due to the Earth and its shape and its areas and.
Yeah, that's my job, mate.
For example, if it was a different shape, would you not say that gravity would be different?
That's my job.
What, down?
And no, we don't.
Down?
If it was a different shape, gravity would not be different, you're saying?
Sorry, down. Vertical, which will be perpendicular to horizontal. You think down would be different on a flat surface. Your experience of gravity is when you drop things, that's vertical, perpendicular to the floor of the ground, that's horizontal.
Throwing things, anything you do.
Okay, throwing
Even
things.
Even driving, there's gravity in driving.
Dude, again, that's just going to be down at 90 degrees. That's all that's going to be. Right? That's all you ever experience. You drop shit, it goes straight down. I'll give you a throw something. But even the calculations to figure out how far it's going to go with the attributed force are going to be based on the angle across a horizontal plane, unless you're throwing something down a hill. Right?
I think your observations is just to avoid the actual different ways to do it and look at it in one way. Like you can't.
What we're doing is what we practically do on the Earth every single day, and our experience.
Yeah, I'm saying
of the Earth.
if you look at my day-to-day life, it's like when I play a video game. My day-to-day maps I'm playing on, they're flat maps. They're not like crazily shaped maps. The day-to-day life, when I'm driving around my road, I do Uber, dude. When I'm driving around on these roads, it's flat roads, 99. It's almost all flat roads. That doesn't mean that the Earth's not a globe.
No,
so that's not a good way to look at it.
I know, but your everyday experiences of the Earth are as a flat stationary plane, and any evidence that you've got to the contrary with regards to the Earth being a sphere is given to you by another authority. Right? It's not your experience. Somebody else is telling you, aren't they?
What would someone stand to gain by telling you the contrary?
You'd have to ask them, I guess.
I'm asking you because you're the one making the claim that it's flat.
Would y'all mind if we just continued the conversation with the first guy before we get derailed into a different one?
No.
I mean, I'm satisfied with what I said. I mean, y'all can say whatever you want.
Like we're told from a young age that the Earth is globular, spherical, whatever word you want to choose. And some people say that it is a flat plane. And you question the legitimacy of photographs, which is your right. But why?
No, we're all taught that it was a globe.
That's what I said.
You said some of us.
Did you question the legitimacy of the photographs of the Loch Ness Monster?
Pardon me?
Did you question the legitimacy of the photographs of the Loch Ness Monster?
I'm not talking about the Loch Ness Monster.
No, but
There
we're
are more
talking about
images of the globe than the Loch Ness
We're
monster.
talking about just images in general.
That's whataboutery.
No, but you're saying specifically that we are speculative. Sorry, not speculative, but spurious with regards to images. I'm just pointing out that images are
No.
manipulated and giving you some
I'm not saying.
historical examples of this.
I'm saying that
If,
you're speculative or whatever the word the fuck you just used in relation to the images of our Earth is what I'm saying.
But those images show that the Earth is a sphere with a curved surface, doesn't it?
It does.
Cool. So
And,
we would
and,
observe
and you used the example of the Loch Ness monster, right? So there are
No,
far more images.
that was about
Paul's
photographs.
defense
That was
was
about
taking it to
photographs.
day-to-day life to asking, do you see it as a sphere? It's like, no,
Really,
of
really
course
weird.
not.
There's 2 points here. Please don't think there's just 1 point. There's 2 points. One, the legitimacy of photographs and how they have historical examples been manipulated, and two, the actual claim within the photograph. The photograph shows the surface of the Earth is curved, obviously, because it's a sphere-like
Earth is
object.
huge.
Right? Okay, good. I get it's huge, big, large, whatever you want to say, but there is still a rate of change of slope on the surface determined by the radius of the object, approximately 7.98 inches per mile squared. Right? That's based on the radius. That's why we talk about geometry. Radius times circumference and deviation from a tangent.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that shit. My question to you was, what would someone stand to gain by telling you that it's spherical as opposed to it being flat?
Well, they get to give us a creation narrative, right? How it that doesn't exist got here. Big Bang cosmology. Then they get to give you another idea of how you came into existence. That's the evolutionary narrative. So they get to tell you your meaning and purpose in life and where you are and where you're going.
Not necessarily.
Okay, whether you agree with what they say or not, that paradigm is out there like a palette of paint for people to use. That's the paradigm. The Earth and the universe was created from some, if we rewind time, from some point in space that exploded into everything. And then over natural processes, evolution took place.
You can see the creation of the universe in the background cosmic radiation.
What? Oh, let's not start talking about the axis of evil where everything emanates from this point in space.
I mean,
from here then.
Hey man,
I'm just pointing out to you
we're on a
the
globe,
ontological
brother.
primitive that most
We're
people.
on a globe, brother. That's all. I don't really care.
Then we would measure curvature on the surface, then, wouldn't we?
We live on a globe, brother.
Then we would measure curvature on the surface, wouldn't we?
Yeah, but we live on a globe. Like,
now you're sounding like a preacher.
We do, like we do.
We live on a globe, brother. It's like, brother.
Well, the truth is,
we live
he's
on
right.
a globe.
It's just simple. We have
Amen,
the
brother.
images, we have the data, the math, everything.
Why would anyone purposefully go out of their way to take several photographs of the globe of our Earth?
Dude, there's probably tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Tangent. Like, I'm gonna make everyone believe this globe, this Earth is round from one specific space, whatever we want to call it, and therefore, when people believe me that it's round, I'm going to tell them lots of other stuff, and they're going to believe me. What the fuck?
That's interesting, dude. Let's try and treat this like a crime scene, right?
I don't want to be honest. The world is
You've probably
globular.
got no point being here. Maybe you should just go. We'll talk to someone else.
It's free country.
This is the internet.
Yeah.
And I'm a moderator. Let's see how free it is, shall we? All right, dude, do you want to take place in the conversation or not? Cool.
Did you mute him? I think you muted the guy. I don't think he can respond.
Do you think I'm the only moderator in here?
I don't know. Without checking.
Yeah.
I'm saying you said it was okay. What about NASA faking the images? What about the
Dude,
Chinese
dude.
space?
It doesn't matter.
What about the Russians space programs?
Everyone,
what about
the
Indian
Polynesians,
space
couldn't give a
program?
shit. Everyone shows the images of the Earth having a curved surface, which by consequence means we'll measure a curved surface then, right? The surface is curved. We will measure that separation from a horizontal tangent over distance. When building on the Earth like roads, dams, pipelines, city structures, when mapping distances, the height of an object, we would measure that curvature somewhere, wouldn't we?
It's not usually measured. It's not, like I said, it's more about where you are on the Earth, what kind of like things happen, whether it's tornadoes or let's say hurricanes.
No one's measuring through the Earth through a tornado. But
that's based on
clear
where you are on the
and
Earth.
succinct, my friend. When we're given the images like the blue marble, the green and blue marble, the blue bit is the water that takes up 70% of the object they show us. So if we were to measure over a distance of water, which according to the idea is being pulled to the centre of mass, which is why the Earth has a curved surface, we would measure that curved surface on the water then, wouldn't we? Why does nobody like answering this question? There's a picture that shows the Earth's got a curved surface, so we would measure the curved surface then, wouldn't we?
I've already told the people in here, when I go to Lake Michigan, because I live right next to it, and I look over to Michigan, because I'm in Wisconsin, and I see a boat. There's a ferry that goes across Lake Michigan straight. You see it go down in the horizon, proving that the water that you would think would be flat, it looks flat. When you actually watch the boat, it'll disappear. Behind the water, behind
when
it.
You make, okay, thank you. When you make this observation, are you just doing it with your eye?
Well, I have to use my camera, but...
Okay, and so you understand that we're going to be using optics because, hey, I can't see it with my eyes. Now I'm going to have to get a camera out or a telescope or something, right? Because optics have limited angle of resolution, especially with objects at distance, because objects at distance appear smaller, don't they?
Yes, I used a camera, but I also have very good eyes too. It's kind of obvious when you see it. You can see with your eyes it disappear too.
All right, Superman. Obviously, it's going to disappear with your eyes, Superman. I get that. But what I'm just trying to get you to obviously understand is we're going to be using optics, and depending on the optic is going to determine how far away the object is going to be before we lose sight of it. For example, I can observe ferries crossing the English Channel, and they go from from Dover to Calais at a distance of 21 miles. And I watch the boat. There it goes to Calais, and I can still see it in Calais.
Would you?
Now, if the Earth was a sphere, I wouldn't be able to see that. Yeah, I'll grant you, I couldn't see the boat with my eyes. That's why I pulled out some World War II binoculars, and there was the boat again. It's not the curvature of the Earth that makes the object disappear. It's the resolution of the object, and obviously the atmosphere that you're looking through, which might lend credence as to why you couldn't see the bottom of the object, being as light has the tendency to deviate towards the denser medium, which is usually upwards.
You can see the boat fully at the start, and by the time it's crossed the entire Lake Michigan, you can't see it at all. It's behind the water.
What was the last thing I said?
Seeing a resolution, which we don't.
Nope.
We don't do that.
Nope.
Anyway, would you
thing I said.
Would you be able to explain why long distance flight routes and navigation work use spherical geometry?
Oh no, not the old buddy. Not Mr. Flat Earther.
Or would you be able to explain the changing altitude of a Polaris with latitude?
Would you be able to explain the apparent rising and lowering of the altitude of your light fitting when you moved away from being underneath it? because
That's
it's
not what I
90
asked.
degrees. Because it's 90 degrees above your head when you measure it and stand underneath it. But as you walk away, it will get to 80, then 70, then 60 as you move further and further away
Why are
from the
you
light
answering a
that's
question with a
above
question?
your head.
Oh
Because
my
we're talking
God.
about lights that are above your head. And you're asking, why does the light above my head appear closer to the floor when I get further and further away from standing underneath it? Is the question you're actually asking. You just don't realise it. Because you think the only reason why things appear to go down in the sky is because you're standing on a curved surface. Weird. You must think that when you go to expensive hotels that have really long corridors, that the reason why the lights from the ceiling getting closer and closer to the floor is because there's something wrong with the fucking hotel and the surface of the floor is curving downwards. Right?
Or what?
That's the only reason,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
requires a denial
I'm in a
of
hotel. They got
perception
pretty
and perspective
straight
in how you see.
hallways.
The fuck did you just say?
The
Yeah, you
globe
talk
They said
like
the
requires
lights were
denial
curving
you should
of
be
down in
intelligent.
hotels,
You
dude.
sound like you
of
should
I
be
don't know.
intelligent, but you're not. I'm sorry, this guy, what a dumbass.
Is that our old flat earther, the guy from England?
I'm
from
not.
Japan?
I'm from England, but I'm not a flat earther. The other guy
Oh.
is the Jedi
Oh, right.
fella.
Okay, there was one guy used to come in Discord chat, and he was a fucking lunatic. He just would come up with so much stupid shit. I thought that was you. Okay.
And isn't it all? Oh,
That'll do
it's
for me.
kind of whack. It's definitely whack.
Yeah, what are we supposed to think of the phenomenon of perspective when people's only explanation for why things off in the distance appear lower is because of curvature instead?
Don't know. Jedi said it was something to do with the resolution.
No, it's this.
Unfortunately, I don't
You're
see in
talking about
1080p. I see in
we're talking about the
720p.
lowering of Polaris. We're not talking about why you can and can't see boats anymore. Resolution of Polaris hasn't got anything to do with why it lowers in the sky when you move away from its ground position.
I'll tell you what boats I don't want to see. The fucking ones coming from France. I'll tell you. If in doubt, kick them out. That's what I say.
Well,
What's your
if
angle
the
to the
Earth was
top
a
of a
sphere, it would
flagpole when
never
you're
be
standing
flat.
next to it? What's your angle to the top of a flagpole when you're standing right next to it on the ground?
I mean, I'm using such small
What?
distances.
Answer it.
Answer. I don't fucking know, do I, mate?
What? It's. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you don't know how to measure a flagpole because you're not fucking stood next to one
It's
right
gonna
this
be
instant.
roughly 90 fucking degrees, right? Move away from it significantly on a flat surface. Is it gonna be lower? Yeah. Is the angle gonna have changed? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Point to any point on your ceiling with your finger and then walk away. Notice the angle changes.
Bro,
Point to
you are
anything in the
talking.
sky.
You are
A
talking about
cloud,
such small
anything in
distances.
the sky. Anything that's above you. I don't care what it is. It could be the sun, moon, or stars, right? They move, they appear to lower towards the horizon. This would be an angle change. As you watch the sun and you're standing underneath it, for example, move away from you, it goes from a 90-degree position above your head to 75 degrees as it moves away towards the west until 0 degrees on the horizon. That's all it is. That's just perspective, dude.
Words.
You see this
Lots of
all of the
words.
time. You experience this everywhere. When you start attributing this to things in the sky like the sun, moon, and stars, the reason why they go down is only because you're on a curved surface that's rotating backwards if we're facing west. Sun.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Okay, well, if that's fun for you, is there anybody else who wants to take over the question thing, as this one said?
How would I fall off?
Fall off what?
If we're on a
What?
plane, how would I go about jumping off the edge?
Edge into what?
I don't know. You tell me, mate.
Neither do
You're
I.
almost on the edge of that.
Yeah, this is why I'm
So
asking
there's
these questions.
space.
I don't know.
Earth is flat. Something that's flat has to have 4 corners, let's say.
The corners now, and 4. If
Look at a
something is
box.
flat, it can only have 4 corners. Fuck.
Yeah, we got a
We're
chuckle
just
fuck
doing
over here.
things
Listen
now,
to
aren't
Dr.
we?
Giggle Splat.
We're just doing whatever we want. So.
It's so fucking funny.
Right, I need to find that mute button.
Oh dear me.
We got a
I
squeaker.
don't know. Oh fuck. Oh. Oh dearie me. Sorry, that tickled me.
Gotta be a way to walk off, dude. I'm trying to walk off the earth.
Bro, me too. Me too.
Okay, can you walk
I want to look
off?
down and see the epitome, the endless, bottomless void of space and time.
Doesn't want to have a conversation.
So wait, my question to the flat earthers, is there people living on the bottom half of the earth?
The flat earth that you're picturing in your head
Is there
is not the
people
one
living on the
that we're
bottom
talking
half
about.
of the earth, bro?
Hey, the flat
Answer
earth
me
that
that.
you're picturing, the flat earth that you're picturing in your head is not the one that we're talking about. Sorry.
We already told you that we're not a disc floating in space. And here you are talking about how you want to jump off the edge and fall into the void of space.
Yeah, well, is there people living on the bottom half of this flat earth?
Sorry.
It's not a disc, dude, or a plate.
Okay, it's flat. It is flat.
Yeah, so
It
just
doesn't mean
because
there's
it's
an
flat,
underneath.
Exactly. So where did you get this idea from that it's some kind of pizza? Yeah, that was an invitation to go straight through me.
Yeah, like a DVD.
Yeah, that's great. Where did you get the idea from that it's some kind of coin flying through space? Where did you get that idea from?
Because it's flat. Actual flat. You know it's flat? A piece
Yeah,
of paper.
that's great. Flat. So how
Flat
did you
is a piece of paper.
Yep, that's great. How did you go from flat to coin flying through space? A little bit different.
I never said a coin. I'm not Jewish.
Well, you asked how the fuck do we know what's on the bottom of it? Okay.
Yeah, so when you have a flat
Healthy
object,
of
there's a top and there's a bottom to a flat object, yes.
Listen, Earth may not be an object in the sense that you think of it.
This isn't
Just
flat
like
anymore, by the way.
Listen, when you ask us about Earth being an object, it's the same as asking you about the universe itself being an object. And how do you define the universe and its dimensions as an object? I mean, you can't. It is the space for all the things that have dimension within it. Just like Earth here, our reality is a space for all the things that have dimension within it. The outer space you see above your head is above the surface that you walk on. There's no evidence that there's any underneath anywhere.
There's no evidence of anything underneath my feet?
No, not in outer space, or people walking upside down under you. The further we dig, the hotter it gets. It turns into like almost literal hell. I mean, people start digging deep and hot lava comes up, for crying out loud. Nobody's dug deeper than 7 or 8 miles. And the lights above the sky at night, above your head in the sky, those are what they are, man. They're above. They're above. So we live on the bottom. We're like walking on one of the walls of the container, I guess you could say. But yeah, the celestial realm, man, is up there. It's up, not around or out.
What the hell, bro?
Sorry?
The hell?
What, do you experience it in any other way than the way I described?
Experience when I walk and I go far enough, dude. I experience curvature everywhere, dude. Especially these damn potholes in my city, bro. Like 1 second I'm like in the air, basically shooting towards the sky. Next second I'm shooting towards the dirt, dude. I mean, a lot of curvature, dude.
And that's just up and down.
It's curvature.
And that was up and down.
There's a lot of curving going on to bring me up and
there's
down.
There's a lot of undulation from horizontal. Right, you walk up an incline at an angle,
There's
and
a lot of
down
curvature on Earth.
No,
Not much
dude.
is truthfully flat.
It's like you don't. I'm kind of like semi-agreeing with you, but you don't want to let me get the words out. It's weird. Is it because I'm a flat earther? Can't agree with what
It's
I'm saying.
psychological discomfort. They use the distancing tactic to make it more
didn't hear
comfortable.
what you were saying.
Because you were talking.
It's called fundy muting. When you talk through someone, that tells us that you have no intent on listening. So the next question I'm going to put forward, why are you here?
Because there's flat Earth, and I want to talk about flat Earth, obviously.
No, you don't, because you keep talking through Jedi.
Now, maybe we can level set the conversation here and hit the reset button. What do you think? Do you want to start seeing some evidence, or do you want to present any?
Right.
I'd love to see some. That'd be fantastic.
There's a comprehension issue.
Well, the problem is when I send evidence, it's
I agree, TW.
It's like these images aren't real, no matter who the source is. All these images aren't real. They're in cahoots with each other. And whenever the data says I'm right, it says the data is wrong too.
Stop talking. Right. The problem with your evidence is you've got nothing to back it. It's all well and good just to slap a photo on the table.
What if I send a picture of the globe?
I haven't finished yet. It's all well and good to slap a photo on the table, but questions will arise now. Where did the photo come from? Who took it? How did you validate it?
NASA? I can send one from
you could do
a
that.
Russian source.
That's excellent. Yeah, that's good. You could do that.
Maybe
I'm not going to stop you.
African source.
Here's the problem. What you've got to think about, young chap, is the questions that are going to come with it. So if I put a photo down on the table, I can assure you right now that they're going to ask me who took it and how can we validate it. So if I take a photo of the stripy tree that's in my backyard, I can offer someone to come around and take a photo of it themselves. Now, how are you going to go and back up the NASA photos?
I said it's you keep generalizing me just having NASA photos, dude. There's thousands of different entities who have proof. They have images from space. Private companies, public companies, all over, dude.
All show a surface that is curving, don't they?
Satellites in space, dude. We have lots of cameras in space, even.
Yeah, all the cameras, all the images, all the authorities show the Earth with a curved surface, don't they?
Yes, we have thousands of cameras in space. We have live feeds on YouTube of Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I understand you keep repeating that. What I'm trying to figure out is, if the surface is curved in the photographs, wouldn't we measure a curved surface on the Earth?
Like I said, you can measure it, but it's going to be a very long. If you want actual curvature, it's going to be it's more atmosphere. First of all, you have to measure that atmosphere. The Earth is not going to be fully, let's say, symmetrically like a sphere. The Earth is not that. But the atmosphere will lead it to be that way. The way it holds itself.
What about over a body of water, wherein the pictures that we get from space, the blue bit that takes up 70% of the surface, is pulled into the center of gravity? Curved surface. Wouldn't we measure that curved surface?
Like I said, I don't see a reason why we would do that. Like, realistically, no, we're not going to get a big long measuring stick and take your time to measure manually.
Right, dude. We build and construct on the Earth all the time, don't we?
Better ways.
Dude, we build and construct on the Earth all of the time. Roads, bridges, and dams, for example.
For small stuff, we do.
Yeah, no, some of these things go miles and miles and miles, dude. Right?
I said, we have to prepare for a little bit of land. Dude, they're not that big where they have to prepare for actual curvature when making a building.
It's like you're fighting really, really hard about getting anywhere.
When you make a building, you don't have to measure for curvature on the Earth. You have to measure for different terrain differences in that specific area.
Yeah, in that specific area. We're always, because you were talking about the world being lumpy, from horizontal. Like the grade of a slope, for example. Now, we do this over short distances, like we're building your house, and over all distances, and we measure, for example, when we're building pipelines, dams, bridges, and infrastructure. We build from a horizontal level, and any deviation upwards and downwards is an angle measurement. But the Earth will always be measured from horizontal. because that's what the Earth measures as. It's where we get the term to be level with the world. To be level with the world means to be parallel to the horizon. Now, the horizon's a straight line from left to right. To be parallel with it, let's say you want to put up some shelves. Your shelves will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That will be the world. Things won't roll off of it. Like, just for a small example. But on a larger scale, when we survey across water, across the English Channel over 20 miles, before we built the Channel Tunnel underneath the English Channel, we used lasers and other propagation to measure across that body of water, and the water is horizontal. This is what we measure the Earth to be, horizontal. So if the surface of the Earth is a straight line from left to right, how can it be a sphere? Like the pictures show.
Okay, because I said that's still small. You're still looking at, it's basically just small versus big.
How
Yes,
big's
I
the
can
Earth?
drive. I do Uber. I can
How
drive
big is the
100
Earth?
miles in a line, and it will feel flat still.
I'm
You
not
can't
talking about
measure the
feel.
curvature because how minimal it is over a distance.
Dude, you understand geometry, right? You understand what a circle
And I
is,
said
don't
it's
you?
mostly still in the actual
There's a question
atmosphere.
there, dude. Please, let's have a good conversation. You understand basic geometry, right? Like what a circle is, don't you? You understand that it has a radius, diameter, and circumference, and will have a rate of change of slope from a horizontal tangent placed upon it. Curvature, if you will. It's a shape, dude. You understand these things that I'm saying, right? Before I continue? All right, I'll continue. Does the Earth have a radius?
Yes, dude. Why are we asking just basic
Good.
questions?
No, good. So the Earth has a radius, an agreed upon number.
Let's just stop. Like,
That means
we're not gonna walk through. So you're not gonna walk me down your path of thinking, dude. No.
I know, but you keep saying the Earth is so big and huge and massive and wouldn't measure curvature, but because of that radius value, there's 8 inches of descent over 1 mile and 66 foot of descent over 10 miles, 266 foot over 20 miles. You understand that this is how long we build bridges, dams, and infrastructure, right? When we map on the
even
Earth.
someone flying really can't see the
No,
curvature that well.
No. We're not talking about people flying. We're talking about your understanding about how big the Earth is and how much curvature there should be.
Dude,
We should
the
measure.
curvature is over huge distances that the eye can't really see. It's very
10
minimal,
miles.
and that's why you have to see it in a small distance. Actually, like my example. My example is literally perfect, dude.
You're telling me that you can't see the curvature of the Earth, right? That's what you're telling me. You're
No,
too
I'm saying
small
you
to
can
see
see it. You just it has to
We
be
can
measured
see
in
it.
a precise way. You can't just like
You can
see it
Hold on,
by the
dude.
naked
Think about the
eye.
words
No,
you're saying. You can see it, but you can't measure it. Is what you're
you
telling me
can't
now.
see it by the naked eye, dude. You have to
Oh, you
have
can't
some
see
way
it
to
by the
measure
naked
it.
eye now. Okay, so
That's what
you,
I've been saying.
dummy, you with the naked eye can't see it, right? Gonna lose my patience now
I'm
because you're
saying
talking around in
yeah,
fucking
if you're
circles.
measuring with, I'm saying if you have your
This is
measuring
why your
and
country
stuff, you
shouldn't
can
have
see it.
guns. You'd
But with
have
the
no
naked
fucking
eye,
feet
you're
left.
doing your day-to-day
Bang,
activities.
bang,
No,
bang,
you're
bang,
not
bang,
going to
all the
see
time. Shoot yourself
curvature
with a fucking
in the
foot.
way that the Earth's a sphere. No.
There's no chance to have a reasonable conversation with you, is there? None at all.
He doesn't want to listen. Absolutely doesn't want to listen at all. It's the old flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
Yeah, he's not here to listen and learn what we have to say. He doesn't want to hear what we have to say. We're just wrong, period. And as soon as you go to speak, Jedi, he will just begin to rant and rave over the top of you. It's fucking pathetic.
If you didn't notice, he was rumbling and contradicting himself by himself, just like that. He was saying that you can't measure the surface to be curved. He was saying that. Now he's saying that you can measure the surface to be curved, but you can't see it. He was able to see that you can see the curvature on the floor.
Anyways, Jedi, if you want to have a laugh, that conversation to me, you know that song by The Streets, The Irony of It All? Where there's that one dude that's the drunk and the other one that's the stoner. One's trying to stay super chill and the other one's just running amok. That's what that conversation sounded like.
Oh dear. Right. Is there anybody else who just wants to make noise while somebody else talks?
Me.
Has anybody else got any questions they want to ask? These conversations get more and more painful, Matrix. I don't know whether it's I'm getting older and
What's
less and less
your
patient.
best proof that the Earth is flat?
Water being horizontal upon the surface at any and all distances that we measure. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. The Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, for example. 70% of the surface of the Earth is horizontal, so it can't be a sphere, right?
There's something
Straight lines
called
aren't curved ones.
gravitation.
Pardon?
Gravitation
What about it?
makes it look horizontal.
Makes it gravity. that would be me dropping something. Makes things look a certain way now.
No, it drags it towards the middle, right?
The middle, no, down.
No, the middle.
Okay, so you're saying that gravity forms everything into a sphere.
The middle of
that
the
we
Earth,
give
bro,
it-
not the middle.
Yeah. You're saying gravity forms the Earth into a sphere, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we would measure the curved surface that the gravity created then, right?
Okay.
Okay. Do we measure that curved surface?
I don't know, do we?
No. This is what I tried to point out to the last guy. To try to confirm the claims of pictures from space that show the Earth being having a curved surface, or you with your claim that everything to the centre of the Earth, creating the Earth to be a sphere. When we try to measure that curved surface, we don't measure a curved surface. Like I said, the water measures
Well,
to be
I know why.
horizontal. Oh, he's off. What?
I know
What?
why. Because the distance is too far to be measured.
Okay. How far did I
Horizontal.
measure? How far did I measure?
I mean, like at a certain point it curves, but that distance is too far to measure for it to be
At what
horizontal.
distance, let's say from underneath my feet, is I'm standing at the beach, so before a body of water, what is the rate of change of slope beneath my feet?
Sorry, ask again. What was the question? Well, I spaced out.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. If I'm standing on a sphere, the Earth, at the water's edge, how much curvature over distance would I experience?
None, because it's over a very big distance.
Okay. You understand the Earth has got a radius, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that means that there is a rate of change on the surface given to it by that radius value, right?
He just said yeah to agree with you. He doesn't know what he's saying.
No, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. The rate of change of slope doesn't matter about the radius value. You could have a radius value of any size, and will it change the rate of change of slope on the surface, sir? Just so I'm clear before I berate you again.
For you what?
Are you trying to tell me that the radius has got nothing to do with the rate of change of
Yeah, unless it's like fucking unless you over exaggerate, then of course it has a value.
Now over exaggerate in mathematics and geometry. Don't over exaggerate. What the fuck are you talking about?
As long as you don't over exaggerate the radius.
Stop. I'm asking you a question. What the fuck are you talking about? You're
The
wasting
radius?
my time, dude.
We're talking about the radius.
Okay, good. And you agree that there is a given which will have a relationship with.
You're cutting out, bro.
Okay, somebody else fucking tell him.
Well, I guess nobody else want to tell me, so that means I win, right?
Listen, bro, if you've got a sphere and it has a particular radius and it has a particular size, its surface has to curve at a specific rate. It cannot curve less, it cannot curve more based on the given value of the radius. So you need to figure out how much that rate of change of slope is. We can tell you if you want, but just like, whatever.
Yeah, tell me,
I don't really care about people that don't give a shit. Oh, you give a shit? You care?
It's
yeah, I care.
He's He's too stupid to understand that. You're gonna have to dumb it right down.
Yeah, dumb it down for me, please.
Okay, if there's a 20-mile lake, you're standing on one side of the lake, right? And there's a 20-story building on the other side of the lake. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth's a globe.
No,
Okay?
it shouldn't.
Yeah, it should.
No, it shouldn't, because maybe where the building is, the surface elevated.
Water.
It's over water, dude. It's over level water.
Exactly.
A lake.
What are you
That's
talking
why I
about,
said
bro?
a lake. I said a lake. You know what a lake is, right?
No,
Yeah,
it
so I
isn't.
get that the Earth is flat, but is the Moon flat too? You guys think the Moon's flat?
Yes. That's just a
Oh, wow.
dot in the sky.
This is like idiocracy. So it really is.
It's
a bunch of like.
getting worse.
You guys flat
If the
mooners?
Worse than
surface where the
idiocracy.
building, if the surface where the building is not
Bro,
elevated, then you can't
Bro,
see
it's
the
on
building.
It's on the. Okay, right. So if you're standing on one side of the lake on the shoreline,
Are you flat mooners
okay,
and flat
and then
sunners?
on the other side of, hey, dumb fuck, who was that?
That was me.
That was that was Muse.
All right, Cash, you're
Yo.
officially not the dumbest person in the room anymore.
Oh,
Congratulations.
thank God, bro.
Yeah. All right. So if you're standing on one side of the lake, and then there's 20 miles of water over to the other side of the lake. Okay, and there's a 20-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake. If the Earth's a globe, it should be hidden behind the horizon completely because of the curvature of the Earth. Do you get it?
Doesn't that depend on the how much the curvature of the Earth is though? Like
Yeah, so according to the globe model, right? So the curvature of the Earth is based on the radius value. It's based on the size that they tell us. Gravity should be pulling everything towards the center of the Earth. That means that the curvature should be able to be calculated. So over 20 miles, there's 266 feet of curvature. That means if you put a 20-story building, which is about 200 feet on the other side, it should be completely hidden behind the horizon.
also
If the Earth's
You
a
know
globe.
what? You know why
but
it's
the
not
Earth is
hidden?
not a globe though.
Yeah, I
You
know
have to
why
take
it's
that
not
into
hidden.
account.
Yeah, no, you don't know why it's not hidden.
The Earth is flat. That's why. But the Earth
It's
actually
not.
is not a
It's
globe.
not hidden. Yo, can I speak? It's not hidden. But you don't know why it's not hidden. That's the funny part.
Okay, why is it not hidden? So you agree it's not hidden, right?
There it is. We see it.
Well, yeah. Obviously, it's not hidden. Like usually, you see the building, right? But I'll tell you why you see the building.
Okay, why?
Because the surface is elevated over there.
No. Say
Compared
the
to
buildings,
where you-
the buildings sitting at the same level as the lake, right on the shoreline.
That's
on the
never
other
the
side.
that's never the case, bro.
Oh, really?
You can see the bottom of the
You
building,
just
okay. Retard.
Yeah.
All right, I
It's
think
elevated
he's
66
all right, I
feet.
give
most
up.
of the time,
I
most
don't
of
know
the
how
time
to
you
dumb it
can't
down
see
any
feet.
more than that.
you can't see the bottom of the building actually most of the time. So
It's on
you're wrong.
stilts, guys. It's on stilts, tens of feet high.
It's levitating.
So get wrecked, Alvin.
Yeah,
There it is
right. So
around.
the whole building should be blocked behind the curvature.
Not
Including
the
the
whole
bottom of the
building.
building.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have to.
Including
the
the
whole
bottom of the
building.
Cash, when you do the calculations, you'll find out that over specific distances based upon your elevation, those buildings should not even be visible at all. Like you'd have to stand on top with a flagpole that's like 200 foot high in order to be seen. That's how much it should be hidden.
So what are you trying to say?
The Earth is
The
flat.
curvature's not there. Yeah, the curvature when we go out, there's zero hidden. Right? The horizon isn't blocking it. In fact, we don't see the horizon anywhere over that lake. We can just zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake and the
Okay.
whole building.
So let's say the Earth is flat. What the fuck does that change in your life?
Well, you can
Nothing,
stop
bro.
living a delusional existence and believing in crazy bullshit. Like thinking that you're on a spinning space ball flying through a space vacuum. You can stop living a delusion, right? And start getting in touch with reality and learning how to think critically.
Here's something that'll change. You'll learn to turn off from all the globe bullshit propaganda that you've had jammed down your neck. So what I want you to do today or tomorrow, Cash, is when you go just through your existence, have a look at all the globe propaganda you've got, global logistics, tonight on the global news, and all the rest of the propaganda that keeps reminding you that you live on a globe. You have a look at how much of that is out there, and get back to us.
I think most
all the
people,
signs on the back of buses, and when you're driving down the highway and you see those signs, you see a picture of a globe, right? You don't have to be a retard anymore, man.
Yeah, you'll stop being an ignorant. You will just have to acquire some knowledge. You'll stop being a blind believer who just follow things that he heard and saw in photos and videos. You just have critical thinking. You will think by your own. You will not use others people's brains, but you will use yours to identify how reality is presenting itself to you.
If the Earth is flat, let's go jump off the edge, bro.
Yeah, that's you claiming there is an edge. Did you discover that? When did you go to see that?
I mean, if it's flat, there has to be an edge.
No, it doesn't have to have an edge. Who told you that?
Yeah, the Earth is not a disk floating in space.
Okay, so you can just keep walking and you won't come back to the same position. If you walk in a completely straight line, you'll just discover new land.
No idea.
Yeah, exactly. If you go from the north toward the south, you'll never go back to the north at all.
Okay, and I'm the ignorant one. So planes are just
We're not
discovering
claiming that
new
we
land
know
all the time.
something.
Fucking
The only
dumbass.
thing we're claiming is that we know that the Earth is flat. We don't claim that we know where the edge is, if there is even an edge, or if there's more lands, or what have you. We just measured the water flat. That's not ignorance.
Okay, but you can prove yourself wrong by just going into it like
take a flight.
Yeah, take a flight that's straight.
Yeah, that's great.
Straight.
Pause.
That's
hey,
ignorant.
Cash. Hey, Cash, check it out. You don't have to yell at your microphone, mate. It's not going to help you. So, the problem is with taking your flights. Yeah, you got excited and you jumped up on your microphone. Decibel level went up like by magnitude. So, anyways, when you take a flight and they are flying east or west, they're not flying in straight lines. You do understand that, don't you?
We could do an experiment on flying a straight line. And see if
I didn't ask you to do an experiment. I said to you a statement and I asked you if you understood it. And then you started talking about random shit. You do understand that east and west are not straight lines. You do know that, don't you?
Of course.
So, how are you going to be going east in a straight line and then claiming we're going to go off some random edge that you've invented?
No, I'm not talking about the edge. I'm saying if you go into a plane and the plane goes in a straight line, it won't discover. Okay, but listen. Just listen. Just listen. Listen.
Yeah, your experiment. Listen, we've heard it before, bro. Your experiment. You want to go in a straight line and find the edge. Go and do it. You'll be the first one ever.
Not the edge, bro. Not the edge. You're not listening. Let me finish my sentence.
No one's ever flown in a straight line and ended up back where they started, ever.
Just let me get it out.
I think he's going to ask a topology question. I got this if you want.
Copy.
I'm saying if you go in a straight line, if you go into a plane and it goes in a straight line, and you keep going in a straight line, it won't discover new land. You'll come back to the same position, and that proves that the Earth is round.
In a straight line.
No one's ever done that, Cash.
Yeah, but go ahead and do it and prove me wrong.
No one's ever done it.
So let me tell you something about geometry. So if you go in a straight line, you will never ever come back to where you started from, because straight lines go infinitely in distance without deviation, because straight lines are the shortest path between 2 points. They are not deviating at all. Not up, not down, not left, not right. That's just
Yeah, but if the Earth is
straight.
round, if the Earth is round, you do a circle.
That's good. Okay, then a circle is not straight.
No, it will. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it because you're too stupid.
You can't fly straight on a sphere, is what my friend is trying to point out. You're now making.
You should kick your friend from this shit.
I know you're making the claim that if on the Earth being a sphere, if you did fly straight, you would end up where you started from. But one, that wouldn't be straight because you're flying around a curved surface, and two, can you prove that? Of course you can't.
No, I don't have a private jet. Otherwise, I would.
Then why would you make the claim then? You ended your sentence with that. You ended your sentence with that claim.
All right, can I tell you something?
So you don't know, do you?
No, I do.
Oh, so
if
how
the
do you
Earth
know?
was, if
So
the
how
Earth
do
was
you know?
flat, okay. If the Earth was flat, and someone really wanted to prove it, they would have done this.
Okay, but to prove the surface of the Earth, you don't find the limitation. You measure the surface quality. If the Earth was a sphere, we would measure curvature over distance of the Earth, let's say over a body of water. We don't measure that curvature, which you would need for the Earth to be a three-dimensional object like a sphere, but we don't know the shape of the Earth. Yeah, we understand that, for example, if you are on something, then obviously you just travel in a straight line and probably reach the limitation of that system. But we haven't done that. We don't know what that's like. We don't even know if there is that in the first place.
You know why you haven't done it? You know why you haven't done it? Because it's impossible.
Yeah, because I haven't got a fucking pilot's license.
No, because it's impossible.
No, because I haven't got a pilot's license, which is why I got on a plane and done the thing that you said. Now you've said that it's impossible. Have you done this?
Have I done it? No, because it's impossible.
No, of course you haven't. So how would you know if it's possible or not?
Because you'll just keep. If that was true, people would have just kept finding new land, bro.
Hypotheticals. If that was true. Don't stop making claims that you can't back up because you ain't done this, mate. You don't know what would happen. So don't tell me that this would prove what the Earth was, the thing that you haven't done.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, people by now would have either found the edge or found new land, like all the time. You know, either one of those. But none of those have happened, which means that people just keep.
Okay.
Like we've already found everything.
Okay.
How do you know that?
So, are you privy to all of
How do
the
I know it?
discoveries?
How do I know it? I've done it.
All right, fuck off, dude. We're out. Someone else. What I'm going to do is challenge you on the, well, I've done it, and we're going to get to the conclusion that you're a bold-faced liar. That's all that's going to happen.
Yeah, so you went in a straight line and didn't find any land, huh?
No, I came back to the same spot, so that means the Earth is...
You've not done it. So who has done it?
Sorry, what straight line did you traverse and come back?
What? What did you say? Sorry?
What straight line did you traverse and then come back to your starting location?
I did a circle.
That's not a straight line, though, is it?
But it is. It is. You don't understand.
No, it isn't.
Can I tell you why it is?
A straight line is not a fucking circle, you retard. Oh
okay,
my god.
but oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys.
Summer every day, guys. These globe heads come in here and think curved lines are straight.
Okay, but a straight line on a round surface is a circle.
No,
it's not.
A straight line.
Yeah, because it goes around.
This is a tangent.
It's called a concentric circle, man. You really need to understand.
Hey, listen, my 5-year-old drew straight lines across the dinner table that was round.
A straight line around a sphere is a circle, guys. How do you not know this?
It's called a
Aren't you supposed to be
circle.
using the straight lines to prove a sphere, not begging the question that it is a sphere?
You can't use a straight line to prove a sphere. Tangent.
Unless it's a tangent. Yeah, you're breaking up, Jedi, just so you know, mate.
All right, thank you, mate.
Jedi, I'll buy you a new mic, bro.
Cash, I gotta ask you a question, bro. What's a concentric circle?
What's it? I don't know what that term means. I'm not first speaking language English. No.
Right. It's a circle around another circle. So basically, when you're going around a sphere, you're making a concentric circle around the outer edge of another circle.
Okay.
That's not a straight line.
Okay, but I'm saying, okay, not a. Okay, maybe I said it wrong. So I mean, like going in a straight line.
Yeah, nobody's ever gone in a straight line and ended up back where they started.
Yeah, nobody has ever gone in a straight line and found new land or found the edge of the earth.
Stop. Why do you keep repeating that stupid shit? You're claiming that if we traverse in a back to where we got started from. That is what you're claiming. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent. Nobody's ever fucking done it. Now start listening.
Okay. And nobody has ever found new land by walking in a straight line.
That doesn't matter.
We're not claiming to have gone in a straight fucking line. That's a straw man. You're doing that on our behalf.
This Aussie is really mad right now. What the hell's going on?
Well, I just gotta say, whether going in a straight line finds new land or what makes you end up where you started, no one's ever done that either.
Yeah, I get that. But which is more likely that? But think about it. Just think about it, bro.
Yeah, which is more likely? Here's something that's more likely. They're using a fucking reference point. Let me call it north, magnetic north. So when you go east, it's referenced from one point. You move a little bit, the compass changes. You move a little bit more, the compass changes. You're going around in a fucking great big circle. You, in your head, when someone says east, you imagine a straight line. In reality, it's a fucking great big circle.
Yes, because if you fly in a straight line, you will just go, if we assume that the Earth is a ball, if you fly in a straight line, you will end up going to space. You will rise away from the surface of the Earth because the Earth is not going in a straight line. It's curving down from straight, and you will keep going straight. You will find yourself way out in the space. If you continue, you can continue indefinitely because that
Bro,
line
you are
will
stupid.
go to infinity. You are stupid. A straight line.
I swear, every time you've talked, you're just talking nonsense.
By definition, I will the definition for you now because you are stupid. A straight line is
okay, Necros, let's just question him. Necros, just pause for a second. Okay, Cash.
Mike's terrible, Necro.
When you
yo, can we kick Necros because he's fucking stupid?
How about we kick you for being stupid? So when people are traversing the globe, what are they using as a reference point so they know where they're going?
Wait, what? I spaced out.
A map.
No shit.
Yeah, what navigation tools are they using?
A compass, right?
Excellent. And what does a compass do?
Oh, you're going back to the same argument, bro. You're going back to the same argument. I get it.
North. Then you'd understand. And the best way to demonstrate this, go out into your backyard, drive a stake into the ground, and tie a rope to that stake. And hold onto the rope and try to walk a straight line while that rope's tight. And you'll notice yourself go around in a great big circle. That's what a compass does, the same thing. It points to one position. So when you move, it keeps pointing to that single position. So even if you are on a globe or flat, it doesn't matter. The compass is still going to behave the same. So you claiming travelling means that the ground is a particular shape means absolutely nothing. You've just wasted half an hour of our time telling us about all these travel great ideas you've got, and it means nothing.
Okay, but you don't use a compass.
There's not okay, but that is what it means. You claiming traversing proves something. It does not.
Okay, but I'm not saying or to actually do it. I'm saying if it happened that you went in a straight line.
Okay, so what we're telling you, this has not ever been done. Full stop.
Yeah, obviously. Because it's
Excellent.
impossible.
So you making claims that straight lines prove something are now null and void until you go and do it.
No, but we're doing a hypothetical here.
Yeah, why would you bring up something hypothetical and then
To make
treat
you
it as though
understand that the Earth is not flat, bro.
You don't do that with hypotheticals. You do it with reality, with demonstrations in reality.
Oh, really?
Not hypotheticals.
So what's so real about the Earth being flat? Let's be real here.
Well, Jedi was trying to tell you, but you wouldn't listen.
Well, you told me about the curvature of a fucking lake.
It would be
Right.
like.
So we test the surface of the geometry of the surface of the lake over large distances to see if the predicted curvature
And
is there.
that's your only argument, though.
Why is that bad? So what?
Oh, do you not have any other arguments? Is that the only one?
Why would I need any more than that?
Because that one could be a fluke.
A fluke? So there just happens to be a flat body of water there and not anywhere else? What about every body of water that's measures flat? Every body of water that's measured is measured to be flat.
Not everything is explainable, you know? That one could be
everywhere we go, and every body of water that we measure measures to be flat.
Cash, you've got to start listening. Cash, stop saying, start listening. He didn't say everything. He said all bodies of water. You're not listening, bro. That's half your problem.
I'm not saying literally everything. I'm saying it as an over-exaggeration.
I don't think you know what you're saying, to be honest.
Yeah, like, could you appreciate real quick? Could you, like, if you're using a hypothetical to try to prove something reality? Like, if I were to, like, say a flat earther were to say, oh, to prove that it's flat, you could go in an airplane and bank left, and you'll come a circle around, and you'll be right where you are, and therefore proving Earth is flat. Right?
No, round.
Even though
that means it's round.
Even though someone can do that, and that's not hypothetical. If someone were to not ever have actual video of someone doing that, you would not take that as proof of anything, right? Why would you bring something to the table that you don't even have? I don't understand.
All right, when was the last time humans found a new land? How about that one?
No. That's the next. Hold on. That's the next hurdle. That's the next hurdle. Let's get over the first hurdle. Is what you said. Then we can address that. That's what you're talking about. Then we can move to the next hurdle. Yeah.
2017, Japan discovered 7,000 new islands. Shit's discovered every day.
Islands don't count because the oceans are unexplored.
They would tell you. Are they obligated to tell you if they found new land?
Pretty much one point is an island or not, dude. Do you mean islands don't count?
But I'm talking about a continent or something else.
We talk about the discovery of land.
Yeah, that's the next hurdle. Why? Okay, the first hurdle. You do now understand why it's very silly to have said what you said, right? Going in a straight.
No, it's not silly.
Don't say straight line. Say straight path. Can you say straight path? Or if you're in an aircraft or whatever, you go in just straight. You don't turn anything. But going in a straight line.
Yeah, you don't understand the hypothetical, and it's fine. We can just move on, bro.
We absolutely understand the hypothetical. We also completely understand how it's not what you're talking. Like, what do you? No one has done this unless you have the video of some plane.
Oh my fucking god!
Listen, yeah, your hypothetical is a thought experiment. You're not going to debunk reality with a thought experiment.
Yeah, hey, let me try to help this guy out. Like, Cash, what you could do is try to demonstrate this. How far can you walk?
You can't. That's the whole point.
Yeah, how far can you walk in a straight line?
You can't go in a straight line all the way around the Earth because you deviate at some point.
So why would you then bring that to the table of somehow arguing something to prove your point?
But you could go almost in a straight line and still somewhat land in the same position.
So you can go in a straight line and end up where you started, but you now can't go in a straight line to end up. What are you talking about, dude?
I mean, somewhat. Like, it doesn't have to be completely straight, as long as it's relatively straight, and you'll be relatively in the same position. Like, it won't be exact same position, but around, like maybe the same country, you know?
It's running out of runway real quick. I'm about to start muting and booting.
So when someone did this in reality, how close were they relatively to where they started? in reality? In who did this and how close were
No,
they? What was the
I don't know
margin
if
of error?
someone has. I don't know if there's a video out there. There probably isn't, but there might be someone who did it. You know.
Do you know
But
of
so,
anybody
okay, so
that
do
has?
you see how that's a silly thing to say? If you don't even have the thing you're trying to say, it's just kind of an ad hoc sort of.
Okay,
You know,
but I'm saying if I went and did it, I could prove you guys wrong.
If
No,
you
we've
went
been
and did it,
looking
you
for
can
that
come back and
evidence.
tell us about it.
If I could get
we've been trying
magical
to
reindeer to
crowdsource.
fly,
You know
I
what
could prove
crowdsourcing
to you
is?
Santa Claus is real. That doesn't make Santa Claus real, bro.
Our
Hypothetically,
community's
even.
been trying to crowdsource your proof for the past 10 years, and nobody's done it yet.
I get that, but if I go ahead and do it, I could prove you guys wrong.
Are you even listening? They've been trying to do it for the last 10 years. Ewok, put your fucking brakes on, dude. You're smashing everyone.
Yeah, I know I am.
Cash, I want you to listen carefully to Yoda. He said something very important, and it just went straight over your head.
Well, it's because everyone is talking at the same time.
The problem has been fixed.
You have to understand that it is.
Oh no, it's this guy again.
All right.
Cash, shut up and listen.
All right, so here we are, okay? We're at this point where no proof, not even evidence has been provided, only thought experiments for your cosmology, for the globe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only thought,
all right, cool.
yeah. Yeah?
All right, carry on, gents. That's all.
Well, bro, that's all I need. Because here's the thing, I'm doing a
Hold on a
hypothetical.
second. Pause.
All
All
right,
you need
pause.
is no evidence to prove the thing that you're trying to prove. Are you that low tier?
Okay, can I speak now?
So yeah, you can do the better thought experiment.
Let me do this, yeah? If I went in a relatively, and if I kept going north, let's say, if I just kept going north for until I'm 80 years old, are you telling me I'll never get back to the same country I once started from?
No. When you go north, you will eventually get to north.
And then you go
Yeah,
south.
which is gonna be the same country I started from eventually.
No, you could go
the same
south.
country that you started from is in the Arctic Ocean. If you want to be at north, directly underneath the celestial rotation in the sky, that's when you will know when you are at north. You will not keep going north forever, because north is an absolute direction with a fixed point.
That's right. Well said, Jedi. Yeah, so once you get to north, my friend, every direction from that point is south.
That's okay. That doesn't make any sense.
So wait, that's only possible in the geometry of a ball.
What? Somebody brought up north. That's going to bring up coordinates and absolute directions and relative directions.
Let's try an analogy, Cash, so you can understand it. Let's just say we've got a really big forest. Walking in is equal to north. You can only keep going in until you get to the middle. Once you're at the middle of it, the only direction is out. Same thing happens with north.
It's like a retard clinic went on an internet field trip today.
It's because of the eclipse.
Okay, well that proves that the Earth is round. Because then, if that's the case, there should be an edge at complete north.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
How the fuck did going north prove the Earth was a sphere?
Wait, can I explain? Can I explain?
Yeah, I've asked you.
You're saying there's a complete north, where after that point, there's no more north. If that's the case, that point should be an edge.
No, that point is underneath a fixed rotation in the sky. It's a celestial point that stars rotate around. When you get there, and it's 90 degrees above your head, you're at north.
You're just arguing just to argue. You're not even accepting that you're wrong.
I'm trying to figure out your conclusion of how this means we're on a sphere when I'm standing underneath something in the sky.
What are you standing under, bro? The sun? That's also a circle?
We're standing underneath the sky. It's like when I stand underneath my light bulb, right? On the floor where I am is its ground position where I stand. Now, other lights can say rotate around my fixed position in that sky, but I can call this point north if I want, when we have. So you said if I go north, 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 north. Well, when you go north, 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 you will eventually get to north, and you know you're there because you're standing underneath something.
Why does it have to be the sky and not the earth, though?
Because that's what we get north from, unless you want to get a compass out, and then we're going to be pointing towards the horizon when you start going in directions.
And they say that spot's somewhere like in Siberia or something. So it's still a point.
So direction? What direction do you want to go next?
If I was you guys, I would have a counter argument to everything as well, because this is what you guys do every fucking day, probably.
Well,
that's why everything. That's why everything I say, you have a counter argument.
To know, but I'm just assuming that
So
this
wait,
is what you
everything
are like all the time.
around the point in the north?
What?
No, he just
Guys,
described.
you're arguing here every day. You guys are arguing here every day. Of course, you're gonna have a counter argument to my arguments.
Wait a second, I have a question for
We
the
might
Flat
just give
Earth.
you a sticker and move
Or
on to
whoever.
someone.
I don't know who is the
Okay.
Flat Earth anymore, but did someone say the North Pole is where all the celestial bodies rotate around?
Not specifically, but quite. I didn't say all.
Which
But
ones?
the north
too.
Yeah, the ones in the north do, but they're not all. But yeah, you almost got what I said correct. You will know
So
that you're
the
at
ones in the
geographic north,
south
I
rotate
guess.
around the south.
Yeah, you will know that you're at the South Pole when you stand underneath the southern rotation in the sky.
Why is one part rotating one way and the other the other?
Right?
put it
Can we do a vote? Whoever thinks Cash won the argument, and whoever thinks the other guys won the argument.
No, this ain't a democracy. Yeah, hey,
you won, buddy. Hey, you won. Congratulations.
Yeah, Cold Master.
We're giving you a little participation trophy. You can
I
wander
got the
off.
star
Be proud.
earlier too.
Okay, rub on the head, stick it on the fridge.
That's what you call the spot that they rotate around. If you look up the South Celestial Pole or North Celestial Pole, these are, by definition, imaginary points of rotation. You just point at it and say that's the spot right there. It could be anywhere or however it's designed, however it's made, or however it's created. It's just a label.
Yeah, but
if it
just
drives
because I
you
walk
in,
from America
yeah,
to
but I'm
South
saying,
America,
if it
why is the
listen,
rotation
homie,
different?
if it drives you into a heliocentric model, then the conditioning is working. They slapped a sticker on an observation that blocked your mind from being able to see what you're looking at. The stars moving east to west. That's it. That's all you saw. You saw the stars move east to west around the central point.
Okay.
If they call that whatever, it shouldn't close your mind to all possibilities of what's going on.
Wait a second. Wait.
Look at his resetting. Are you going to blue screen or are you going to be able to think now?
No, I'm looking up what you said. Like, it's the rotation is different if I'm in North America or South America. But how does that work? That doesn't make sense.
So that's the sky motion, right? For example,
very confused.
Yeah, the Big Dipper that will rotate around the northern celestial pole in its direction, east to west around that point of rotation. And then you go somewhere else and you look up, and we'll call this south, and you'll see these stars doing something slightly different, in the opposite direction as you'd experience. But that's the sky that's doing that.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the sky that's doing that. It's like why the sun moves across the sky in its patterns and the moon in its patterns. The same with the stars. They move across the sky in their patterns. Why? I don't know. We can just observe what they do. But that's those doing that. That's not the Earth underneath causing the phenomenon of the things to move across the sky. I suggest it's those objects that are actually in motion.
But stars are real?
Stars are real? Well, in the sense that I can go out right now and point at them. Right? I guess they've got names and constellations, and we could recognise them. So, in that sense, they're real. What do you mean? You seem surprised.
Okay. Just asking.
Sorry, at this point, do you think we're blind now? It's like, what? We all see these things in the sky, dude. Maybe there's a lot of evolution where flat earthers live. But anyway, I don't want to detract from your further questions.
Is there a story beyond us pointing at them and seeing them that you think exists?
Wait, what? Okay.
We don't have a belief that they're giant gas balls on fire burning in outer space. We don't even think that the Earth is a disk floating in outer space. In fact, we don't even think there's outer space.
Wait, then where are we?
Well, we see the lights in the sky. We just don't have a story attached.
So when you see the lights in the sky, you just see lights in the sky. You don't ask what it is.
Yeah, but we don't know. In the same way that I guess when you were a child, you saw the things in the sky and you were told what they were in the same way my parents told me what sun was. But that's just like the common narrative at the time, right? When you look at Jupiter, a giant ball of gas. When you look at Mars, well, that's red and solid like the Earth. A bit like Venus, but that's got a thicker atmosphere like the Earth, right? But we're told these things, but we don't know or experience for ourselves.
So I can only trust in what is in my immediate environment, right?
I mean, not that you can trust what's in your immediate environment, but on the really basic level, if you're talking about what you personally can trust, then obviously that's what you personally experience. Anything else that somebody else says to you is secondary. And then that's going to come down to your personality, whether you trust them or not.
I don't trust the government.
Okay.
Well, do you trust your oatmeal?
Right? Like as far as what Jedi was saying, like how much of your own personal experience are you willing to give up and trust somebody else's story?
It's kind of inconsequential for me if the Earth is flat. I'll be honest.
That wasn't really the answer to the question.
No, he said, how much of my personal blah 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 am I willing to give up and trust someone else? And I say,
so how much of your personal experience and whatnot are you willing to give up in trust of someone else? All of it? Some of it? None of it?
Again, it's inconsequential for me.
So it's inconsequential for you personally, even maybe at a spiritual level, about the world in which you inhabit, and potentially where it came from and where
in why the people are lying.
Pardon? Well, maybe this has got something to do with it. Like if you get to control people's perception of their reality, like answer the questions where they came from and how they got here, and potentially their purpose and where they're going in life, then you've got control of their paradigm of reality. Right.
I'm sorry, I gotta add this in. It's inconsequential. That's a cop-out. You're literally giving up all your senses and allowing governments to dictate how your senses work.
But hold on, the government is already doing that without flat Earth.
No shit. But the fact that you're more interested in the lies, as you put it, that means you already understand that the Earth's measured flat, and you want to know why the next step's going on. So you've already accepted that it's flat. You've now moved on to the next phase.
Yeah.
I haven't honestly accepted anything. I was more curious of what you guys
If you're
saying.
jumping to the lie, why people lie, that means subconsciously you have already accepted that the Earth is flat, and you want to know why people are lying about it.
Well,
yeah, true. He moved past the denial phase, didn't he?
When
Right?
you tell
Because
me
at
I have
first it's
accepted
denial,
the
like
flat Earth, no, hold on. When you tell me I have accepted the flat Earth, I always have this scenario playing in my head where I have to choose between two planes, a red plane and a blue plane. And I'm told that the guy in the red plane believes in a round Earth. The guy in the blue plane believes in the flat Earth. And I always pick the red plane. I don't know why.
Why are you just arbitrarily picking planes? Why don't you go and find out for yourself instead of believing one thing or another? If either of them
If I
make a
were
claim
to
the Earth
again,
is a
if I were
sphere,
to go somewhere to find out for myself, I would still pick the pilot who believes in the round Earth. You know.
dude,
okay,
is this
so
an
even if you
exercise that someone from the retard clinic did with you before coming here?
What?
Yeah, did you do the red plane, blue plane thing with one of the clinicians at the retard clinic?
No, I just used it for you guys to distinguish it. I could have just said plane 1 and plane 2, or plane A or plane B.
Well, while you're out in the real world, pro tip for you, it's probably best to go and ask the pilot whether he's going to follow the globe or if he's going to fly across a plane when you've landed. Because if you're not going to take any flights because the guy operating the thing is a flat earther, you're in a world of fucking hurt.
I don't think they give licenses to people who believe that.
well, I don't think licenses for these things really go on people's beliefs.
Well, they give licenses to pilots who are taught to treat the Earth as if it was flat and stationary when they fly. So
Okay.
yeah, there's
So
that.
again, yeah, if we treat the Earth as flat and stationary, where is the
So
Earth
when
as a sphere
pilots
that
treat the Earth
rotates?
as if it's flat?
Oh my god! Yes.
You just said that?
Yeah, that's what the documents would suggest.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on, pilots learn flying with the assumption that the Earth is flat?
Yeah. They say you may think it's a globe, but treat it as flat
Hold
anyway.
on, let me look this up. God damn, that's crazy stuff. I'm gonna ask the AI about this. Not only that, but the aircraft itself is designed to do so with that assumption.
Right, because at every instantaneous moment, flat or globe, the airplane will be aligned with the local gravity vector. That's how they establish plumb, at least for the aircraft's leveling. So gravity in this case being defined as I drop shit. Yeah, man, they don't want pilots trying to second guess anything when it comes to the Earth. So they tell them, stop pretending like it's rotating underneath your airplane. Because if you try and do like mental math to calculate whatever that is as you land, you might fuck it up.
I don't know, man. It says that pilots are trained with a spherical. Wait, hold on. Let me read this. Wait, they call it oblate, spheroid. They are trained with oblate spheroids.
No, we're not talking about some type of idea of like the ground, the land configuration beneath them. We're talking about how the aircraft operates at the moment. So your attitude indicator, right? That's going to tell you the orientation of the land below you, of the ground beneath you, right? The orientation of it with respect to the plane, and that's measured in degrees, angles, minutes, and seconds, and stuff, right? So it's like if you're tilted to the side, if your plane's tilted to the side, so at a certain amount of degrees, it's going to show up on your attitude indicator, which is just basically a circle divided in half by by a color field that the bottom half represents the ground beneath you, and the top part represents the sky, so it's basically a horizon. So even if you can't see out the cockpit because you're in clouds or mist or whatever, that'll show you, right, your orientation with regards to the horizon out in front of you. And it's going to be measured in angles and degrees.
Are you talking about the gyroscope?
That's flat, right? And even there's other indications that they're just flying over a flat surface, right? When they're 100 miles from the airport, they have to begin to prepare for landing, right? And they'll do that from 100 miles away at 35,000 feet. They have to plan their descent, right? And they do it with the assumption that the runway is on a flat level plane below them, 100 miles in the distance. And that's the calculations they'll use. They'll use trigonometry, not spherical geometry. They're not balancing triangles on the edge of a sphere, not using that sort of math. They're just assuming that they are 100 miles away at 35,000 feet above an airport that's 100 miles in front of them in a straight flat line out in front of them, not on a curved surface going down and away from them.
And the pilot that is calculating it is lying, and in reality believes the Earth is flat.
They just think something. Listen, all right, I'm going to bring some brass tacks to this. Okay, I've got some interesting sources, and I'll quote from. Okay, first is a modern 2020 era peer-reviewed paper. It discusses optimizing fuel efficiency and flight management systems. This is from NDPI Aerospace, a generalized approach to operational globally optimal aircraft mission performance evaluation. Okay, section 2 states, and I quote, the aircraft is modeled as a point mass flying over a flat and non-rotating Earth model. The International Standard Atmosphere model is adopted together with the assumption of constant gravitational acceleration in still air. All right, here's another one. NASA Contractor Report number 3139, Investigation of Aircraft Landing Variable Wind Fields. Quote, page 14. The aircraft trajectory model employed in this study was derived based on the following assumptions. A, the Earth is flat and non-rotating. B, the acceleration of gravity is constant. C, air density is constant. Okay. Third and final one is the NASA reference publication 1207, the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model. Quote, in the abstract, the authors state that a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is derived and defined. They're modeling it as if it was flat because it can be. And it can be because guess what? Want to finish that sentence?
What?
Either it is or it's better done that way. And then when we turn to surveying manuals from the various departments of transportation in various states, when we turn to surveying publications from geodetic surveyors as well as civil engineer surveyors that do planar surveys, time and time again, I've got probably 24 quotes that I could share with you on our home server from all these papers where they try to apply a curving reference frame as the basis of measurement, and it becomes less accurate than if they were to adopt a horizontal one for measuring the Earth.
Okay,
the horizontal
so
flat Earth reference plane, when adopted, provides better clarity, better accuracy, and resolution for positioning and distancing on Earth than the globe map, than latitude, longitude, than GPS's calculations.
Okay,
this
so
is
because
known.
this one study mapping about how to efficiently run planes is using by assumption a flat Earth, with, by the way, assuming that gravity exists, that ergo...
So what?
Gravity's
so you
just
believe in
down.
gravity? You believe
Down.
Yeah, gravity's down, brother.
Down. The airplane will fall out of the sky if it isn't built right with engine to propel it, and it doesn't get lift with the wings.
So gravity exists.
Yeah, down.
Yeah, I'm
exists,
drinking whiskey because gravity exists. I have to lift the fucking cup up.
Okay, now.
Come on, dude.
Wait, so gravity is real in your worldview?
So he thinks something's like he's got something. Yes, we agree gravity exists,
Okay,
dude. Now
great.
back in your airplane.
Great. But hold on, back to the model thing. So because this one paper about the efficiency of running an airplane is using a very specific model that is supposed to do very specific tasks, ergo the Earth is flat?
No, what we're pointing out to you is the aircraft, as with the document shows you, treats the Earth as flat and stationary. Like I kind of said quizzically, there's no sphere here. So even with basic avionics, for example, an aircraft finding dude, an aircraft flying at altitude and maintaining that altitude, which is a distance from the surface of the Earth, whilst having its nose pitched ever so slightly up, whilst propelled with its engines so it can gain lift because it'll fall out the sky. Now, this is just basic avionics. All of its angles and declinations, if it's pitched up or pitched down, it's your angle and its roll, are all going to be based around some kind of horizontal reference, usually gained by its gyroscope.
Okay, great.
What we're pointing out is there's no sphere here. Yeah, but we can, again, probably line up about 30, 40 documents which will have this type of phraseology in it. A pilot will treat the Earth as flat and stationary. This is how he will navigate across
I'm more interested in as to why they are using this specific model.
What model?
Well, first off, because they can. Second off, because they claim that the statistical difference of drop over distance versus a flat Earth is not enough for them to take it into consideration to make any meaningful difference, which means, guess what? They're treating the Earth as flat. And they're okay with it. The question is, why are you not okay with it?
No, I'm more interested in as to why they're using this specific model. And
what
model? I'm reading.
Did I just not answer that?
And I'm
the answer. You spoke through the answer.
Your answer is because the Earth is flat,
Yoda.
which is most likely
you need
not
to shut
the
up and listen if you want to. If you want to hear an answer, you need to listen.
Listen,
Why don't you just shut up and listen?
I'm gonna read this paper because it's.
Can you repeat what Yoda said to you?
They're telling you.
Repeat to us what Yoda told you.
How does the flat Earth explain southern
because
flights?
they can. Holy crap! What is going on in here?
There's another mute one. Right, just so you know, number one, Yoda, he didn't hear you because he spoke through you. T-Dub, he didn't hear you tell him that he'd spoken through Yoda. Now, Cooler Master,
Sorry about that.
I'm hoping you're listening to me because I'm the one that puts the red flags on people. Cooler Master.
Yeah?
Are you listening?
He's not listening.
No. As I told you 10 times already, I'm reading
he could go
the
on
paper.
mute. We can just talk to the audience because we have interesting stuff to say. Unlike him, he doesn't have interesting stuff to say. Like, nobody wants to hear this guy. So, yeah, the reason why they could treat the Earth flat is because even if Earth is a globe, they can. The question for you globers is, why can they? Maybe it'll start to open up your mind a bit, okay? It's important to understand the relative difference between a flat and a globe Earth. And a lot of globe Earthers out there love shoving these scaled animations in front of flat Earthers' faces, right? Showing, hey, here's a surface of Earth, and it like zooms out and it shows how curved it is after you get far away from it. And then as you zoom in, it looks flat again. They love doing this stuff, all right? And then flat Earthers also love pointing out that if it is a globe and it's curving at that rate, then from 1 foot off the ground, a 60-foot building would be obstructed by the curvature horizon of the globe at 10 miles away. Or what the hell is that? 10 miles away? Fuck.
Yep.
It's been a while since I... Yeah.
10 miles. Yep.
All right, so good. So there it is. Yep. Now, you can express the percent flatness of a curving swath of the globe. All right, so imagine taking grandma's blanket and draping it over a big ball. Okay, that's like a square patch of the globe. You can express how flat that is as a percent by using a very easy derivation. It's 1 minus the arc distance divided by 4 times the radius. This works for any unit. Kilometers, miles, doesn't give a shit. All right, so given a 100-mile swath of the globe, okay, let's say grandma's blanket is 100 miles square and you drape it onto a globe. 100 miles. How flat is that? And the answer might surprise you, okay? Listen, globers, especially some flat earthers too, love to play with numbers and units to obfuscate. But this is true. The answer is 99.37% flat. 100 square mile swath of the globe is 99.37% flat. That's 1 minus, in parentheses, 100, that's the arc length that you're testing, divided by 15,836, which is 4 times the radius. And there you go. So if I were a professional surveyor, right, of the likes that tend to come in here and pretend to be all high and mighty with us, I were to go back to the client, the government, or whoever, and say, boss, I surveyed 100 square miles. I can tell you that with 99.37% certainty, it's flat. If he's like anybody else, right?
Can I
He's
ask you
gonna
a question now?
fucking drop the cigarette out of his mouth. He's gonna be like, "What the fuck you tell me? You tell me the Earth is flat?" But honestly, he actually he would have surveyed the fucking reference ellipsoid to a high degree of extremely high degree of accuracy. If you're to tell Globers that you could conduct a survey and it surveyed that flat, they would fucking throw some shit at you. Be like, fucking crazy flat earther, get out of here. You'd be telling the truth. You're just expressing the dimensionality and proportionality of the globe in a relative sense. And they don't think about this as much as we do, so they don't have the intuition to really process this as quickly as we do. Why do we have this? Because we talk about it all the time in here. We've been a community for 10 years doing it. So one more thing, and then you can go. You can modify the formula I gave to obtain your drop over distance, which works out to 8 inches per mile squared. Interesting, right? So what you do is you take the arc length and you square it, and then divide it by 4r, and then multiply it by 2. So if, in this case, 100 miles times 100 miles divided by 15,836 multiplied by 2 comes out to 1.26 miles. That means 100-mile distance has a drop of 1.26 miles, or 6,666 feet, which comes out to and resolves to 8 inches per mile squared. Why? Because 1 divided by 15,836 times 2 is 8 inches. There's your mathematical proof.
Okay. Are we going to get to ask questions, or are you just going to politic?
Well, being that I'm a moderator and one of the room owners here, I kind of like to politic, but I mean, you can ask questions. I'd love to.
Okay, I have two questions. One's an airplane question and one is a planar surveying question. Which one do you want?
Both, but we'll have them in order.
Okay, both. So I'll start with the airplane question first then. What is the flat Earth explanation for southern flights? So a flight from, say, Australia in the southern hemisphere to, say, the tip of South America.
Well, how much time do you have? How much time do you have? Because based on that question, I need to give you a lesson on geometry and topology and projections.
Well, can you just show me on your map how it works on a flat surface?
So is the answer yes or no? Do you need, because in order for me to explain this to you, we need to have some prerequisites satisfied. First is how to read a map. Do you know what a map scale is?
Do you have a map?
Yeah, I do. I have one.
You have a flat Earth map?
I'll get to it in a minute, and I'll tell you the name of it, so you know I'm not making it up. It's called the British Ordnance Survey, the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System. All right, so that's a map that we can get to. The map being a coordinate reference system, actually. But anyway, do you know what a scale is, a map scale is, and what it's used for?
Hi.
Hello? Yeah, I want to talk about maps with you. Okay, you brought up two things: maps or airplanes and surveying or something. You went into maps, so we're getting to maps. You're going to get maps one way or another, whether airplanes or surveying. So let's be honest. All right, so let's talk about this. Do you know what a map scale is?
He's just posted up that he can't talk anymore.
All right, so for the audience, a map scale gives you a reference for the dimensions of the map related to what it represents in meat space, in the actual world, in reality. Okay? So maps can be scaled differently, whereas like 1 inch on the map could represent like 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,500 miles, 10 feet, whatever scale of your map. That's a map scale. Okay? Now, for plenty of maps we have, like if you want to call it a map of your neighborhood or a plan of your house, these things are flat, the scale is linear. But when you start pulling in geographic coordinates like latitude and longitude, your map scale has to take on a different quality because you can't project a spherical surface onto a flat surface without making some concessions. Okay? So what is commonly done is the map is projected, and through the course of the projection from a 3D shape with volume onto a 2D surface, what you have is distortions on the 2D surface, but those distortions are like a mirror reflection of the 3D surface that they came from with extra geometry. So to account for this, the scale becomes a very complicated part of the map. The scale becomes a non-uniform or non-linear scale. And the scale will show you, the map scaling legend will show you how to use that scale depending where you are on a map. So for an azimuthal equidistant projection, okay, what it has done, it has taken the globe with 2 points of origin, one in the north and one in the south, and in 2 dimensions, squished it and folded it out so that the entire sphere is represented as if there's a point in the middle for one of the points of origin. This could be the North Pole or South. And the outer perimeter ring, which was once a point occupying 0 dimensions, but only a coordinate space, has now been given dimensions. And it's now representing a gigantic circumference. In fact, it's not just given dimensions, it's given the greatest part of this dimension, defining an outer boundary to the map. But that outer boundary of a map came from the globe. It came from a point of no dimensions, of no space. And this is why when you take like a UTM projection map, that's like the sailor's map that has a rectangle and it has a bunch of longitude and latitude squares all over it that turn into stretched out rectangles as you get to the north and south of it. Well, guess what? These maps, if you notice on the left and across the bottom, like down on the bottom, they actually cut off. They cut off some space. They cut off typically the last 10 degrees of northern latitude and southern latitude. Sometimes more than that. Sometimes it's 20 degrees. They're cutting off 20 degrees of latitude. And they're truncating it at 80 across the north and the south. Why? I don't know. Too cold up there and down there. But guess what? Those longitudinal lines are parallel to each other, if you notice, across this map. Okay, parallel, going across, forming 90-degree angles with their lines of latitude. The map was actually created so that sailors could take spherical coordinates and then intersect their travel, their headings, with the longitudinal lines at the same angle as they carried across. They're basically creating some kind of Euclidean space out of spherical geometry, which is awesome because it means you can use this map to maintain one angular heading instead of having to update your angle continuously with fucking calculus. So, the UTM map has a scale too that is non-uniform, non-linear. And more people seem to be familiar with that map than one of these polar projection maps. And this is because the lines of longitude at the north intersecting the horizontal latitude, the map is representing with the same space on it, less and less distance from the globe as you get to the north and the south. The reason why these lines of longitude are parallel is to allow for Euclidean tracking and bearing of ships during the age of sail so you didn't have to use calculus. But the problem is, relative to a globe, those lines of longitude taper towards a point of origin. They taper at one point of origin in the north and one at the south, which means the distance between the two on the globe projection represent less and less space. But on the rectangular piece of paper, it looks like they occupy the same space as all the territory below and above the north and the south. But if you were to apply the scale properly, you would find that as you go further north, that same inch may no longer map to 1,000 miles, but will start to map to only 100 miles between points of longitude, lines of longitude, for example. So in this way, the two-dimensional piece of paper is not communicating a flat Earth, it's communicating a 3D globe, which is a sphere with volume. Yes. The so-called flat maps that even flat earthers say, and this is on the Yoder's list, that maps are flat, therefore the Earth is flat. I mean, that's just stupid. Because if your map was derived from a coordinate reference system that's not flat, that's non-Euclidean, well, which is the case with pretty much every map we have, except for the one that I mentioned to our guest earlier. And there are other exceptions too. I mean, you're going to find these scales don't represent uniform distances. You may get in some examples sectional charts, like nautical charts will show sections of the ocean and coastline at either greater levels of being zoomed in and greater levels of being zoomed out, if you understand what I mean. Okay? So the scale is going to be different. So a lot of times on these sectional charts representing grandma's quilted patch that was thrown on the globe, because 100 square miles, let's say you've got a nautical chart that represents 100 square miles, 100 miles up and down, 100 miles left and right. Okay, 100 miles squared, boom. If that is 99.37% flat, you may not need a non-uniform scale because the degree of accuracy is going to be so insignificant between globe and flat topologies that it doesn't freaking matter. Right? So certain concessions are made. So yeah, all maps are wrong, even the ones that you think are super ultra precise for a globe, because you know what? Every freaking map that shows latitude and longitude, if you want to be ultra precise and piss people off, would require some kind of non-uniform scale. Every single one that is expressing latitude and longitude with distances would require, no matter how, it could even be of your backyard or of your freaking, driveway. If you're going to make a map and use latitude and longitude to represent distances between coordinates, you're going to need non-uniform scale. I don't care how zoomed in your map is, but it becomes very obvious when you zoom out that the two topologies don't match because of projection distortions like I talked about. So, yeah, so what's happening on a global scale, right? When people are using global maps and the Earth is actually flat, well, what's happening is in many cases, people are covering more territory than they thought they did and vice versa. They're orientated in directions that they never thought they'd be oriented in, and they don't know it. Or they do start to notice it and don't say anything. Or they say something and then it becomes such a big issue that it goes into some kind of freaking geoid or magnetic declination update. Who the hell knows? But I mean, the establishment's had hundreds and hundreds of years to do this. And it believes Earth is a globe, even though it's not. So it's, very much going to be motivated to present the truth as it sees it as much as possible. And so I really think that's the driving force behind the globe. It's not necessarily a conspiracy theory. It's acolytic devotion to an idea and delusion. So with this understanding of topology and all this, you can understand too how when we measure straight line distances from one point to another over the Earth, and the Earth isn't curving underneath, that we are rejecting the WGS84 ellipsoid model, on top of which, by the way, the geoid was built. The geoid can actually be applied to any reference ellipsoid. The geoid can also be applied to a flat Earth, which brings some interesting ideas, right? And this may be a good tangent, maybe onto a softer subject, but have you ever been to those places or heard of those places that say that if you like put your car in neutral and point yourself uphill, that your car is going to roll uphill? Have you heard of places like that, or places where water flows in uphill instead of downhill? These gravity anomalies. Well, I mean, the whole geoid model is an expression of the idea that gravity anomalies exist. And in many ways, they're imperceptible for the most part, but in some ways that are very perceptible. So what's going on there? I mean, if the Earth is flat, can we still have a geoid? Because the down vector may be variable very slightly in some cases, maybe more extreme in extremely rare cases. Could that be possible? Is there enough aperture opening in our minds to consider this idea?
Yeah, if you had mass distribution beneath you, under a plane surface, which was like indefinitely deep and indefinitely wide, right? Just like might as well just say infinitely, right? It just depends,
Yeah.
and if that mass is having an effect on things like what you're talking about, the way that they tell us, these theoretical physicists try and explain it, then that would work. I mean, it's just a matter of how the mass is, portioned underneath you, and it's differences in density.
Right? I know this isn't Sunday, right? It's more like Wednesday, but here's some interesting speculation, right? And I think I'll allow it, not just because I'm talking. D-Dub, thanks for weighing in, man. You and I get into great rants sometimes. I was almost expecting you specifically to pipe in, because that's what happens when I start monologuing and it's quiet and you're here. And we end up getting some interesting gravy. So, yeah, could there be flat Earth gravity? Just wild ass idea. I mean, we're dropping shit all the time. It's why I had to replace a phone. And the answer is yes. Unequivocally, yes. It depends on what gravity is defined as, which is why you'll hear veterans ask, how are you defining gravity? Rather than going into some kind of big, long drawn out rant or takedown, saying gravity's fake, never been proven, blah, 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 never this, never that. But how about acknowledging that there is this phenomenon and seeing what happens? Has it been proven that mass attracts mass? No, I don't think so. I'm a flat earther telling you this, and I'm a flat earther also contemplating this phenomenon. I mean, does that mean there's like flat earth relativity? Well, I mean, relativity provides, I mean, it's like science fiction, but it's really good science fiction. It provides really good explanations that can easily be adapted to a flat earth cosmology. I'd say in a much better fashion than the way the ether people have described ether. Because then if this is a case, wild ass speculation, if there's like flat earth relativity, then guess what we get to do, guys? We get to absorb like the last 100 years of Einsteinianism and maybe accept a lot of it with a reference frame reframing. where everything goes from when they're using it in outer space from globe shit to then Euclidean flat shit is what I'm saying, guys. Okay.
Many fallacies are made by you.
Oh, what? When I said that I was speculating to everybody like 10 times?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people shit on Einstein, but he was simply conducting some thought experiments, like walking along. He sees the roof tiler falling off and heading towards the ground, and he's thinking in his mind, what's the result going to be? All right. Now, what's causing the result? Okay, the guy is moving through free space towards a fixed surface, right? Essentially, right? And there's going to be injury. There's going to be impact. There's going to be Newton's law, right? Every action opposite equal, right?
That's right.
So he's thinking,
Mutual destruction.
what if he was fixed and the ground was the thing that was moving at the same rate? So he's just thinking it would be the same result, right? He wasn't saying this is what's happening. He was just saying, let's think about things a little differently. Let's entertain hypotheticals.
Yes, and this thought process, this framework is actually quite useful in many practical cases because it allows you to think about expressing things like observations from different points of view. Highly useful, especially if you can quantify those observations in a graph. Like if you were to watch a pitcher throw a ball just from the top, you would graph it as a straight line. But if you were to watch the pitcher throw a ball from the side, it would be graphed as some kind of quadratic or parabolic arc. If you were to plot the velocity of the ball, actually, let me just say the speed of the ball, one dimension, over time, actually plot it in 2 dimensions. So you get the speed over time, and guess what you have? I mean, you've got a different kind of curve. So you can imagine different reference frames, and some may be valid interpretations. They all may be valid interpretations. Some may be less descriptive than others for the purpose that you're seeking.
Exactly. Yep. Basically what George Musa was saying when he says, I can construct you a symmetrically universe, right? And with the Earth at its center and all the things going around it. And based on observation alone, it can't be disproven. It's only, philosophical grounds which can disprove this, right? You prefer this idea that Earth's not at the center. I prefer this idea that it is. Yeah, it still answers all your questions that you have. Still makes all the same predictions, right?
It does. You know what I've been saying to myself, and I haven't said this publicly yet, and there's a good reason why. Okay, you know how people say that refraction is the glober's worst enemy? It's true. Refraction's a freaking killer for the globe. They don't think it, and they deploy the rebuttal, and all shit goes to hell. Well, guess what? Relativity, folks. I don't know how many flat earthers will say this, or how many might have thought about this enough to say it. I think relativity is an even bigger nightmare for the globe when wielded properly in its truest sense than even refraction is. Because relativity is all about expressing observational data within different reference frames. This is why relativity, the general theory was modeled on a flat Earth several ways by a team of physicists from a university in Brazil. It's a fascinating paper, and they applied Gauss's theorem for it. By just flattening out, typically you'd use that for determining, charge strength of a dipole, and it involves spherical geometry, much like celestial navigation. But you just flatten that out. You just take the coordinates, and it's no longer a looping surface of a ball, but a rather closed surface of a weird amorphous thing. You can flatten it out, or you just, instead of flattening out the coordinate reference system, you create a whole new one that is flattened of itself. So anyway, that being said, the reason why it works on a flat Earth is because in the paper they described the gravity vectors as being parallel to each other instead of radial. And the reason why they're parallel with each other is because Earth was treated as a freaking long ass cylinder. So you had all that mass space-time distortion happening basically in one preferred direction. You know, down for denser things. Down for denser things is that preferred direction. Downward, denser direction. Triple D, baby. Yep. So yeah, relativity modeled on a flat Earth. Modeled two different ways because they also included a flat and hollow Earth. Ooh, yeah. So for all of you ultra-terrestrial fans out there that think the Nephilim are in space and under the Earth, yeah, man, you can have that too on a flat Earth with relativity. Yeah, that was the AC Tort paper. For those who are thinking about linking it in the side chat, AC Tort, A period, C period, Tort. Some Brazilian university. There's a team of people, I think. And I think that team has released some other interesting articles too. But I mean, it's kind of a thought experiment. It's a mathematical experiment. But at the end of the day, that's all relativity is. It's mathematical experiments, thought experiments. It's all conceptual. It's let's take this observation and imagine it from a different frame of reference. Like now, instead of what if there are straight lines, like what if they're only curved lines? What's funny is you can download video game modifications like to Doom, which is very popular because the code is quite clear. It's in assembler, or Half-Life. Excuse me. So what people have done is they've modified the game engine mechanics to go from like Euclidean to non-Euclidean. So when you mash the up key, like in Doom, you start curving off to the side.
Right. And when you've
That's
got
like
a
the same
foundation,
thing.
sorry, go on.
Sorry. Yeah, so that's like the same thing with these airplanes, with their air data inertial reference units. They're flying straight ahead, but the freaking globe software on the dashboard has them wrapping around a ball.
Exactly.
Oh, it's great, man. You should find like non-Euclidean Doom out there. It's freaking bonkers. They did one where they replaced pi, which is 3.141 blah 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 5926535 et cetera, et cetera. They replaced that with like straight up 3. You know, like we're rounding pi to 3 for Doom, and they did, and it created the trippiest freaking experience. Like it still somehow worked, which boggles my mind. I don't know how they forced it to work, but they somehow forced it to work, and it freaking worked. And it's like Alice in Wonderland. It's funny, but it just goes to show like the power of these constants we find in the natural world. What they express and mean is defining reality under a very specific set of laws, which gets into creationism. Like if pi happened to be 3 instead of 3.14, etc. It depends who you talk to, right? Like some people think that pi is like 3.142 or something is at 3.141. Fine, I kind of get it. Like I read those arguments decades ago, and I read them somewhat more recently. But what the point is that's a rounding error in my view. When you start making pi like whole numbers, holy shit! It's like let's round the phi ratio to like 0.75 and 1.75. See what happens.
I heard
You don't get
before
the
they
golden
knew.
spirals.
I heard before they knew
say,
3.14. They used to just round it to 3. Like when they would make pottery back in the days, they used 3 as the calculation for pi.
Yeah, they in like 22 divided by 7 was the Egyptians' rounding of it. Yeah, for practicality, when you're dealing with a lot of slippage in real world projects, you can definitely round things. But for the precision of computers, it may not be so forgiving. I mean, hell, like I had an issue at work where I had to go out to like 14 decimal places on a spreadsheet that was like 23,000 by 23,000 in size. And I had to go out to 14 decimal points instead of 11 decimal points in order to grab the data so that the structure was symmetrical and able to be used. Like shit like that happens with computers. It's for the covariance matrix. For massive covariance matrix. It had to be semi-positive and definite, guys. You have to do your Cholesky decomposition to look for your negative eigenvalues. They make software to do spectral decompositions anyway. Just click a button, import the data, crunch the numbers, says yes or no. Well, all right, so where do we go from here, folks? I'm kind of running out of steam. Maybe somebody can say something that'll trigger something to talk about, like Pop-Tart.
Yeah. Maybe someone's
Pop-Tart?
here that wants to ask a question or something.
I've got a question. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Hey, I was just listening to. Is it on the level? Is that DJ or is that you, Yoda? On the level YouTube.
On the level, yeah. So I'll tell you what that is. So there's actually a user named Majin, M-A-J-I-N, Majin. Shout out to Majin. He listens to us all the time, records everything, and makes clips. And he makes clips and then categorizes them by speakers and topics as much as he can. So some of us who are on here a lot more than we should are probably going to see our names repeated more on that playlist.
Yeah.
And then my wife's going to have some conversations with me if she finds out. So we'll keep this between ourselves.
I can just totally relate to the one on India today. He was talking about the only person that had ever tried to like produce evidence of refraction showing curvature was this person who spoke pure perfect Klingon. And I can totally relate. It's really weird. I have my own story about a person here in New Zealand who speaks perfect Klingon, and she cancelled me from the band because of wrongthink. And so I'm like totally relating, totally relating. There's not many people in the world who claim to speak perfect Klingon, I imagine, but I think you should steer clear of. Just giving you a warning if you ever come across one.
Kapla.
Yeah, it was a good video about refraction and good old India clip from about
he's a legend.
Totally.
Have you been around the flat Earth space that much? Are you like a follower?
Yeah, I'm an avid listener. I've
great.
in a few times, but I'm a total listener learner. Yeah.
Okay, great. Happy to have you. I mean, it's. Have you heard about Indio's situation?
Yeah, I heard about India. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's why we've been playing his stuff so much. So.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No,
he was a very interesting fellow. One of the most unique individuals that you could ever meet online or in real life. I never met him in real life. He is someone who has been gifted with an abnormally high IQ and good social skills at the same time. Like,
but also, he described everything so clearly, and then brought the humor when it got ridiculous. And it was always very well witty and very well timed. When he brought in the humor, I just loved it. It was great.
Yeah. He's the most delightful people to listen to, and his intelligence and memory recall was unparalleled.
Yeah.
If he could go deeper than you on any topic of your own personal obsession and interest than you thought was possible for anybody else to do. And for him, that topic is ancillary to his own interests. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Let's say you're a stamp collector. Okay, something stupid like I fucking collect stamps. I got all these like 1 penny stamps from 1854. I got the stamp book. I know everything about all these fucking stamps. Well, guess what? Indio is going to know more about your fucking stamp collection than you do, and he doesn't give a shit about stamps. He could do appraisals on the fucking stamps in your stamp collection, and do it better than the appraisers out there who appraise stamps for a living, and then go back to doing what he does.
Do you
Like,
think he
that's
had a
Indio.
photographic memory?
Yes,
Like,
I
yeah.
am absolutely sure he did. And I'm
Yeah.
absolutely sure his IQ was in the 200 range.
Yeah, a big loss. Big loss. But,
Huge
you know,
loss.
there's a lot
Yep.
of people who've picked up his knowledge here, and I'm not sure all the same. So I'm very grateful.
Yep. Yep. I mean, this topic is interesting in itself. It seems to attract a lot of stupid people and a lot of extremely less stupid people. So
yeah,
you might, whichever side of the barbell you're on, you're going to find yourself in the company of the other. And in my opinion, like, this has its benefits and drawbacks. I mean, for those who've been so well endowed, it is a great opportunity to mentor and teach people if they're willing to listen. And for those who need mentors and teachers, it's a great opportunity to link up with somebody who can teach you. But there's going to be some friction, and I'm sure there has been.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it does feel like
Impatience.
people come in to prove how intelligent they are when they're really quite stupid because they think here's a bunch of people I can dump on. And then I get surprised and start having conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to do an observation actually with Andrew Rambo. He's in Spain, and I'm in New Zealand, so we're on the alleged opposite sides of the ball. And yeah, and so I was going to try and do this thing where we take a zenith, and I would take a zenith to the north, kind of take a view of what's in my sky in the direction of north, and from the zenith. Note down all the stars, try to take a photo if I can. And then Ganji Rambo would do the same thing 12 hours later, the halfway point between sunset and sunrise for him and for me. And then we'll do the same exact thing 6 months later. And I just want to see if we see stars that are similar at the same time of the year at midnight, middle of our night, and then see if 6 months later we see something that is on the diametric opposite polar side of the celestial sphere, and just see what we see. I'm just wondering. I know that some people think that we're in the wrong location to do that and get a useful result, but I'm hoping it brings some new data to the table.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that surveyors, especially astrogeodetic surveyors, are interested in. Using the stars to determine location. And I mean, that field has been so involved and so corrupted. And I think a lot of this information can be very useful, especially if it's information collected in the right manner and ends up in the right hands. With regards to taking, angles to stars and stuff, I mean, that's great. The question is like, if you start to make more of this and you want to get a distance between the two of you, the question becomes, is that distance between the two of you, both observers, going to be a calculated arc length distance over the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which gives you the dimensions of latitude and longitude that's commonly used today? Or is it going to be an independently surveyed distance between the two of you without regard to coordinates, in which case it would require boots on the ground, point-to-point observation? And the next question that follows is, if you were to do all the legwork to figure out the so-called true, straight line distance between the both of you, that's not a geodetic calculation, is it going to matter statistically within the degree of accuracy that you have to measure the angles in the first place? And if the answer is no, and most people's cases, the answer is going to be no, then you may as well take the geodetic arc length, but you may not be able to deduce much out of that. And it's because the globe has explanations that have captured the minds of everybody for whatever measurements you get and the explanations you give that follow afterwards. Right?
Yeah.
They're going to say, okay, well, it's because the stars or the planets are at this distance or this size and would have this rotational displacement in the sky over this amount of time. You know, and a lot of people who engage in this act, I'm not scourging it whatsoever. A lot of people engage in this activity can inadvertently provide backup information for the globe listener who doesn't understand how to interrogate the information he's hearing than it would pumping up flat earthers. It's because globe distances may be used in the first place.
My position is it is at midnight, the halfway point between sunset and sunrise at the or moon in New Zealand.
Oh no, you sounded muffled.
Oh.
The thing is, my theory is that surely if we're supposed to be spinning around the sun, and when we look at the sun, we see daylight. So unless there was an eclipse, we're not going to see stars at that time. And so, you know, a 6-month period should mean we're looking at completely different stars at midnight. But Ganjarembo and I should be able to see some stars in common at that midpoint between sunset and sunrise at one part of the year. And then we should see the diametrically opposed. We should see stars in common at the same time, exactly between sunset and sunrise. At the same time of the year, we should be able to see some stars in common. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what I want to test, just to see if we can. Because obviously when you're looking, if you imagine the sun in the middle of the room and January is on one side looking at the outer left hand wall, and then 6 months later you're looking at the right hand wall. So you should be seeing completely different stars at that time, exactly 6 months later. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to sort of establish, is what are we seeing in our perspective dome? And are we seeing the same stars midway through the night?
Yeah, the answer is yes, we do. I've seen this. I've been doing this since I was a small boy. If you go to an online store like Amazon, I don't know what's popular over there in New Zealand. What's like a Amazon forest for like the New Zealand, like
we have
Kiwi
our
State
own.
Park?
We have Trade Me, so
cool.
The sort of independent one. Yeah.
All right, New Zealanders, go to Trade Me and go type in planisphere. Yeah, you're going to hate the word sphere if you're a flat earther. Suck it up. Planisphere. 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 You're gonna find something that is like a table mat at your dinner table. It's got a circle. And the circle around the outer perimeter shows the time of the year. There's also going to be a dolly that spins with a window in it for the time of day. You're going to be able to use this to look at how the sky should appear at that particular point in time from your location. So you get different planispheres based off of where you are on the Earth, because you're going to have a different view of the stars over the course of the year. The planisphere has a masked disk. So it's a disk, a circular disk with an opening in it. And if you turn the disk around to adjust for your time, it's going to show you what the stars look like at that particular point in time. So you look for the date and time, you rotate the disk, boom. You pick up the planisphere, you hold it above your head, and for the northerners, they're going to have a little hole in the middle that's for Polaris. For the southerners, I don't know. It's not going to be a little hole. It's going to be a big fucking hole for
It's like a more advanced version of Dave Weiss's app.
There you go. But It's going to show you that different stars are going to be revealed to you at different points of time over the course of a year. Because if you're in January, you'll have like the window over the top part of the map at that particular point in time. But at the same time, if you're now in like June or July, you're going to have that circle on the map rotated to reveal through the mask a different set of stars. And the difference between the stars that you see and the timing of the sun is called the difference between solar time and sidereal time. And yes, sidereal time is a thing, the timing of the stars. When the stars rise and set is different than when the sun rises and sets. You can go get a sidereal clock. In fact, mariners, people who navigate, love sidereal clocks because they're staring at the stars all the time. They need to know what time it is relative to the stars themselves. They got sidereal clocks. You can get grandfather clocks, cost $5,000, boom, with the pendulums and the chimes that operate on sidereal time. Totally serious.
Isn't that where they add 20 minutes per year, and then that is allegedly the wobble, the 24,000 year wobble, or whatever it is?
I think it's more than 20 minutes. It's like 1/4 of a day. It's like 6 hours. Yeah.
Wow.
So. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have a similar thing for sun path, to establish sun paths in different countries. You get a sort of sun path diagram, and you can assess different times of the year what your angles of sun for architecture. You're trying to understand where your sun's going to be at various points in the year, where you want heat or where you want cool. Yeah, I do remember using something similar. Yeah, back in the old, before the computers would do sun path animations for you. You had to look at it on a little diagram, and it had a similar spinning element. Yeah,
I think you're right. It is like six minutes a day or something is what it comes out to. Something weird
right.
Like 6 minutes a day. Yeah. It's a little off. Okay. Yeah. So for the people who've been listening over long term, we talked about this before. This might be interesting for you, Greenweaver. Oh, it's you, Greenweaver. Good to see you. I've seen you around a lot over the years.
Yeah.
If you were to go out at night and pick out a star at a particular point in time with a stopwatch or whatever and compare it to a freaking, I don't know, atomic clock, boom, you hack the time. You go out the next day and look at the star 24 hours later with your stopwatch. It's not going to be at the same point. It's going to be adjusted either towards the north or more towards the south a bit and a bit higher in the sky. And if you keep going out again and again and again and pinpoint the location of that star, it's going to keep adjusting the point at which it appears and the time at which it disappears.
Doesn't it mean that the seasons effectively get out of sync between the sidereal time and is it the solar time? Doesn't it mean that in the globe model it would be, spring would no longer be in spring anymore? And
there's a problem with the tropical year versus there's the sidereal year, which is the stars, and the tropical year, which is the sun, and they don't line up.
What doesn't mean that?
And this is a huge thing. Like I need to go get the data for everybody on this. I've only confirmed it with my own eyes. And a couple other people have too, and there have been some videos on this.
If you were to study, the stars don't dictate the seasons.
Right. So if you were to go take a stick and push it in the ground, boom, and wait for the equinox. Okay, so when the sun rises 90 degrees east, well, you mark whatever that is on the equinox, 90 degrees east. And you start to cast a shadow. You mark that. Okay. In fact, you should probably maybe take it at 12 o'clock noon. Boom. Mark the shadow and count the number of days it takes to get back for that shadow to get back at that particular point that you marked previously. It will take 364 days for the shadow to return to its position. 365, 364. Is it 365 days in a year, 0.25, 365.25, or 364.25?
It's 365.25 and a quarter day. So it's 365 and a quarter day.
Yeah.
I love you got the particulars. It takes 300. It actually takes not 365.25 days to get back to that point in the ground. It takes 365 if you count the number of sunrises and sunsets. If you count the number of sunrises and sunsets for the shadow from the stick that you put in the ground to reach where it was before, it's going to be 365 days a year, except on the 4th year, you will have to count 356 times the sunrises and sets. It's not incremental. It's not incremental.
No,
you will count.
Master, you're reifying.
You will count a period of 365 days for 3 years and 1 day of 366 years.
No, it's more accurate to say that you'll count 365 days, that we have 365 sunrise and sunsets, and then on 356th day, like somewhere after, like within 1/4 of the day, you'll have the shadow at the same position.
No, on the 4th year, you will count actually 366 sunrises and sunsets instead of 365.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
No, the
I've
shadow doesn't
confirmed this.
change.
I've looked.
Listen,
I've gone to
I've
gone to time and you can count this on timeanddate.com, and you can pull up like local meteorological calendars from your local city and go through the information. I did that.
I understand the calendar has a leap year, but that doesn't dictate the sun's movement or the shadow.
No, this is not a leap year. This is not a leap year because guess what, my friend? The leap year happens 2 years offset from the actual day that this happens.
What are you talking about? Every 4 years
The
is
leap year happens 2 years offset from the actual year that this happens. Excuse me. So the leap year happens on 4-year increments, but it's offset by 2 years.
Offset by 2 years. What do you mean?
The last time the sun rise and sun set relative to a leap year was 2 years prior.
What?
Yeah, the leap year is just a manual calendar.
Because it's 365 days, 0.25. That means every 4 years you have one extra day, right? That needs to be made up.
Yeah, so that's why they amortize the extra day over 4 years, but they're actually 365 days a year for 3 years and then 366 days a year for the next year.
Yes.
Sorry for getting years and days mixed up during the course of my conversation, and I gotta go. Sorry, bye.
For the listeners, though, the sun doesn't know that we've broken up the calendar to 3 years of 365 days and then a 4th year of 366 days. You know,
Thank you, percentage.
So
thank you, percentage. That's what I was going to say. You see, because the sun is the most accurate thing and the moon, the sun and the moon, they're never late. So whatever's going on, we cannot say they're behind time, ahead of schedule. No, they are the ones that dictate the seasons through Allah's will in Islam. That would be. There you go. You know, that's it. So anything else really is just secondary. You go by the sun, the best clock on earth. That's it. So, you know, whatever that sun is doing is what's dictating the seasons. That's it. Nothing else. Not the heliocentric model.
Yeah, basically it'll just take a 1/4 of a day longer for the shadow to return to the same position as it did the last year.
Yes, right.
And if that happens to be, if that 1/4 day increase happens to be after sunset, then you're not going to see the difference. You're not going to be able to appreciate it.
No. Yeah, that's right.
Look at this, right? If you guys know that, right, if you were to, for a year, like just pick a point, pick a day and start for a year recording the sunset and sunrise and sunset times and your azimuths, directions and all that throughout the course of a year, bar the days I guess you can't see it, right? It's a cloud, and then have that as a data set, that you'd be the first person in recorded history to ever do so.
Look at that. Isn't that amazing? No one's done it then?
Yep. No one's ever done it.
Wow. Not even by computer? No?
I think that's just a simulation. That's just like, I don't think they've even have. I think they even have instrumentation collecting that data. Like, a computer hooked up to a camera or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I thought they would have had that. They're leaving themselves open there. They would be the powers that should not be controlling everything.
And
you know
those
what
don't
I mean?
account for refraction and like just different atmospheric effects that will, over the course of a day, change.
Yeah, it's impossible to count
the shadow
it.
length and stuff.
Yeah, you can't count refraction over a course of a day because no computer can calculate that. How are you going to do that?
They can't. That's why they just treat it as like a geometric thing.
That's right. That's why you have to write.
That's why if you were to compare the times, and the shadow lengths and stuff that you find on like timedate.com and stuff with your real life thing, you like there'll be a lot of discrepancy, minute discrepancies, but it won't be exactly on like the second or what have you.
No, exactly, because you go by the sun and the moon. That's what you have to do, because that's dominating. That's Earth. That's the controller, not our atomic clock, as they call it. Thank you. Really, you're not going to beat the sun.
So the atomic clock just goes based off of the vibration of the cesium atom. And they just assume 365 days in a year because of the solar cycle. But if you do the solar lunar calendar, there's an extra day every year, and then every 4 years there's a second extra day. So Yoder's right. People just don't know this, right? Like, you have to understand the way that, like, the farmers, when they do their planting and their harvesting, they do it based off the lunar solar calendar, and they know that every 4 years there's an extra day in the year.
Yeah, the farmers know it exactly because they're going with the sun and the moon. The sun in particular, they know.
Yeah, they plant on certain like when the moon is crescenting for the first time and everything like that. Like they know that that's when they're supposed to be doing certain things.
Yeah, I've said it all my life that the farmer's job is the most important job on earth after child rearing, and even then we still need the farmer's produce. So there you are. Okay, most important job, because sometimes when I've met farmers, they don't seem to think that their job is of any great worth, and the only reason that is because the government's messing with the prices, imports, exports, devaluing the domestic, and then putting more price. Devaluing domestic and dropping the price on the imports. Right. So then the farmer is now strapped.
Alex was right too, but Alex, you were confusing a few things just because I know that you're probably trying to learn it and everything like that. There's something called an astrological age, which is like a 2100 year cycle, right? 2100 years, it goes from Pisces to Aries to, it keeps progressing through. And so eventually it's going to be wintertime is going to be in Pisces, and summertime is going to be whatever the opposite of Pisces is. I don't remember, but it's going to rotate through. And the way the globe tries to explain it is they say, oh, the core is flipping. And so rotating the earth in a certain way, but that even doesn't work because like the earth has to slow down and then go back to normal and slow down and go back to normal in order to shift through the astrological zodiac. So like people aren't going to understand it. Like, oh, the core is flipping and blah, 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 blah. That's why it's colder in the summer and warmer in the winter and yada. But that doesn't explain how or why we see the stars that we do. So there's something called a zodiac age or astrological age, and then there's like the complete the great cycle, right, which is like 21,000 years or something like that. I don't remember the exact number.
Yeah, the wobble, wasn't it? Yeah, the procession.
Yeah.
24,900,
you understand what I'm saying?
I think.
And they track that using the astrolabe, and the astrolabe and the dark cube are the two great mysteries that I personally am trying to look into more. Like anybody who has more information on it, I'm all about it. Like I want to know more about it because the astrolabe serves no purpose other than to track the stars and to track the motion of the stars as they change through their epicycles.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, the star cycle is not the same as the sun cycle, whatever it is, and we're talking about the issue between those two coming into unison again after however long they're out. But like when we're talking about all these leap years and whatnot, I can't help thinking if we had a different unit of time that was more compatible with our sun, we wouldn't have to have these quarter days, would we? Or would
That's
we?
right.
It's not that, Alex. It's not that. It magically every 4 years there's just an extra day. It's almost like one of the days resets or extends longer and overlaps itself again. It's just one extra day. No one can explain it.
That I didn't understand.
About? It's one extra day that we can't explain. What are you talking about?
It's just an extra day. It's not that there's like like they say that there's 23 hours and 57 minutes in every day, but miraculously there's an extra day every 4 years.
Are you being like sarcastic right now?
No, that's exactly how they explain it.
Bro, it's a day. It's just extra for our shoddy calendar system.
Calendar, yeah, the Gregorian calendar doesn't quite work.
It's not like it's a mysterious day that's like a copy of like a Groundhog Day that's a copy of the prior day or something like that. No.
The whole point day, of the Gregorian calendar was to line up the spring equinox. That was the whole point.
Yeah, that was, but they like it's a fraction of a day, so it didn't really make. They have multiple calendar systems, you know. This is the one.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Calendar is the one they settled for.
I guess
they correct it every 4 years. It's not like a mysterious day. It's just they skip a day to correct.
So then you know about the zodiac cycles.
What's that?
You know about the zodiac cycles and how eventually springtime will be in Cancer.
Yeah, of course, because the sidereal cycle and the solar cycle don't line up.
Well, there's even a great cycle also.
Okay.
Eventually it's going to be summertime in December.
Summertime in December.
Yeah.
Where? What are you talking about?
The way that the stars, was it the what's the star cycle again? I forget what it's called.
The zodiac, did you not say? No,
not zodiac. It's the celestial.
It's only going to be summertime in December every year in the southern hemisphere.
No, it rotates. It shifts slightly, like fractions of a second. Every year it shifts. The sun and the stars are all shifting. It lines up with an astrolabe, man. That's the reason why they created the astrolabe. They noticed that there was a slight shift in the stars over time.
The thing that determines the seasons, summer, winter, whatever, is the sun. The sun's position over the earth. And the sun, we keep it like our time with it with this leap year every 4 years.
Right. But what is the sun hiding when the sun is in the sky?
And we account for the full year after 4 years, a full day, sorry, after 4 years.
What is the sun hiding when the sun is in the sky?
Like next time have half the pill, please.
No. What is the sun hiding when it's in the sky? At nighttime, we can see a portion of the sky depending on what time of the year it is, right? And then when the sun's in the sky, that's why they call it I'm sorry, I'm just going to say this real quick. That's why they call it a solar zodiac.
Your question was, where's the sun hiding while it's in the sky?
No. What is the sun hiding? The sun is the light from the sun is blocking your view of other stars.
Of course.
Right. The stars will shift over time, and yes, the sun marks the seasons, but the seasons will be in different zodiacs as time moves forward.
Okay, but what does that matter?
I guess you weren't part of the conversation then.
No, I was, but what does it matter? What effect does the zodiac have on the season?
It's not the effect of the zodiac, it's the sidereal shift. that the zodiac goes through. That was the conversation. It was
Yes,
brought
how does that
up.
affect the seasons, though?
You came in late, and now
I didn't
you're
come in late.
trying
You're
to
saying
say that
something
you know how
that's
seasons work.
like out of pocket. It doesn't match up. And
You're trying to claim how you know how
goodness.
seasons work, and that wasn't even the conversation.
I'll ask again. What effect does the sidereal cycle have?
Thank you. But so you understand what I'm saying, right, Alex?
Yeah, I think I do. Sorry, I'm just out and about right now, so I don't know if my network works.
You're fine. I just wanted to make sure that you understood. The astrolabe.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, the astrolabe is a mystery to me. Like the fact that it works is amazing, because that's one of the strangest tools I've ever seen.
It's interesting, isn't it, that the analemma is a thing, isn't it? You know, that the sun always makes this crazy figure of 8 pattern to us when you record it at the same time each day over over a year or whatever. You get this amazing analemma, and you get it with the moon as well, don't you? I believe.
Oh no, that's an interesting thing as well.
Yeah, I mean, because that sort of hints at maybe it's greatest cycle. Maybe there's that sort of fragment of it, that structure. Yeah, I've always been interested in stuff.
Yeah, no, I do, like, I'm in Texas, so I would be a good observation with you if we were both up at sunrise or sunset, like you're close to
Yeah,
it.
I'm
It's like
happy
a
to
7
do
or
anything.
8 hour difference.
Yeah,
I just need
really
to make myself a makeshift, whatever the tool's called. I'm sorry, it's hot out right now. My brain's a little more.
Plane sphere, was it?
Well, I mean, I could buy a planisphere. That's no big deal. Planispheres, they work. That's those little disc looking things, and you rotate them, and then they tell you the positions of things. No, I'm talking about like a makeshift. What's the thing that you use when you do celestial navigation?
Astrolabe, wasn't it? Or
No, not the astrolabe.
A sextant?
Sextant. Thank you. I need to make a makeshift sextant so we can take angles to the stars.
From a flat line baseline.
Why I'm drawing a blank on that, I don't know. Thank you, says who?
Yep. Now, I'm going to unmute percentage. Percentage.
Go ahead.
Now we're back on whatever topic you want to talk about since we've moved on. What was your question?
I was just correcting the gentleman when he was making it seem like the zodiac had an effect on the seasons. And he said that at one time we're going to have summer in December. I imagine he is implying the northern hemisphere, because it always happens in the southern hemisphere. But what he said doesn't add up.
He said that the zodiac affects the seasons?
Essentially. Go ahead, Globe. If I got it wrong.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
Can you tell us why we're going to have summer in December?
Because the sidereal shift over, thousands of years, it'll eventually will shift into, like, right now we're in the Piscean age, and then soon, like in the next 150 years, it's supposed to shift over into something called the Aquarian age. Okay. And then from there, it's supposed to shift into another age like 2100 years later.
So you realize the sidereal shift refers to the sidereal cycle, which is the cycle of the stars, which the zodiac is, right?
Right.
So you're saying the zodiac is going to make it so we have summer, a season. It's affecting the seasons in December.
I don't know. What causes seasons again?
The sun.
Right.
Not
so
the
when
stars,
the sun,
not the sidereal shift.
So when the spring equinox is in Aquarius instead of Pisces, what does that mean?
It means the same spring equinox is there. It's just different stars in the sky, but same season, same time of the solar year.
Why would the spring equinox
the December, by the way,
Aquarius
the month that we
Pisces?
have is the solar cycle, the solar calendar, basically Gregorian.
When is the spring equinox right now?
It doesn't matter because the stars don't affect the seasons.
Well, just answer the question.
It's a diversion. Whoa, like you're not addressing the issue that I had, which is that you're saying.
Well, I am, but you're not gonna finish the logic.
You're not going to follow it. So if you're not going to like go back and forth and answer my questions when I ask them, then there's no real
Spring
point in
equinox
even,
is like March 21st or whatever. The equinoxes and the solstices don't change on our calendar.
No. This is the point. They will change on the calendar. The sun will still be over the equator during the spring equinox. It'll just be in a different zodiac.
It doesn't matter the zodiac. You're not tracking, bro.
You're not tracking. This is way over your head, bro.
Okay, so if it's in a different zodiac, is it still going to be on the same time in the same month? Is it still going to be in March?
No.
What month is it going to be in?
It's going to be over the equator, though. The sun will be over the equator like it's supposed to be.
But what month?
Do you know about
you're saying the zodiacs affect the months now.
The solar annual cycle. Do you know about that? Do you know what that is? How often does that occur?
Going to another thing. You're saying the zodiacs affect the months.
I just need to know that
year.
you understand how the things in the sky move and what their cycles are.
How about you be optimistic and trust that I understand? Just explain your position, please.
No. Because if you don't understand, you're going to try to fill in the blank yourself, and then you're going to try to create like some kind of alternative question that doesn't even follow what I'm trying to tell you.
It's very clear what you're saying. You're saying the zodiacs are affecting the summer, the seasons / months of the solar calendar that we use.
The sun is. The calendar is shifting. The sun is not.
The calendar is based on the sun.
The calendar is based on the stars.
No, it's not, because it's not a sidereal calendar. It's a solar calendar. You're so confused.
The sun tells you the time of the day. It doesn't tell you the fucking day of the year.
Yes, it does, essentially.
No, it doesn't.
Solstices, the equinoxes, those are based off of the sun's position, the shadows.
No. The position of the stars tell you the day of the year.
The seasons are based off the sun. None of it is based off the stars.
Okay, so how do you know when the sun is at solar noon? How do you know what day of the year it is?
That's a different question altogether. But
no. You said that the sun tells you the day of the year. So when the sun is at solar noon, how do you know what day of the year it is?
Yes, the shadow, like we were talking about earlier, it will constantly be in a different position and then it'll repeat, after a year.
It just tells you the time of the day.
For instance, on the solstice, you'll know the sun. You know that's the summer solstice when the position of the sun, the shadow of the sun is the shortest.
Okay, and when it's nighttime and we're in Scorpio, what does that tell you? Even though you're at the summer solstice,
it doesn't matter what stars are above. In terms of the seasons and the months of the calendar that we use, it does not matter. Now, if we were talking about a different calendar,
I agree with you. So what's the contention?
The contention is you're saying it does. You're saying that the zodiacs will affect the seasons and the months, and I called you out on it. And now I guess you're.
I said the position of the sun causes the seasons.
All right.
How many times do I got to tell you? You want me to tell you again? The position of the sun tells you the seasons. The position of the stars tells you what time of the year it is.
Wrong. Not in terms of our months. December? You said summer and December. Our months are dictated by the sun.
December is a season? Who says December is a season?
If you're looking at like a zodiac calendar or something like that,
who says
then sure,
December
the position
is a
stars
season?
Obviously affect that.
Why are you saying December is a season?
You said summer in December, and I'm saying that you're wrong to say the time of the year, i.e. December, the month, is affected by the stars. No, because it's still using the solar calendar. December is a month in our solar calendar.
Look, bro, when the fucking, in fact, this is the crazy thing. So when the sun is at 23.4 degrees north, we know that we're in our summer solstice, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So when it's no longer the Tropic of Cancer, but it's the Tropic of Scorpio.
You understand what a tropic is, right?
Yeah, it's the position of the sun in the sky relevant to the fucking stars.
So, do you think that just because it's called the Tropic of Cancer, that Cancer is always overhead or something?
Yeah, Cancer would be directly overhead during the daytime when the sun is at the fucking zenith during the summer solstice.
No, that's wrong.
Oh my
Just because it's called the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer doesn't mean that always that zodiac is above, because zodiacs shift, but the tropic does not.
Okay, so when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn, which is in the southern hemisphere, and we're experiencing winter, what zodiac is occurring in that time frame?
It depends on the time of the year or what have you. But I understand your confusion.
Oh my God!
Just because Cancer and Capricorn are being used, that it means it's referring to the sidereal calendar. That's not the case.
Am I making sense to anybody else? Like, percentage isn't getting it. Does anybody else understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying now. You're thinking just because it's named Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, that means that Cancer and Capricorn, respectively, are always overhead. That's not the case.
During that time frame when the sun is over those regions, yes.
That's still not the case.
Bro, when it's summertime, it's in Cancer.
That's not the case because of sidereal shift. As you know, there's gonna be a time when so
you're making my
sidereal
point.
Cycle switches, to which point it'll still be
so
summer.
You're making my point for me.
It'll still be summer, or it'll still be winter in December, but it'll just have different stars overhead.
So you're making my point. Thank you.
No, I'm just. Oh my goodness. All right, you know what? I rest my case.
You made my point. I appreciate it. Thank you. There is an image of the astrolabe in the side chat. I posted it just a few minutes ago. Have a look at it. Interesting instrument, I must say. Apparently, back in the day, kids used to be able to use it. Kids. Yeah.
Our calendar's all screwed up as is. We didn't have 12 months, right?
That's right. Yeah.
It's a new calendar. It's bastardized. It's all time's all fucked up, and everything's all fucked up because our calendar isn't even right.
Yeah, you have to remember that. It's true. That's why you got to follow the sun like the farmers do. The farmers are following the sun, moon cycles correct.
Or the moon.
Yeah, or the moon. Yeah, of course. You can't have one without the other.
And guess what, Sheepdog? You made my point.
Mine too.
Yeah, Sheepdog, thanks for making my point.
You know what the sad thing is? Alex is probably the only one that understood it.
That was my point.
See, he made it.
Again. It's like, holy shit. It's like you're taking the words right out of my mouth. Can you just stop? Like, I mean, this guy doesn't miss.
He got thrown because I did say something about, so the sidereal mean that we would eventually be out of sync with our seasons if you believe the globe model. I think that's what triggered him, or something like that I might have said, and then that brought up a conversation that then I think he might have just jumped in at that point. So I don't know. That might have been what threw him. I'm not sure.
No, Alex, that was just an incorrect statement that was corrected, and then we went past that. I said that your statement of yours that the sidereal cycle will affect the seasons. It was just an incorrect statement.
No, I didn't say affect the seasons. I said if you believe the globe model, then surely the sidereal time would gradually get out of sync, as the sun is allegedly orbiting around the star system.
Yeah, and I'm saying
right?
it's wrong. In the globe model,
Well,
it's still
I
wrong.
mean, think about our dating system. The calendar kind of has done that, hidden that in a way, right?
What do you mean?
Well, the leap years, the adding of days to make up for the. I mean, like I said, I think if you had a more appropriate unit, at least the whole day would be divisible by the hours in a more logical way. But we have to add on a year every 4. But yes, and then I got told about this idea that you actually talking about 365 days, and then every 4 years there's a 366 days. So I'm just learning,
Yeah, you said exactly what I said years ago, and that was if there's less interference and just go with the sun, everything would be okay.
That's
To
it.
find out
Yeah,
there's so many different calendars going on out there. What is man trying to do? Trying to control everything. That's what it's all about. You see,
Yeah.
stupidness.
But Alex,
I mean,
because it
clearly the
corrects every
star
4 years
cycle
like
is
that.
related to the solar cycle. There's clear relationship, but they're separate cycles, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
And we're just seeing when they intersect, which is very, very rarely.
Mm.
And some people theorize that it's actually maybe the area where the sun is on the planet is kind of moving around in a great season. So places become defrosted, and then they become frozen again, and then defrosted as it moves around in its great cycle. So there's many ways you could interpret that, I believe.
Yeah, in their model, we don't live on a planet, mind you.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, the plane.
Oh, okay.
If you imagine like the great cycle rotating around the plane, so that the area, the cycle of the circle of defrosted zone under the sun slowly rotates round on a plane, and that's why Antarctica has clear signs of forest and etc. Is that you have a great cycle where this defrosted circle gradually moves around in its own circle.
Yeah, I have seen images of that, the grass in Antarctica. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's all speculation. We have to keep it in the speculation box, but it's definitely there are some great cycles there, and I just don't know if the sun and the stars how they connect, but they're clearly connected somehow.
Yeah. And the astrolabe is one of those instruments that you could use to try and understand it a bit better. I think Sheepdog was putting forward.
I think one of those fascinating stories is the Antikythera mechanism, because the way they had made those machined parts, it actually allowed for a sort of oval orbit, because it had a slot that it could accurately predict the eclipses on their 18.6 year cycle perfectly, because it understood that it wasn't a perfect circle, and somehow the mechanism allowed for that. It was amazing.
That's amazing. It is.
Yeah.
This is when I began to think: is this true? Did they have that kind of machine expertise to do that?
Well, clearly, all the architecture is very well aligned to solar and celestial.
Yeah.
Quiet on the creek. Quiet on the creek.
And another fascinating one is Göbekli Tepe, the 12,500-year-old alleged building in Turkey that they uncovered under a mound. Do you know that one?
Yeah.
One of those pillars shows all of today's star constellations represented by animals in a peculiar kind of layout.
That's really
and
weird
when you
as
look
well.
at
That
it,
is as well. That's
it's
weird,
the
isn't
same
it?
constellations we see today, and that's 12,500 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is where I begin to think is someone's playing silly buggers there. 12,000 years ago, and the precision.
To do the stonework was incredible. I mean, you can see those animals, a relief, bas relief. So you've carved away a 3D animal and made a straight, flat monolith behind it. It's insane.
It is. I'd like to see how they did that.
12,500 years ago, the same stars were there. It makes a mockery of the whole model, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but that's if it's true, you see, because let's see them do that. I want to see them do that work, because that's what's bothering me. The accuracy of the instrument.
Today, we still don't know how to do those polygonal stones, right? Clearly, there was technology in the ancient past, and there was a global civilization in the ancient past, because those polygonal stones with 1 mil gaps, that looks like geopolymer to me. It looks like a kind of poured system. And we don't even know how to do that today, but they respond perfectly to earthquakes. They are absolutely
that is
made
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. And then Mount Picchu and the buildings there where they join rock to rock, face all machined off that you can't even get a credit card down there in a gap. You couldn't fit it. They fit that tight. No mortar, no cement.
I think they just used Hessian bags or something, and then they poured some kind of geopolymer into them, making these irregular shapes that perfectly fit together. And then the Hessian bag would then decay off. Something like that, could possibly be how they did it. But what's interesting is you get it in Asia, you get it in Egypt, you get it in South America, you get it in Italy, in Malta. It's everywhere. Yeah. I'm just at the beach, so I'm worried it's going to be a bit noisy in the wind here. So I might just mute up for a second.
Okay.
Okay.
At the beach, eh?
Yeah, next stop Antarctica from my view. I'm looking south from New Zealand.
Oh, right. Okay, you on holiday or what?
No, I live here. I live by the beach.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm in Wellington, so we're the south tip of the North Island. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Mm.
Is Te Kuiti? Do you know a place called Te Kuiti?
Sounds familiar.
Te Kuiti, yeah.
I'm originally from London. So I'm not really good.
Tell the London accent. I can already tell that.
Yeah.
Don't worry. No, I picked you out already.
When I'm standing, I can see a lighthouse that I shouldn't be able to see even right now in the bad weather.
Yeah. Whereabouts in London were you living? Whereabouts?
That's near Portobello Market kind of area. Holland Park.
West 11, Portobello Road, Holland Park, Shepherd's Bush,
Clarendon Road,
Notting Hill Gate, leading forward into Bayswater. Yeah,
I went to primary school there, and then I moved to Canberra for 10 years, and then I went back to London, and we couldn't afford that area anymore, so my family moved to Hackney, and I just flatted. I was a student by then, so I was flatting around all around town. I used to run a party in Brixton.
Yeah, I used to do security in Brixton, so I know that area well as well. Southwest 2.
Did you ever go to the George IV up the road from the fridge?
Oh, yeah.
That's where my party was. That I had a monthly party there called Relentless.
Ah, yeah. And the fridge. I used to work there.
Funny.
Yeah, man.
Probably met, Jen.
Yeah. I used to work there.
I was definitely a fixture of the community there.
I was working
community.
there in the 90s. So late 80s, 88 onwards.
Oh, too early for me. I would have been in Australia then. Oh, no, just come back to Australia. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I was more like 99, 98.
Yeah, I was in Japan by then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I discovered it late in life. Before then, I was a very square violinist.
98, I was at Bagley's Warehouse, King's Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was working in 98. But yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I would have been at UCL then.
Right. Yeah, see, not too far.
Yeah.
University College London, not far away. Bloody hell, moving in close circles there.
Yeah, I was doing architecture there.
Oh, good.
Mm.
So what's happening to New Zealand? Is this your day off or,
No,
evening?
I just quit my job and I work in a homeless shelter at the moment just as a volunteer. I got fed up with it all.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I have been running my own little architecture practice, but basically the PI insurance wouldn't cover me for my hemp work that I was doing, a lot of hempcrete and
Oh, lovely. You see.
Council won't approve them. People can't get mortgages. People can't get insurance for their building. They can't get completion certificates from the council. And so you have
that's
to
a
do it all.
deliberate blockage.
Yeah. And so when the PI insurance said, no, we don't cover you for hemp, and it was almost all my projects were hemp, I was like, oh, screw this. I'm not going to poison people. I don't want to build traditionally, so I gave up that stuff.
Yeah. Again, another smart move. It's just that, the system won't allow nature to come through, They won't allow it, will they? They always have to block.
I had a spell teaching at uni as well, and at the time I believed the climate change thing, but I was definitely thinking something was wrong, because I was like, why is everyone pushing for like water metering and monitoring everything and Internet of Things, and everything's controlled and everything's really super, like chuck every project at a building and almost like bankrupt the person trying to build. And I was like, this is wrong with this. It's not real green. It's not healthy building. It's like a psychopathic kind of green. And I only lasted about 3 years.
It's criminal, isn't it? It's criminal. They're stealing the money from the citizens. That's what's going on there. It's robbery, literally daylight robbery.
It's totally captured. And they're nice people. The other academics, they were nice enough people. I mean, they all fell out with me during COVID anyway, but I was trying to warn them, because I suddenly learned that the Club of Rome stuff and about the fake UN green, and I started to try and tell them even after I'd finished my job, and I just got completely cancelled. They just don't believe it. They're good people, but they think they're doing the right thing, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally understand
hell,
where you're
good
coming from
intentions.
now. Yeah. I'm glad to see that it didn't affect you anyway. You're still holding on to the truth there. Good. Yeah, because when you know. That's the thing. Even if you do fall out with your work colleagues, it's their loss, not yours at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because you're the decent one. You've tried to help them. They're only going to learn when something goes wrong, and then they're going to remember you, and then you never know, they might contact you and say, well, look, sorry about that, I didn't realize, do you have any information for me, blah blah blah.
Well, I think they went as far as to get me banned on Facebook and Twitter, because I lost all my accounts. So even if they wanted to contact me, they probably wouldn't be able to.
Right. Oh, well, that is unfortunate if they went that far.
So
if they went that far, it's unfortunately for them. Their loss.
Yeah, I don't know what got me banned. It could have been anything, really. I was probably quite dissident. Probably just the COVID rubbish.
They were hitting everyone. Doctors, Malone, everyone was getting hit. Del Bigtree. Yeah, they were all getting hit. Susanna Humphreys, everybody was getting hit. But anyway, we can't talk about that, yeah?
No. Yeah, I just came in because I was listening to Indio on the level on YouTube, and he was talking about how the only person that had ever given him sworn to globe proof of refraction, long distance observations, turned out to be someone who could speak perfect Klingon. And I found it so ironic, because the time I got cancelled from my band was from a girl who spoke perfect Klingon and actually did comedy shows in Klingon. And I'm like, oh my God, I have something in common there. Why cancelling me?
I mean, I feel like that's something people could lie about and get away with, because who's gonna check? Who knows Klingon to fact check them?
She had a show. I'm not kidding. She had a show during the comedy festival, and that's what it was called.
Because the Klingons were made famous from Star Trek. Okay, that's where they were from, weren't they? The Klingons from Star Trek. Captain James T. Kirk.
Has any of it been recorded, and then some actual nerd that knows Klingon vetted it?
Oh, that's true. We don't know that she was speaking Klingon. That's true.
Yeah.
She could have just been faking it. It's true.
It's not hard to fake a language, like a made-up language.
But it was convincing enough to be a show in the Comedy Fringe Festival, so I guess it must have been a convincing.
Yeah,
There's a lot
yeah.
of geeks out there who do know some of those words, so.
There's some nerds out there. Yeah, there's some nerds that would know that. It's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the heliocentric model that doesn't exist, that everybody believes in. Yes. If there are any Globers in the house who have proof of the heliocentric model and that elusive curvature, please let us know.
Bring your evidence of the flat Earth.
Well, basically, it's the lack of curvature. You see, this is what you have to do. We're trying to find the curvature of the Earth. We're finding the horizontal constant everywhere, all over the place, all over my face. Okay? Now, if I'm making any mistakes, those with the positive claim that the Earth is indeed a oblate spheroid would be the ones to ask. You're that person. Please tell us how you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles circumference with the radius of being 3,959 mile radius. How did you prove that? That's what we want to hear here. In case I've made a mistake, go ahead. Exactly. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. He has not
Go
measured.
ahead, Hamoudi. It had to be someone named Hamoudi that spoke up.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The silence is deafening, isn't it? Yes.
While he's silent, I would just like to put in that Klingon is a fully developed, real constructed language with complete grammar, syntax, and extensive vocabulary, and is fully capable of being written down and spoken. They use the Latin alphabet. They use a fictional alphabet called Plaque to write the language visually. They have written original poetry, composed music, and translated major literary works like Shakespeare's Hamlet and the Epic of Gilgamesh. Supported by organizations like the Klingon Language Institute, it functions as a complete human speakable and human writable language, despite originating as a fictional alien dialogue. So there we go.
Thank you very much for that tidbit there. Lovely. There we are.
He's speaking. So was he speaking Klingon just now?
I heard something like Klingon there, yes. But then I thought it might have been Jewish as well.
I talk fast. My bad.
That was good, Doug. Very informative. Thank you.
Yo, Hamoudi, we're waiting for you with your glow proof.
Yeah. You spoke with such a surety that I am a buffoon. I don't know that the Earth, the globe. You're supposed to try and help me. There you are. You see, clearly has not measured, so he doesn't know how to. There we are.
It's unfortunate.
It is, isn't it? It's embarrassing, is what it is.
It is embarrassing. If you're a better Muslim, Hamoudi, you would be a flat earther.
I'm still waiting. Where is the proof of the flat Earth?
You're saying it's globe, right?
You claim it's flat. Prove it.
We're saying it's not a globe. It's not curving. You're saying it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're saying the Earth is spinning. The burden of proof is on the one who makes on the positive claim. You're saying it's positively spinning, positively curving. Go ahead. What's the evidence?
Yeah. How does he know that? How does he know? What did he do to confirm this to himself?
Well, he doesn't need to do it personally, but yeah.
We have videos, we have pictures, we have satellites.
What videos are you talking about?
of NASA.
Well, again, NASA's an entity that has been caught out lying to the world. So you can't trust. We know that the images they push out, every single one is fake. We know this. This is knowledge. You can know yourself if you download the correct software. You can analyze the photographs and you will find that it's not come from space at all. It is photoshopped because it has to be, and it's composites CGI. That's not real. Okay, so we can't trust anything.
To add on to that,
go ahead.
To add on to that, let's say me and you are in Sahara, all right? We're in the desert, and there's a mirage in front of us, and I take a picture of the mirage. I tell you it's an oasis, you know? Does that mean there's an oasis there? Just because I showed you a picture of an oasis, something that looks like an oasis, does that mean it's truly an oasis? Or are you going to find the truth when you move closer?
When you move closer to it, it's going to be a mirage, isn't it? So it's not going to be there.
So it's possible that as we move farther from this Earth, an optical illusion, just like a mirage, is happening where it seems like the Earth is curving or what have you. But when you move closer and you actually measure it, there's no curve. And we already know that,
I will never accept
Shaitan was
that
given
nothing,
the power to make things seem not as they are, to twist reality. So why would you trust only that?
Yeah, good question, but so, I would not trust that.
So you claim it's that the sphere does not exist just by your view?
By measuring, by actually touching the surface of the Earth with instruments over distance, we are not able to measure that curvature. It is that simple. Allah did not make any magic ball hurtling through the universe. That is for sure. Otherwise, we'd be able to measure it.
It's impossible. You cannot measure something.
No, that's a stupid thing to say. That's a silly thing to say, because if we are given the numbers, we must be able to confirm those numbers. It cannot be they give me numbers that I cannot confirm unless they're not there. So if the Earth is a ball Earth of the circumference of 24,901 miles, I'll be able to measure those miles. I'll be able to measure them without a doubt. And we have the technology to do that today. Well, you see, yeah. It cannot be you are given numbers and you cannot verify them. That's wrong in itself. That doesn't make sense. You see?
Hamoudi, what does a Muslim take first? Scripture, the word of Allah, or his own intellect?
Scripture, of course.
Okay. So if the Prophet ﷺ had wahi saying that samawat ala ard hakada, the heavens are upon the earth like this, and he makes a dome with his fingers. Okay? He makes a dome with his fingers, saying these are the heavens upon the earth. How can you have earth being a sphere and being covered by a semi-sphere, a dome, in every direction?
Well, the seven heavens are unseen. We have no idea about them.
You could say that maybe about the sixth heavens above this heaven. We see the heaven above.
No. We have only one heaven we can see.
Exactly. And we know it's a dome, and the earth is said to be a sphere. Right. So how and we know that the heavens are above every part of earth. There's no part of earth that you can go to and suddenly there's no sky, no heaven, right? So how can you have a semi-sphere covering a full sphere? Fully covering a sphere.
Allahu Alam. God only knows.
Well, God told you the answer, bro.
Yeah. And you have your own brain to actually investigate and measure. You're ignoring your responsibility to measure. You haven't investigated. You've given up. That is not Allah's way.
Well, I mean, it's actual kufr, because you actually have to reject what Allah came with. I'll give you another example, if the room will allow. In the Quran, in Surah Al-Nazi'at, it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أأنتم أشد خلقا أم السماء بناها. Are you more difficult of a creation, or the heavens that Allah constructed. رَفَعَ سَمْكَهَا وَسَوَّاهَا. He raised its ceiling and proportioned it. Notice he's talking about the ceiling of the heavens, right? وَأَغْطَشَ لَيْلَهَا وَأَخْرَجَ ضُحَاهَا. And he darkened its night and brought out its brightness. وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. And the earth thereafter he spread it, right? And they say, oh, dahaha means made into an egg. But the point is, he created the earth, and they want to say as a sphere, as an egg, after giving the heavens a ceiling. How does that make sense? What's a ceiling without any floor?
Yeah.
You understand? Can you imagine that, Hamoudi? That, like, imagine a ceiling, right? With no floor. You imagine the ceiling. This is Allah revealing this to people so that they understand, right? So he's saying first there's a ceiling, right? And then he said the spread out is what it truly means, but they try to say it means an egg, right? How can you have a ceiling that's a sphere without, before the floor that's a sphere? It doesn't make sense.
The foundation, the ground.
Ba'da dhalika kills the heliocentric model, and that the two words ba'da dhalika, thereafter, like that he made the earth, he spread the earth thereafter. It kills anyone who has a globe belief. They can't address that.
What about the fact that NASA's imagery are not shaped like an egg, and he believes in NASA's imagery? They don't show you an egg-shaped Earth there, do they now? Perfectly spherical, that thing, that blue marble that you haven't measured to confirm yet.
No, they try to get away with that by saying it's an ostrich egg, which is like spherical.
Well, I've eaten an ostrich egg, and it's a giant chicken egg. That's what it is. It's not. It's still got curvature, right? And the thing is, NASA's imagery is nothing like an ostrich egg. Nothing like that.
Where does it say we live on the outside of it, though?
Yeah, there you go.
My God.
Fair point.
And the surface of the Earth is smoother than a cue ball, apparently. There you go. I mean, come on.
It's implied that would be on the outside, because if it was on the inside, then we wouldn't see the sky.
Can you read Arabic? Use black screen.
Yeah. But we're trying to keep this like appealing for non-audible speakers as well. That's why I translated everything.
Yeah. We don't want to go too deep into that, actually.
I will stand with the translation.
Yeah, but
and if you look at
measure the curvature of the Earth?
The tafsir, the exegesis of, like, the Prophet and the companions and stuff, all of them, without exception, were flat earthers. There wasn't a single globe earther amongst them.
Al-Biruni.
No, way before
Actually,
okay.
Actually, the Quran has no position of the shape of the earth.
It's what? Has no position?
Yeah.
No, that's not true. Read the tafsir of Ibn Mas'ud, the ahadith of the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Prophet himself said that the thickness of each heaven, right, each of the 7 heavens, and each of the 7 earths, and the space between each one of them, the thickness is 500 years for all of them. They're stacked. You understand? There's another hadith where he says, whoever steals land from his brother unjustly will sink, like, through the heavens to the 7th one. So sink through the earths, the 7th earth. And there's other tafsir from Ibn Abbas saying that hell is in the 7th earth, and that heaven is in the 7th heaven, like paradise, is in the 7th heaven. It's all stacked.
And it's easy to prove whether or not the Earth is a globe or not just by going out to measure. It is that simple. It doesn't require any big PhDs, diplomas, masters, doctorates. Yeah? You don't need any of those.
What?
And don't get me started on noon, Hamoudi.
Just let him.
I don't know why they will hide something just like that.
Well, go and ask them. When you discover somebody's lying to you, go and ask them why they're lying. If you can't work it out for yourself, go and ask them. We're not the liars.
But you also know in the Quran, Allah promised us that Shaitan has the ability to make things seem, things that aren't good seem attractive, and vice versa. So maybe they're just playing Shaitan's role.
Yeah. Obviously, they've gained something, the control of your mind. And then you're buying into rockets going into space, you see, that gives them more money because you're buying into it.
But you should know, Hamoudi, in terms of the Islamic history, the first time it was claimed that Earth is a globe, and they claimed the consensus, was with Ibn Hazm, and then after with Ibn Taymiyyah. Neither of them could list a single Sahabi. They claimed the ijma of the current scholars, right? Because they just were taken by all this heliocentric, intellectualism, and they couldn't name a single Sahabi. We know that in Islam, ijma is with the Prophet and the Sahaba. So yeah, just look into it. This is a kufr that most Muslims are, unfortunately, they have unresolved.
Yeah, they're in error, basically.
A lot of them have the excuse of ignorance, but
yeah.
A lot, you take that away from them and they still maintain it because they're lost.
Yeah, and that goes against the teachings of the Quran. You've wasted all those years then. You're going to do that.
Well, may Allah guide them back.
Yeah, obviously. People like yourselves will attempt to do so because that's the human position there. You try and help your brother, your fellow brother, and if he or she doesn't want to take it on board, that's it. You can't ram it down their throats, of course, even though you feel like ramming it down their throats. Joking, of course.
Oh.
So basically, the flat earthers are here because we are unable to measure the curvature of the oblate spheroid and detect its rotation. And we definitely would not be accepting a high pressure system vacuum without a container. So that's the problem that the heliocentric model has. And more, of course, but they're the three main ones, man. It is important because it's what Allah has created for all of us to live on. A flat earth, non-rotating, safe to build on, not hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour. Very silky smooth movement that would be. But if that's what we're supposed to be doing right now, and yet we're covering 19.2 billion miles in a year, and yet all the constellations, everything is in the same place. And you don't notice the movement at all at those speeds. Yes, very weird, that is. Very weird. So if you buy into the globe, you're buying into the Big Bang. Bang! Whatever went bang, nobody knows. And here we are. Still moving out into the universe, expanding outwards.
Yo, Hamoudi, this isn't a proof for you, man.
Oh, what do you think about what I sent?
Yeah, I see it, but it's not a proof. It's not a proof for the globe. If it said, you know, I'm not even, but if it said يكور الليل على الأرض, you know, he wraps the night over the earth. ويكور النهار على الأرض, and he wraps the day over the earth. Then yeah, I would agree with you. But it doesn't say that. All it says is that day and night are wrapping around each other. They're overlapping each other, basically.
Yeah, overlapping. Yeah.
There's if this would happen, day and night would wrap over each other on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth. That has nothing to do with the Earth that's underneath.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't prove shape, you see.
You understand? In fact, this is actually a proof for the flat Earth, because in the heliocentric model, they say that the sun is 93 million miles away, this huge thing, and the moon's this little this little itty bitty dinky thing next to the Earth, right? And they make them like polar opposites, whereas in Islam and in the Quran, they're basically counterparts, right? Because what determines the nahar? It's the sun. And you have other ayat, you know, like you know, kulum yasbahun, talk about the sun and the moon, you know, that they're swimming each in their orbits, and washamsi wal qamar, you know, like there's so many different ayat that mention them together, you know, shams siraj and qamar nur, you know, that the sun is, you know, a warm lamp, and the moon is like a beautiful light, you know, nur. So that they're constantly brought up together and made to be counterparts, and they talk about like their movements and stuff like that, their orbits, how similar they are and what have you. So it's not like the heliocentric model says at all.
Yeah, they're similar in size when you look at them as well from in the sky.
Similar in size, similar in speed.
Yeah. And they cast similar shadows when you're looking at the sun dial and the moon dials. They look very similar, casting similar shadows. There we are.
Anyone else with questions? Your friend still here? Maybe he has more questions or something to say? Our Islamic friend?
He's still here.
Yeah, I think he's contemplating the ramifications of getting it wrong in front of Allah.
I don't think he's there yet. Right now, he's just looking for evidence for his, for his
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
He
He's
hasn't
looking for
abandoned ship just yet.
confirmation of his bias. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And there's things you'll find certain things in text, statements, which you could interpret, you could think about in a certain way, right? You could fit it into a heliocentric globe sort of idea. You could fit it into a flat Earth. You could really envision some other form. You could say it's metaphorical. It's not even literal. It's an analogy or whatever. But the main focus would be to examine the surface of the Earth itself directly with your own senses, your own cognitive abilities, and some tools, and determine what its geometry is, right?
Not for a Muslim, Tita. For a Muslim, God's word is paramount, and it might even, trick your senses.
Yeah, well, he's still going to have to examine that part, right, to see if it matches.
Yeah. In Islam, one of the principles of fiqh, of Islamic jurisprudence and understanding is naql fawq al-aql, that the scripture precedes intellect.
All right. Well, why did its authors think that the Earth was flat and motionless and enclosed?
Sorry, which author?
So if we can garner information about the Earth's form being a sphere from those texts, why did their authors not agree with that?
So Islam's different than Christianity. There's not multiple authors and multiple books. There's just one book, which is God's word, God's actual words.
Okay. So it's well understood amongst historians, regardless of the author or the authorship, that culture, right, in past times, saw that was their cosmological worldview, was of a flat, motionless, enclosed realm.
Absolutely, because they weren't tricked by this heliocentrism that we're subjected to today.
So why would the author write anything different? Or claiming that the word that they're writing down is divinely inspired, why wouldn't they then change their mind and say, oh, I'm sorry, God, I thought it was flat and motionless and enclosed. It turns out it's not. I'm standing on the outside of a big spinning ball in an ever-expanding vacuum.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Do you got an answer to that? If they knew that Dahaha meant ostrich egg, how come the Rasulullah ﷺ and the Sahaba didn't become globe earthers?
Yeah.
They actually didn't care about this matter.
They did.
Not that much.
If there's actual tafsir, that means they cared enough to make comments and remark about it.
Right.
Actual ahadith, sahih ahadith.
Yeah, and it is important because it is where you live, your foundation to live on. That's like saying your bed has no meaning. It's not important, my bed.
The truth is, Hamoudi, Dahaha means spread out, and I could bring you even pre-Islamic poetry that uses it in this context. It never meant, and even I could bring you ahadith talking about eggs and ostrich eggs, and they say bail. They don't say
ostrich eggs.
Dahya,
They say ostrich eggs, but yet you're given a spherical ball that's known as the blue marble. No oblateness at all. Doesn't look like an ostrich egg. That's the thing, They say it's an ostrich egg, but you're looking at NASA's blue marble. That's where you live, you say. Okay? You're making some errors there. There's some error there. Big error. Big.
And of course, it's not Allah. Of course.
No, actually, if you go to the dictionary, like Lisan al-Arab, and you check this word, like udhiya and stuff, it talks about the place in the sand where an ostrich lays its egg, because the ostrich like spreads out the earth with its feet and then lays the egg. It flattens it out, and that's what the actual dictionary definition like refers to. Not the egg itself, but the sand being flattened out by the ostrich.
Spread out level, even.
I'll get you the citation. Give me a sec.
Yeah, send me some. If you have anything, send in the side chat. I can check.
Okay, spreading out the carpets, putting the mountains on the corner. When you spread out a carpet, you normally spread out a carpet level and flat. When you're going to have a picnic, for example, you don't spread your carpet out on a hill so everything rolls off. That wouldn't be smart, would it now?
Check the side chat.
It's Photoshop because it has to be. Why does it have to be, ladies and gentlemen? Because it doesn't exist in reality. So it has to be CGI. It has to be a composite. It has to be photoshopped. That's the only globe there is. Fakery. Because the Earth is indeed a flat, not rotating realm.
So Hamoudi, the first one I put, those are the Lisan al-Arab entries for the two words al-Udhiya and Daha. And now this one, these two next ones I'm going to put are lines from pre-Islamic poetry. One's from Al-Qamus al-Muhit and the other one's Al-Wasit, showing that they use them to mean spread out. Sorry, my bad, I got confused. These are two different entries from two different dictionaries, Al-Qamus al-Muhit and Al-Wasit. Inside the Lisan al-Arab entry, you can find examples of like Arab poems which use the word Daha to mean like as proof for the definition that it means to spread out, and that's the earth.
Ooh. Oh,
Yeah, Habibi, these scholars, they they don't have, like, they're not the Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They can't just claim something to be true and then it is. They can't change the deen. If they're saying it's ijma, which Sahaba were upon it? Like, you can't make an ijma which the Sahaba weren't upon. That doesn't make sense. The companions. Ijma means unanimous consensus, everyone. And Sahaba means the companions of the Prophet. He's referring to scholars that came much after, from the Khalaf, you know, which are the ones that came after the first three generations that are, promised to be, like, guided. And they're disagreeing with the Prophet himself and his companions, and he's taking it as an authority. No, this is where the Jews fell off, bro. They took their scholars as, they gave them as Rabs, that they gave them, like, this this infallibility, right? But the the correct scholars, like, the correct position, the four major imams, they said, if my opinion is not in line with the Sunnah, then irmuha al hayat, throw it against the wall. We don't just go by the opinions of scholars without evidence. I could bring you the actual hadith, the sayings of the Rasulullah, ayat. There's nothing to say that it's a globe, aside from those that came after, that were affected by the rhetoric of the time. It's interesting and funny and sad, but there's this phenomenon where people like they glorify and exalt names of the past, like people that that you've heard. Maybe their names have been said again and again and again, like Eratosthenes or this or that or this scholar or that person, and people think just because it's like this person what is so well known for seemingly for being intelligent or what have you, that he actually was that intelligent. And it's really not the case. If you read like the works of a lot of these people, they're not that smart. I'll give you an example from the link that the guy provided. Here's one of the arguments that they have for it being a globe. They say, with regards to the words of the scholars, they stated that if a man died in the east at sunset, another died in the west at sunset, and there was some distance between them, the one who died in the west at sunset would inherit from the one who died in the east at sunset, if he was one of his heirs. This indicates that the earth is round, because if the earth were flat, sunset in all regions would occur at the same time. Once this is established, no one can deny it. Like, they can't even envision that you could have east and west on a flat earth. How retarded is that? And these are like exalted scholars. Subhanallah. But like they do the same with Einstein. Like Einstein was a retard that gave physical properties to privations. Like a concept of time, he gave it the ability to bend and warp, and just retarded things that they fail first order principles, and yet no one corrected him apparently, and he's glorified as being some really intelligent dude. I mean, no, he knew math, and math is input equals output. If it's garbage input, which is giving physical properties to privations, that's a garbage input. You're gonna have garbage output, like relativity, special and general theory. Where it is what it is, but we tend to think that the grass is greener or something like that. Maybe it is greener for most people. Maybe most people are indeed fooled and they're part of the ignorant masses or something.
Yeah. They think, conceptual, abstract ideas can do something physically. It's often too that the so-called expert they're appealing to didn't even exactly say those things, right? Like, they might have just said, "Look, you can think about it this way, like if it was this way, right? This is how it works." Like,
yeah, maybe he was taken out of context. I feel like that would have been corrected over, like, in this realm of discourse. I feel like that would have been corrected, though. All these flat earthers had the wrong, mistaken opinion as to Einstein's stance. A glober would have corrected us, but who knows?
Yeah, I can show you from YouTube a physics teacher. At the beginning of his course, his video course, he's quite straightforward that he's about what he's about to present will be presented to you as if we've got everything all figured out, but we don't. And that some of this, that he's going to teach, it might, is good pragmatically, right? It may have some practical use, but it's not to say that it's correct, right? And he said, for example, we're still trying to figure out what mass is. Like, what is mass? Why does something resist my push? Like, we're still trying to figure that out. But we get people coming in here that think that they know exactly why something resists your push, right? That it is figured out. It's set in stone. We know, like, and this guy's telling you he's about to give you a lesson in physics, and he's telling you, no, we don't. We don't know that. We can tell you what we think. We can tell we can add math to it, and we can give all these things values and name these properties and everything, but we don't understand it. We could be wrong. Like it's not set in stone.
Yeah, I remember speaking to John. He's a physics teacher in one of the other servers, and he was telling me that that he tells his students, at least he doesn't seem like he tells them enough, because I called him out a little bit on it, and he's like, yeah, well, I mean, I've told my students that before, but perhaps I don't tell them enough. But he was conceding that they don't actually know what electrons are, or that they even exist, and that they've never seen them, and it's just like, a theory, a way of thinking about it that, that is communicable, basically. And that, like, the atoms,
Right.
the composition of atoms and stuff like that. Like, he conceded
Yeah,
that
and
it's actually just negative charge. But, yeah.
Now model it and make a prediction. So, well, if we do this certain thing, right, and, if our models, may be on the right track, then we predict that we should get this particular outcome, right? Then they do it and look for that outcome, right? And then they may or may not use that as confirmation of their original of the premise of their bias, right? That, maybe my model's correct now, because what I thought might happen did happen when I did this certain thing, I performed this action. My model predicted X, and I got X, right? And now you're in the in danger zone of committing logical fallacy.
Mm-hmm. Firmly consequent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can use that. You can say, maybe I'm on the right track. What else could we do to maybe confirm that, that this idea, the way we've modeled it, right, the way we're thinking about it, might be true. You look for other things, to maybe a more solid, use of the scientific method or something to establish that, yeah, we were right, or no, we were wrong. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So it's that nuanced, different outlook and position saves you from, shooting yourself in the foot and being fallacious and stopping your search, or recognize making changes if things don't go your way, versus being intellectually honest and and being adaptable and flexible with it.
Yeah, right. Because a lot of it's just mathematical. It's just numbers that they've given certain things that they don't know if it's true or not. But that's the way they're thinking about. They give identity to certain things, right? That they haven't even confirmed exist, and then given them values, right? And then it's their values that is making the prediction, basically, because based on the values, they'll get certain outcome which they can measure, right? In some form of energy, length, whatever, right? Whatever it is. And then they get it. They get the result that they were expecting, right? Based on their mathematical prediction, right? And then they use that to reify the things that they think the values represent. But you could literally change whatever it is they're thinking of that they think that the value represents into anything you want. So to take out quark and replace it with fairy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, Michio Kaku's betting himself. It's seat of your pants, leaps of logic. It's guesswork. He's nobody that he knows of in his field is using the so-called scientific method. It says a lot, right? There seems to be like this impression on people like they have this obligation to take a stab at things. Like you should at least have a guess. What's wrong with not? What's wrong with just appreciating the way it's experienced? What's wrong with just like saying, well, this is what I do know, and beyond that I don't, and it's yet to be resolved until I have further information. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking a guess either, but just by being clear and honest about that fact. Based on my information I've received, it sort of leads me to make this sort of guess, right? The information I have leads me to believe that it's XYZ. Like, there isn't anything wrong with that as long as you're clear about it and honest with yourself about it and others. Yeah, I can't prove it. Means detective work. It's performed in such manner. Like you got limited information. You have to use collectively that information to like sometimes just have a stab in the dark. This sort of think how it might all logically follow. What might logically follow from that information. And sometimes they find out I was wrong. I thought this the woman's husband, but turns out it was just some random guy. Who's responsible for the murder. There's probably like thousands now. Number of people that have been exonerated and pardoned, or of crime that they didn't commit that's been found out years later due to advancements in forensic investigation, like DNA, that sort of thing. Oh, but they were sure. People executed that they've discovered were innocent. Thank goodness for that.
Yo, can I try and debate flat Earth? Are you guys there? Yo.
Yo.
Yo, can I try and debate flat Earth?
It's not really a debate, bro.
Then why use a debate server?
I don't know. Why? What do you got?
But do you want to debate it? Like, you didn't even...
Well, what do you mean by debate? You want to have a conversation?
So you're in a debate server right now. It's called politics. The main function of the politics server is to debate, for example, politics. But if you want to make a flat Earth, then you're going to debate flat Earth, for example.
I'll have a conversation with you.
I suppose that works too, but I was just curious if you would like to debate it.
No, to have a formal debate? No, I'm not into that.
But you're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Things to do is debate people. That's, you know.
Well, you're in the debate server right now. I don't know what you were expecting.
Well, I'm just saying I don't do it. There's people that do it.
Yeah, but you joined in here. You're part of this.
Yeah, I like to have conversations. If you don't want to have a conversation, that's cool, man. I'll mute and you can try to get someone to debate.
No. It's not like that. Like, you're in a debate server, so it's not.
I get it,
anybody's
bro.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
Because they want to debate.
I didn't say. I said I would mute.
You mute yourself?
Yes. Not you.
Well, I don't know how silly you could. Yeah, I thought you were talking about me. I don't know how silly you could possibly get.
I said, if you want a formal debate, I'm probably not the guy to.
I understand you're becoming indignant. I'm just saying that's silly.
Okay. That's fine. So what do you want to talk about?
I wanted to debate.
Oh.
But we can talk if you want.
I gotta see who you are here first. Who are you? Reed?
Oh no, he's checking me out.
No, I'm just seeing who I'm talking to. I'm cooking dinner right now, so it's, you know.
I'll debate the guy. It's not going to be much of a debate anyway. What's your best evidence that you live on a ball in space, dude?
Satellite imagery. I'll go with that.
Satellite images.
What?
Give me a sec. I need to switch my microphone. I'll be right with you.
You can hear me, right? I haven't got anything yet.
I hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Satellite images. All right, let's examine one of those images. Do you have one? Post it in the chat.
No, it's internationally understood, and each individual human being
Post it in the chat.
Can I finish the sentence?
No, post it in the chat.
Oh, well, if you don't respect individual
Dude,
speech
you said
rhythms,
satellite images.
no, you don't respect individual speech rhythmic aspects. So why would I respect you?
I don't care about that rhetoric. Just post the image that you are appealing to right now.
Nah, I'm chill, my dude. Have fun.
Fuck off then. See, I told you guys, not much of a debate. They always run.
Well, you didn't respect anything that was said.
He could have posted an image. He made a claim, right? There are pictures from space that prove that the Earth is a ball. I said, post one. Because this
and
is
then
what
you said you didn't care about anything I had to say.
No, I care. You just have to. This is
well,
just
that would be a clarification at this point.
In here, you can't just claim without backing up.
You don't have to become indignant.
Evidence. I'm not indignant. Just post a picture of that ball.
You're not indignant. How about I just mute you? There.
You mute me?
Now I don't have to hear you yap. Block too.
Okay, he's a mod, so if you're gonna mute him, then you're gonna get. Okay.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. You can't come in here and say that you have pictures from space and then back it up with evidence.
Well, he came in here wanting a debate. Well, that's what you do in a debate, is you provide your citation. He didn't want to even provide his citation.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Man, I was going to have so much fun with that guy. He was going to have to show evidence. He was going to have to back up his claims. We were going to do it all. Sun and moon and all the other shit that they want to talk about. They always want to talk about the sky, never the earth itself. But we were going to get there. Ah, I had hopes.
Yeah, I know. I heard you chomping at the bit. You wanted it.
Ah, I really did. Okay, whatever.
Well, this is Grandpa. I'm here if anybody has any sort of questions, comments, concerns of any kind. Again, this is Grandpa Fiddlebone here. If anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, go ahead and just go ahead and let me know. This is going to be fun.
Hello.